Chapter 101. Wiwa loves you, bro. Chapter 101. Chapter 101. Wiwa loves you, bro. Headache. Can't the boss at least give some requirements? Hasn't he already given you one? The 20 technicians gathered in a circle, contributing one sentence after another, yet no one was getting to the point. Not to mention anything else. No one here wants to lose their job, right? Everyone fell silent. Who would want to leave such a company? If possible, they'd stay until they drop. But the boss had already said, if the website doesn't satisfy him, everyone would have to pack up and leave. Liao Hongmei looked at her silent colleagues, sighed, and said, "Second, it must be aesthetically pleasing, offering an enjoyable visual experience." Su Pengfei, eavesdropping at the door, nodded and turned away. At the Secret Base Research Institute, Mo Jingchun began his work mode. Modifying code wasn't difficult. The challenge was how to quickly process the vast amount of data collected by the computers, especially the data during the landing process of the rover and manned spacecraft, where there could be no margin for error. Any slight deviation under high-speed movement could lead to massive errors. The vast research institute became Candy's playground. At first, the little guy just hovered around Mo Jingchun, wandering back and forth. But by the morning's end, the little guy was no longer satisfied with the status quo, especially given how focused Mo Jingchun was on his work, with little interaction with the little guy. By the afternoon, after being well-fed and energetic, Candy started exploring the whole research institute. Fortunately, Song Jiayin stayed with the little one. Otherwise, with Candy's short stature, Russian colleagues might not notice him. After one round, Candy returned to Mo Jingchun, grasping his leg, panting loudly. After a short rest, the little guy wanted to climb into Mo Jingchun's lap. But with such short legs, without help, there was no way he could climb up. Humph, carrot. Stupid brother doesn't even know to pick up guowa. After several failed attempts, the little guy weakly cried out, Brother-o, sitting on Mo Jingchun's lap, Candy, feeling bored, would pull out some snacks from a small satchel to eat slowly. When sleepy, he'd crawl into his clothes and sleep lying on Mo Jingchun. After a week, adorable Candy gradually got used to this life. The only thing that puzzled the little one was why he had to get up for milk before dawn every day. When Li Mingzhong saw the sleeping little one in Mo Jingchun's arms, he placed the files on the table and whispered, just as Mo Jingchun had said at dinner time. The little one timely rubbed his eyes and crawled out from Mo Jingchun's arms, looking around for dinner. Brother Guogua is hungry, The little guy nodded vigorously. After typing up a method, Mo Jingchun locked his laptop and rushed to the canteen with Candy in his arms. At this pace, after a week, Mo Jingchun knew the paths to two places in the base very well. One is the way back to sleep and rest every day. The other is the way to the canteen. Initially, Mo Jingchun didn't know where the canteen was, and it was always Song Jiayin who delivered meals to the room. Later, Mo Jingchun just went to the canteen with Song Jiayin, and there he finally realized what a real meal looks like. As long as you don't waste, you can eat all kinds of dishes and fruits. If you can eat a lot, people will admire you greatly. After all, in this secret base, how much you eat is directly linked to physical and mental consumption. In school, Mo Jingchun never imagined that he could be someone who could eat 3 bowls in one meal. The canteen naturally became Candy's favorite place. The exclusive children's meal and an endless supply of fruits. After the meal, Mo Jingchun returned to the Research Institute with the group. Here, working overtime is normal. Everyone wants to finish the task sooner, including Mo Jingchun. Everything is good here, except for the lack of freedom. Even though it had only been a week, Mo Jingchun already wanted to leave. However, Candy was quite willing to stay longer. That Mo Jingchun finally took Candy back to rest, making him among the first to leave, while most young people kept working until 11 or 12, or even the early morning. In the room, Candy was holding a bottle, drinking his late-night milk, while Mo Jingchun just went to the bathroom for a moment. Coming out, he saw the little one looking at him helplessly. On the floor, the bottle lay there quietly, milk spilled everywhere. The room was silent. Brother But What Loves You P.S. Thanks to Ching Feng, blind people can also read novels. Winter Scarecrow, Clear Sky with the Moon, Small Pebbles by the Road, Reader 2021 515-3494, King of Books, Reader 202009 13122719995, Duan CLS, Yang Who Reads Novels Daily, Wandering Wind, Juff Suff, Wan Magnanimity, Xiao Mushi 1314, Qing Yang, and Cup Residue for your patronage. Chapter 102, cool, right? Chapter 102. Chapter 102, cool, right? The little one nodded obediently. Picking up the broken milk bottle from the ground, Mo Jingshun started cleaning up the mess with paper. Beside him, the little one watched quietly, holding his small hand. After wiping the floor clean, Mo Jingshun stood up, taking a while to straighten his back, and only felt comfortable after a good while. Under the little one's expectant gaze, Mo Jingshun once again prepared a bottle of milk and handed it to the little one's hand. After speaking, the little one added. Mo Jingshun, who was preparing to wash his face, turned back and glanced at the little one without refuting. This time, what the little one said was true. Compared to other kids the same age, Candy was indeed very well-behaved and more understanding of adult talk. After drinking the milk and taking a bath, Candy immediately crawled under the covers and went to sleep. As for whether it was real sleep or fake sleep, only Mo Jingshun and Candy knew. Lying in bed, Mo Jingshun could only watch the locally shared movies on his phone. As for contacting the outside world, there was no need to even think about it. Although the phone signal was full, it just couldn't connect to the outside network. Another week passed, and Mo Jingshun, who had endured for half a month, finally completed all the code modifications and debugging. The Candy algorithm, which was originally just over 100 megabytes after encryption, reached an astounding 200 megabytes this time. The task was completed, but would such a large space occupied by the algorithm be a bit too much, thereby affecting the computer's response speed? Mo Jingshun shared his concerns with his teacher, Chun Shiha, who laughed and patted Mo Jingchuan's shoulder, saying, "Only a bit over 200 megabytes?" With the teacher's words, Mo Jingshun instantly felt assured. Mo Jingshun even started thinking about where to unwind after going back this time. However, before Mo Jingshun could relish the feeling for long, academician Shinshiha's words suddenly brought him back to reality. Busy as academician Shinshiha was, he didn't explain what to do at Site 002, but without asking, Mo Jingshun knew it was related to the balanced posture algorithm. Exactly what they were going to Site 002 to test regarding the Candy algorithm, Mo Jingshun had no idea. Song Jiayin, who was always inseparable during work hours, came along too. Li Qianqian glanced briefly, but said nothing. After walking for over 10 minutes, Mo Jingshun suddenly found the road ahead seemed somewhat familiar. The next moment, he realized why it felt familiar. Li Qianqian had brought him to the small high-speed rail platform he had been to half a month ago. But unlike before, there wasn't a small high-speed rail stopped on the track this time. Li Qianqian walked confidently to a pillar's backside and pressed a green button. In less than a minute, a small high-speed rail slowly pulled into the station. After boarding, the small high-speed rail carried them through the tunnel non-stop. Mo Jingshun saw several platforms through the window, but the train showed no sign of stopping. This left Mo Jingshun puzzled. How did this unmanned small high-speed rail know the destination accurately? From start to finish, Li Qianqian had only pressed a green button. Montak Yingchun was utterly baffled. Meanwhile, Candy in Mo Jingchuan's arms was wondering about the time. Wasn't it almost mealtime? Where were they going? Couldn't they eat first before heading out? Having the phone allowed Mo Jingshun to see that half an hour had passed when they got off at the destination, leaving him a loss for words. The speed of the small high-speed rail, Mo Jingshun estimated, was much faster than Jing City's Line 1, easily over 150 kilometers per hour. Half an hour would mean they were about 75 kilometers away from the research institute. This distance is nothing on the surface, and even more negligible in the desert. But the problem is, this is underground in the desert. How they managed to stabilize the tunnel is one thing, but completing such a massive project without any disturbance on the surface is truly astonishing. If foreigners knew about this, they'd probably lose sleep over it. Without even entering the base, just standing on the platform, Imo Jingchun heard explosions, accompanied by fine sand falling from above. Seeing the layer of yellow sand on the platform, Imo Jingchun finally understood why such an important place wasn't cleaned. Entering the so-called Site 002, Imo Jingchun finally understood why it was called an experiment site. There wasn't a maze-like layout. It was all open space as far as the eye could see. Ignoring the lights overhead, it felt just like an open-air testing ground. The continuous sparks and several machine guns going rat-a-tat-tat made Imo Jingchun's scalp tingle. And these machine guns were targeting a silver figure swiftly moving between obstacles. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to see it was a robot dodging bullets. Although quite unbelievable, the fact was right in front of him, leaving Imo Jingchun no choice but to believe. Seeing Imo Jingchun's confusion, Li Qianqian explained, hands in her lab coat pockets. As if to prove Li Qianqian's point, the robot in the distance suddenly got stuck on an obstacle, completely immobilized. P.S. Thanks to youthful WT, Snatch Your Lollipop, Drifting Raindrop, Your Light, Reader 150816141909843, Reader 20210531160929750, A Glance Back at Snacks and Small Drinks. Reader 20190517232322973. Nothing can beat. Daily novel reading for the rewards and support. Chapter 103. Candy angry with her bottle. Chapter 103. Chapter 103. Candy angry with her bottle. Imo Jingchun really wanted to say, with such a short battery life, what's the point of him being here? Just optimizing the posture balance algorithm. How much more battery life can you actually add to the robot? Probably not much. If we can avoid reducing the robot's battery life, that's good enough, since more motion adjustments naturally consume more energy. The teacher's point is, since you're here, why not help with the debugging too? Okay, for a moment, Imo Jingchun was a loss for words. Then let's hurry it up. Imo Jingchun expressed. Was it the food that mattered to me? How tacky. I really didn't care. He just wanted to get back early and leave this desert. Compared to this oppressive environment, Imo Jingchun much preferred holding meetings in front of the employees, colloquially known as showing off. A happy life is just that simple. On the other side, at Candy Technology's office, where everyone was working overtime daily and coming to work with dark circles under their eyes, 20 tech staff members finally developed a website everyone agreed was presentable. Whether it meets the boss's expectations, we'll have to wait for the boss to return and find out. Rubbing her temples, Liao Hongmei, who was continuously clicking on the website trying to find bugs, tiredly said to everyone, think again about what could be optimized. Liao Hongmei, how about we let Fei take a look and give some feedback? Watching Jia Shuanghui's back as he left with his laptop, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Everyone prayed for Jia Shuanghui and also for themselves. A few minutes later, Jia Shuanghui returned with a gloomy face, which made everyone's hearts sink. What happened? Sitting at his workstation with a low spirit, surrounded by everyone's worried expressions, Jia Shuanghui suddenly burst into laughter. In the silent office, the next second, a scream rang out. At experimental site number 002, Imo Jingchun took less than an hour to complete the algorithm optimization. Compared to manned space flight, the complexity is completely different. On the high-speed rail back to the Institute, Imo Jingchun and Candy even made it back in time for lunch. After returning to the room for an hour's rest at noon, Imo Jingchun took Candy to the Institute again. With nothing to do at the moment, Imo Jingchun trailed behind academician Chen Shihe, lending a hand. Li Qianqian was nearby, and her gaze was extremely forlorn. Turned down. With nothing to do at all, Mo Jingchun could only sit at the workstation with his sister Candy, watching everyone bustle around. Around 3 in the afternoon, Candy, who had just woken up, rubbed her eyes and said to Mo Jing-chun, "Bro wants milk." Returning from the room once more, Candy had a bottle in her hand. Her little hand holding Mo Jing-chun's big hand, she followed eagerly. Previously, there were never any children at the base, and most people found the little one very endearing. The researchers passing by often teased the little one on their breaks. Sure enough, Candy, who was holding her bottle and drinking milk, had her little head patted with a smile. Interrupted while drinking her milk, Candy was quite angry. Turning around, Candy hugged Mo Jingchuan's thigh, avoiding those big hands. The little one thought this way she'd have no worries, but that was wishful thinking. The head pats were less frequent, but still happened. Candy, mid-meal drink, stomped her little feet angrily. Even though she was angry enough to stomp her feet, the little one didn't forget to hold onto the bottle tight. Pouting, Candy stomped her feet twice and took a sip of milk to comfort herself. Watching the angry Candy, everyone laughed, as she looked even cuter when upset. The next day, just when Mo Jing-chun was prepared to continue being a lazybones, he was suddenly called over by Li Qianqian. "It's like this, the test group told me the results are excellent, which means you can leave whenever you're ready." Without any hesitation, Mo Jing-chun immediately replied, "Teacher, I'll head back." Mo Jing-chun scratched his head, smiling without a word. He couldn't exactly say that the system had told him immediately, could he? Outside, seeing sunlight again, Candy puffed her cheeks and remarked in surprise, "Oh, bro, the sun's up." Mo Jing-chun laughed and bumped foreheads with the little one. "That's right, the sun's up." Just like when they arrived, Mo Jing-chun handed in all electronic devices. Getting off the plane, Mo Jing-chun took a deep breath of air, the familiar smell of freedom. As soon as he took his phone out of the box, it started vibrating nonstop, and the notification ringtone even got stuck from all the messages. Returning to his apartment, Mo Jing-chun set down his suitcase and swiftly took Candy to the company. P.S. Thanks to the reader 20180616143643387 for the tip support. Chapter 104. Asleep, but not fully asleep. Chapter 104. Chapter 104. Asleep, but not fully asleep on the way to the company, Mo Jing-chun didn't notify anyone, not even Su Pengfei or Su Wenyan. As a boss, Missouri Jing-chun was eager to see how the company's employees were doing during his absence, to see if Su Pengfei and Su Wenyan were responsibly managing the company. Just as he reached the company entrance, Mo Jing-chun heard the sound of tape being wrapped around packages in the office. Without making a sound, Mo Jing-chun walked straight into the office and saw the surprise on the faces of the employees. Mo Jing-chun glanced at the employees in the big office, walked to the door of Su Pengfei's office, knocked on the glass door, and signaled Su Pengfei and Su Wenyan inside to come to his office. Seeing the boss enter, finance employee Chao Mingxin stood up and smiled. Holding his sister Candy, Mo Jing-chun just nodded slightly. Soon, Su Pengfei and Su Wenyan entered the office and closed the door behind them. Meanwhile, Zhao Chanyu, who had just returned from the restroom, saw the boss walk into the office, and his heart skipped a beat as he hurried back to the office. The originally chatting crowd instantly fell silent. In the office, Mo Jing-chun looked at the website developed by the technical team and was fairly satisfied. After all, it looked pretty good, the front-end animations were smooth, but since the company was newly established, there wasn't much to showcase on the site. The next second, Mo Jing-chun's hands quickly tapped on the keyboard, and in less than a minute, Mo Jing-chun directly entered the back end. Not bad, considering there were a bunch of recent graduates. Seeing a few obvious bugs, Mo Jing-chun casually patched them and then restarted the service. With those words, all three of them knew that the 20 technical developers wouldn't have to pack up and leave. Mo Jing-chun looked up at Su Pengfei and said, "Have them focus on learning C/C++ in the coming period." After Su Pengfei and Su Wenyan left the office, Mo Jing-chun turned to the finance guy, Chao Mingxin, while holding his sister Candy. Chao Mingxin was startled, thinking the boss was going to scold him for playing on his phone at work, but it was just an audit. Mo Jingchun meticulously reviewed both the manual and electronic accounts. After saying that, Mo Jingchun stood up with his sister Candy and left. Meanwhile, the 20 technical developers in the new office were incredibly nervous when they saw Su Pengfei walk in. Everyone was on edge. Not bad. These two simple words finally eased their tension. Su Pengfei's but immediately had everyone's attention again. But the boss also said that you should spend the upcoming period learning more about C and C++. So, I don't need to say more. You know what this means, right? If anyone is thinking of being lazy, you'd better change your attitude and study seriously. Su Pengfei turned and left, while everyone in the office looked at each other. In the kitchen, Mo Jingchun, wearing a floral apron, was stir-frying shredded pork. Holding an Ultraman plush, Candy hugged Mo Jingchun's leg, smelling the meat and looking up with longing eyes. Bro, Guo wants some yum-yum. A few minutes later, the little one spoke again. Bro, Guo wants some yum-yum. Lifting her head, Candy, hearing her brother say to open her mouth, immediately and obediently opened her small mouth. A tiny strip of pork went in her mouth, and the little one contentedly chewed on it. At night, a bright moon hung in the sky. Under the lamp, Mo Jingchun was reading to enhance his knowledge. Soon, after finishing a professional book, Mo Jingchun realized he had underestimated the task. The so-called thorough reading wasn't just about responsibly finishing a professional book. Shaking his head, Mo Jingchun decided to start over with the book tomorrow. To read quietly, Mo Jingchun gave his sister, Candy, a big apple at night to keep her busy. On the bed, with a terribly mangled apple in her hands, Candy had unknowingly fallen asleep. Yes, Candy ate herself to sleep with an apple. Mo Jingchun cautiously whispered, with the little one unresponsive, just as Mo Jingchun thought Candy was truly asleep and was about to take the mangled apple away. As soon as Mo Jingchun took the apple, the next moment, the little one opened her eyes. Ugh! The little one frowned and took the large apple back from Mo Jingchun's hands. Montak Yingchun, weren't you asleep? Mo Jingchun stayed silent, quietly watching his sister Candy. With the apple back in her hands, Candy's eyes gradually glazed over, and sure enough, she went from sitting up to lying back down while gnawing on the apple. The little one stopped moving. Only then did Mo Jingchun gently tap the little one's face, confirming she was unresponsive. Looking in her eyes, she was truly asleep this time. Finally, Mo Jingchun threw away the deformed apple. After wiping her hands and face, Mo Jingchun tucked his sleeping sister, Candy, into bed. Lights off. Sleep. P.S. Special thanks to the patrons. Smoky Misty Cloud Tower, Sci-Fi again, Cold Sand _Sorrow, Juma's Little Star, Pudding Zero Jelly for their support. Chapter 105. A date. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. A date? The next day, it rained across all areas of Jing City, and the moist air felt much more comfortable to breathe in. And weather like this is perfect for reading. In the bedroom, the little one nestled in the quilt absolutely refused to get out of bed. Helplessly, Mo Jingchun let the little one sleep in. What to do? Of course, read and complete the task assigned by the system as soon as possible. Although the item drawn last time was useless to Mo Jingchun at the moment, one has to admit that a miniature nuclear fusion reactor is still an amazingly cool thing. Research in controlled nuclear fusion puts Xia country in a leading position globally. Nevertheless, even with such advancements, the energy output of the man-made sun created through controlled nuclear fusion has only just stabilized at 1,056 seconds. To further miniaturize it while maintaining continuous, stable energy output still requires a long, long journey. While 1,056 seconds may sound short, Mo Jingchun understood that the temperature from nuclear fusion reaches 120 million to 160 million degrees Celsius. Xia country's ability to maintain stable output at such high temperatures is truly astonishing. Putting these thoughts aside, Mo Jingchun picked up his book and began to read and learn earnestly. Hard work pays off, and by a little after 3 in the afternoon, Mo Jingchun finished the last page and successfully earned a point. Mo Jingchun stretched and let out a deep sigh of relief. Yeah, sitting on the carpet with tousled hair, Candy tilted her head and smiled sweetly at Mo Jingchun. A crescent moon smile graced her lips. The little one nodded quickly. Wash hair by Yummy. In the bathroom, the little one lay on Mo Jingchun's lap while he used the shower head to wash Candy's hair. Brother, the little one blinked and cutely said, Guo loves you, looking at his adorable sister. Mo Jingchun's lips curled upward slightly. Candy's head usually looks quite big, but as soon as her hair is washed, it seems to shrink immediately. Her thick, black hair made her head appear somewhat large. 5:55, sitting on Mo Jingchun's lap, Candy mimicked the sound of the hairdryer as it blew. I must say, her imitation was quite true to life. After helping the little one put on her jacket, Mo Jingchun took out a small raincoat and helped her put on. Brother, Carrie, even though it was raining quite hard outside, Candy didn't have to worry about the rain at all, being in Mo Jingchun's arms and wearing the little raincoat. On their way back from the supermarket, as they walked to the apartment building, well-behaved Candy suddenly squirmed to get down from Mo Jingchun's arms. Peppa Pig, Peppa Pig? Since when did the school start keeping pigs? I haven't heard of it. The next moment, Candy, having climbed down, walked directly to a small puddle in front of the apartment building's entrance. Without any hesitation, the little one stepped right in, causing the water to splash all over both Mo Jingchun and herself. The first episode of Peppa Pig starts with a scene of jumping in muddy puddles, something Mo Jingchun vividly remembered watching with his sister Candy. Hiya, hiya. As she continued to jump, the little one suddenly remembered something, turned around, frowned, and worriedly asked Mo Jingchun, How have kids gotten so smart these days? Mo Jingchun barely remembers anything from before he was 3 years old, let alone going to kindergarten. Back in Mo Jingchun's day, the village didn't even have kindergartens. The most would be starting preschool at 5 years old before attending elementary school at 6. Mo Jingchun looked at the little one, pinched her cheeks, and gently advised, Go ahead and play, but you can't do it next time. Candy reluctantly looked at the puddle but eventually stepped out of it. Brother hug. After a bath, Candy was placed on the bed by Mo Jingchun. She lay under the covers and drank from her bottle in big gulps. Mo Jingchun took the time to blow dry his hair, and by then, Candy had already finished her milk. Dinner was wontons bought from the supermarket. They tasted pretty good, and even Candy ate quite a few. After dinner, Mo Jingchun resumed his book-reading mode. On Monday, everyone coming to class was surprised to find that Mo Jingchun, who had mysteriously disappeared for half a month, was back. If not, the counselor hadn't mentioned during class meeting that Mo Jingchun had taken leave, everyone would have thought he'd vanished. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but after not seeing him for half a month, Yang Xiaoyu felt like Candy had grown taller. Unaware that Mo Jingchun and Candy had returned, Yang Xiaoyu hadn't brought any snacks to class. Holding the cute Candy, Yang Xiaoyu casually asked, Where did you go? Ashu. If you don't want to say, just don't say it. But don't brush it off with some state secret excuse. With a flick of her hair, Yang Xiaoyu carried Candy along, looking unimpressed. Montauk Yingchun shrugged helplessly. Nowadays, how come no one believes the truth? The project he had participated in over the past half-month was indeed a state secret. Even though Zhang Aijuan didn't require Mo Jingchun to sign a non-disclosure agreement, Mo Jingchun knew that any information leaking from him would quickly bring someone to his doorstep. Whether it was Zhang Aijuan or someone else, that wasn't clear. During break time, Mo Jingchun sent a message to substitute teacher Zhang Huizhen. Shortly after, she replied, What do you want? Not bad, kiddo. Montauk Yingchun was dumbfounded. All he wanted was to see if he could meet Wei Luxue. How did it turn into a date request with Zhang Huizhen? Mo Jingchun hurriedly explained, No, I just want to ask her about early graduation. For a while, Zhang Huizhen didn't reply. Just before class resumed, Zhang Huizhen responded. Chapter 106. Wei Luxue. Chapter 106. Chapter 106. Wei Luxue. Mo Jingshun looked at Zhang Huizhen's reply, feeling increasingly uneasy as he thought about it. However, the class bell forced Mo Jingshun to put away his phone. In class, the teacher was teaching on the podium, and the students were listening attentively. Mo Jingshun, who finally made it to noon, took out his phone at the first opportunity to check messages. Two heads, one big and one small, leaned over to peek at the screen. Mo Jingshun put down the phone and took the candy that Yang Xiaoyu was holding. Yang Xiaoyu pursed her lips, almost having the words, "I don't believe you," written on her face. Holding the candy, Mo Jingshun checked the messages from Zhang Huizhen. "Your thing. I've taken care of it for you. Wei Luxue will be waiting for you outside the library at 7 tonight." All set, Mo Jingshun replied to Zhang Huizhen with, "Tissa." By the evening, Mo Jingshun had called Su Pengfei in advance to let him know he had something to do today and wouldn't be going to the company. After Mo Jingshun and Candy finished their dinner, it was already 6:30. There wasn't even time to wash the dishes before Mo Jingshun headed out with Candy. Although the agreed time was 7, it wouldn't do to be late when you need something from someone. At the library entrance, Mo Jingshun sat on a concrete block with Candy in his arms, waiting for Wei Luxue to arrive. At about 6:40, while interacting with Candy, Mo Jingshun felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning around, Mo Jingshun saw a long-haired little girl, 48 meters, whose elementary school kid had wandered onto the campus. Not to mention Candy, Mo Jingshun was also curious about whose child this was. He certainly didn't recognize her. Wei Luxue took out a lollipop from her pocket, something she usually liked to eat, and handed it to Candy, but Candy didn't take it right away. Mo Jingshun, weren't you going to ask about early graduation? 48-meter-tall girl, and asked in surprise, "Your senior Wei Luxue?" For a moment, Mo Jingshun was speechless. Candy didn't eat the lollipop, so Wei Luxue unceremoniously unwrapped it and put it in her mouth right in front of Candy. There's not much preparation needed, really. Just complete all the courses for 4 years of college early, earn enough credits, then participate in a unique graduation defense, and you're done. Wei Luxue patted her chest assertively and said, "I'm awesome at PUBG. Want me to take you to play?" Wei Luxue instantly lost interest upon hearing that Mo Jingshun doesn't play games. A game like PUBG that really trains the mind, yet you don't play it, all right then. The world of geniuses is so lonely, not understood by others. I thought I'd found someone like me, but turns out not. Anything else you want to ask? As soon as they added each other on WeChat, Mo Jingshun saw Wei Luxue dash off like she was in a race, her legs seemingly fitted with little engines, disappearing in a flash. In Wei Luxue's words, her teammates were calling her online. Before the library entrance, Mo Jingshun was left alone in the breeze, confused, not having washed the dishes just to wait for Wei Luxue, who came and answered questions. But why did it feel like she said nothing at all? On the way back with Candy, Mo Jingshun called Zhang Huizhen. Upon connecting, a lazy-sounding Zhang Huizhen asked over the phone, "What's up?" Upon hearing the words "play games," Zhang Huizhen's mouth twitched. In class, Wei Luxue was not only a genius, but also famously a game addict. After class, she would head back to the dormitory to play games. Such a paradox. What is a genius? A genius is someone who is 4 or 5 years younger than you, your peer, and with casual learning can leave you far behind. Zhang Huizhen's words seemed to either comfort Mo Jingshun or pacify her own young heart. After the call ended, Mo Jingshun raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, 15. No wonder she looks like a child. On the other side, Wei Luxue, who returned to the dormitory earlier than Mo Jingshun, immediately turned on her high-end laptop and put on her headphones. As Wei Luxue's roommates had long since gotten used to it, this was nothing new. Within minutes, Wei Luxue frowned and yelled, "Can you be a bit more aware?" Reading a book, Dong Lingyan suddenly felt completely disoriented. Invisible bragging is the deadliest kind. Sighing, Dong Lingyan calmed herself and continued reading. When you realize you can't climb that mountain, it's time to give up. Otherwise, you'll just meet your end on the way up. P.S. Thanks to Juff Suff for the support. Chapter 107. Bro, you wet the bed. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Bro, you wet the bed on Tuesday morning. Just before dawn, Missouri Jingshun was lying in bed having a wonderful dream, imagining himself commanding an invincible cosmic battleship and defeating enemies everywhere, making the ugly aliens flee across the Milky Way galaxy. Just as Mo Jingchun was controlling the cosmic battleship, had locked on the target, and was about to fire the Star Destroyer cannon, he felt a pain on his cheek. In bed, Candy, who had been awake for some time, was frowning at the wet sheet. The little one stared at the wet sheet for a good 10 minutes, then rolled her eyes and quietly crawled from Mo Jingchun's inner side to his outer side, pretending to continue sleeping. Suddenly, as Candy was about to continue sleeping, she heard Guowa actually laugh out loud. Candy's big, bright eyes stared straight at Mo Jingchun, but he didn't wake up or open his eyes. The next moment, Candy, without any hesitation, slapped Mo Jingchun's left cheek with her little hand. With his smack sound, the noise was particularly clear in the quiet bedroom. Mo Jingchun, startled awake from his dream, touched his cheek and looked puzzled at Candy, who had somehow crawled outside to sleep. Not only was Mo Jingchun a bit confused, but the little one who had slapped was also a bit dazed. Guowa just wanted to wake up Guowa. Didn't mean to touch his cheek, though. Mo Jingchun chuckled. What, the bed? How could that be? But in the next second, Mo Jingchun's expression changed as a sense of unease surged in his heart. Mo Jingchun lifted the blanket and looked at the spot where Candy usually sleeps, and sure enough, just as he suspected, the sheets were wet there. Candy wet the bed. Just one night without wearing a diaper, and this big gift. The little one was quite clever, wet the bed herself, but knew to crawl over here to sleep, but looking Mo Jingchun in the eyes and saying it was him who wet the bed. Is that really okay? Aren't you afraid Big Brother will love you fiercely once? Well, only one little sister. She can be washed, and the sheets can be washed and reused too. Mo Jingchun touched Candy's pants. Wow. If they waited another hour, Mo Jingchun estimated they'd almost be dry. Getting up, Mo Jingchun, wearing fluffy slippers, found a set of clothes for Candy, changed her into them, and threw the changed clothes into the basin. Candy, after changing clothes, ran to the rocking horse chair and watched Mo Jingchun busy around her. Mo Jingchun lifted the sheet from the bed, took off the duvet cover, and then put them both into the washing machine for automatic washing. By the time all the bustling was done, the sky outside had gradually brightened. Candy reluctantly climbed down from the rocking horse chair, stepped with her little short legs, and ran towards the bathroom, bouncing with each step. In the bathroom, Mo Jingchun, after washing his own face, used a special cloth to help Candy brush her teeth. Following Mo Jingchun's example, Candy opened her mouth wide. A bit thirsty, Candy took a drink from the warm water in the cup, gulped it down. After washing her face, Candy, like a little follower, stayed close behind Mo Jingchun. If he went to the kitchen, she followed to the kitchen. If he went to the bedroom, she followed to the bedroom. The little one, without a second thought, chose milk. After breakfast, Mo Jingchun found that the sheets and duvet cover in the washing machine were done, so he took them directly to the balcony and hung them up. Hope they dry by evening. Buying a set would be a convenient thing anyway. Even without going to the company, the school supermarket sells them. In the classroom, Candy received a bundle of fruits, but before she could enjoy them for long, Mo Jingchun mercilessly took them all away. Of course, really. In his heart, Mo Jingchun mused, fruit is meant to be eaten, so how could that be considered lying? But it's true. Lots of fruits at once can upset a child's stomach. At noon, Mo Jingchun, who didn't take a nap, took his sister along to the advisor's office to find Na and fill out the bachelor's early graduation application form, submitting a written application for early graduation. The office didn't have just one advisor. Although small, it was shared by 3 advisors. The other 2 advisors looked at Lin Na with some envy. Last year, someone in her class applied for early graduation, and this year it happened again. Such luck is rare. Mo Jingchun nodded, taking the application form from Na's hand. Actually, the form didn't require much information, just some basic details. Originally, applying for early graduation needed parental consent and a written agreement. But Mo Jingchun's situation was special, so he was exempt. After all, Mo Jingchun was already the head of a household, the pillar of his family. Where would he find someone to write the consent form? Putting away the filled application form, Li Na told Mo Jingchun. Mo Jingchun kept the advisor's requirements firmly in mind. With Mo Jingchun's early graduation application form tucked into the file folder, Li Na told student Mo Jingchun, P.S. Special thanks to Lua Funis and for the reward support. Tisa, Nejma to Nejma. Chapter 108. The Flexible Little Tummy. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. The Flexible Little Tummy. Mo Jingchun chuckled while holding candy, preparing to get up and leave. The little one frowned, not quite understanding. Just now, that sister was obviously very fierce. In the evening, after returning from company meeting, the first thing Mo Jingchun did was check if the sheets and bedding were dry in the dorm. Feeling the now dry sheets and bedding, Mo Jingchun finally felt at ease. For dinner, there were steamed eggs, Candy's favorite. The little one managed to eat nearly half a bowl of rice, making her tiny belly bulge. Dizzy face, after a full meal and a bath, Mo Jingchun was holding candy and reading a book on a chair. Normally, the little one would be playing with toys on the carpet or quietly watching Peppa Pig on a bed at this time. Probably because she was stuffed, the little one sat on Mo Jingchun's lap, not wanting to move much. After reading for half an hour, Mo Jingchun couldn't help but lift Candy's shirt to check her tummy. As soon as Mo Jingchun lifted her shirt, the little one took a deep breath, pulling her tiny belly back, quietly watching Mo Jingchun. It wasn't that Candy didn't want to speak, but as soon as she did, her pulled-in belly would pop back out. Once Mo Jingchun let the shirt down, the little one would let her belly out again. Seeing this, Mo Jingchun curiously lifted the shirt again, causing the little one to take another deep breath and hide her belly. After teasing Candy a few times, Mo Jingchun's lips curled into a smile. That ability to flexibly adjust, it certainly applied to Candy's belly. And to be honest, the little one's belly was quite nice to touch. Snuggled under the covers, Candy pouted her lips, watching Mo Jingchun read, looking adorable. In the classroom during a break, Mo Jingchun went to the bathroom, asking the class monitor Yang Xiaoyu to watch the little one for a while. Candy obediently sat in Yang Xiaoyu's lap, eating strawberries her brother had just given her. 2 strawberries brought double the joy good. Sitting with Yang Xiaoyu, Deng Lanlan was feeling quite bored. Looking at the cute little one in Yang Xiaoyu's arms, Deng Lanlan's eyes sparkled, and she tapped the little one's shoulder. Candy was a bit annoyed by the interruption while eating her strawberries, but still replied in her baby voice. Candy's words immediately made the people around burst into laughter. This little baby does look like her brother. The little one frowned, reluctantly saying, once again, Candy successfully made everyone laugh. Deng Lanlan laughed so hard her stomach hurt. At this moment, with his hands still wet, Mo Jingchun finished using the bathroom and returned. Seeing his classmates around Candy, laughing, Mo Jingchun dried his hands on his clothes and curiously asked the class monitor Yang Xiaoyu, "What are you all laughing about?" Mo Jingchun pursed his lips, picked up Candy, and returned to his seat. Sitting on Mo Jingchun's lap, the little face of Candy was full of confusion. Mo Jingchun was a bit amused and helpless. No wonder when he came back from the bathroom, he saw them laughing. It turned out this was the reason. "It's different. You mean someone else." The little one covered her ears and shook her head. After class in the afternoon, Mo Jingchun leisurely strolled toward the company with Candy. Meanwhile, a thought flashed in Mo Jingchun's mind. If everything goes as planned, He'll graduate from Jing University next summer and will then spend more time at the company and teaching Candy. In Mo Jingchuan's mind, he didn't plan to stay in Jing City. Although it's more prosperous, it's not suitable for the future development of candy technology. On the contrary, his hometown's provincial capital, Luzhou, is more suitable for the growth and expansion of candy technology. To say the least, it would be much easier to get a piece of land there to build a company building, and there'd be more policy benefits. To achieve a complete, smart steward, not only are a large number of servers necessary, but also a large team of technical personnel for collaborative development. Whether it's servers or numerous technical personnel, there's one common requirement: space. Especially for servers, they need to be well maintained, otherwise, the servers might act up for no reason or even crash. When arriving at the office, Mo Jingchun placed Candy on the sofa, asking financial staff Chao Mingxin to keep an eye on her, then stepped out to call Su Pengfei and Su Wenyan over. Su Wenyan was a bit surprised, but didn't ask why. Instead, she directly closed the door. Once the door was closed, Mo Jingchun straightforwardly announced, "I've applied for early graduation." Asterisk. Chapter 109. The Plan. Chapter 109. Chapter 109. The plan in the office. Su Pengfei and Su Wenyan were only slightly surprised and didn't find it too strange. With the boss's ability, graduating early is quite normal. But what does that have to do with them? It seems like nothing, so the question is, why did the boss call them here? It can't be just to tell them he's graduating early. Mo Jingchun was rhythmically tapping on the desk with his right hand before suddenly stopping. In the small office, aside from Mo Jingchun and the innocent Candy, the three, including Su Pengfei, were dumbfounded. The main thing they couldn't understand is why move from the capital to Luzhou. Speaking of which, Luzhou probably isn't even considered a Tier 1 city, just a Tier 2. A few years ago, Luzhou was still a Tier 3 city. From a smaller perspective, if the boss's company is in the capital and later the household registration is moved there, it would be a huge advantage for Candy. Not only could she enjoy the best educational resources, but she would also have more advantages when it comes to college entrance exams. At this moment, Candy, who had long been sitting impatiently on the sofa, slid off, waddling with her short legs, food in hand, and toddled over to Mo Jingchun's feet. "Brother hug." Mo Jingchun lowered his head, picked Candy up onto his lap, and looked at Su Pengfei and Su Wenyan, waiting for their opinions. In response to Su Wenyan's words, Mo Jingchun shook his head, looked at Candy in his arms, and said with a smile, "If my sister excels in the future, she can naturally get into the university she wants with her ability. I'm not moving the company to Luzhou for no reason. I'm not afraid to tell you, the next direction for the company is artificial intelligence." Su Pengfei frowned, knowing cloud servers could solve space issues, but cloud servers aren't safe. Data resides with others, with the constant risk of leaks. This isn't Mo Jingchun bragging. After all, there's still a promise owed to Mo Jingchun by those above that hasn't been used. As long as the chosen land isn't in a special location, it should be obtainable. Su Pengfei and Su Wenyan looked at each other, eyeing one another inquisitively. Watching the two of them, Mo Jingchun wasn't in a hurry, just waiting for the result, while accountant Chao Mingxin bowed his head in silence, trying hard to lower his presence. "Boss, I'll go." The company only has about 40 people, hardly any grand overseeing, but with Su Pengfei staying in the company, Su Wenyan going is indeed the best choice. In the meantime, Candy in Mo Jingchun's arms remained bewildered, unable to understand why the last strawberry, which she couldn't bear to eat, was suddenly devoured by her brother. Yet her brother acted as if nothing happened, not even glancing at Guogua. A very wrong Candy could only take a cherry out of her little bag and swiftly pop it into her mouth. Here's the deal. For everyone willing to move with the company, increase their salary by 10% of the current rate. After Su Pengfei and Su Wenyan left, Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow, thinking he had eaten a strawberry earlier. Feeling the strawberry seeds in his teeth, he confirmed he had indeed eaten a strawberry, likely when Candy stuffed it into his mouth mid-conversation. Yes, it must be like that. Preparing to hug his sister and head back to the dorm, Mo Jingchun, seeing the accountant Chao Mingxin bowing his head in silence, suddenly asked, "You heard earlier. What's your thought?" "What's that saying? I want to escape, but I can't." Chao Mingxin had already tried hard to lower his presence, yet the boss still caught him. "Not bad, uncle. You have great potential," Mo Jingchun praised him. Accountant Chao Mingxin nodded, but in his heart, he wasn't so sure. If the boss remembers he said this by year's end, that would be quite the surprise. Making big promises is something all bosses can do. After returning to the dorm and finishing his meal, Mo Jingchun continued to cram books, striving to accumulate 100 points to exchange for a lucky draw opportunity. And honestly, Mo Jingchun gradually grew to love reading, especially the sense of achievement that comes with mastering new knowledge, making him very happy. On the carpet, Candy tossed aside the talking cactus, now split in two. Ever since the talking cactus stopped talking, it lost Candy's affection. After Mo Jingchun accidentally stepped on and broke it once, Candy's interest waned even further. Chapter 110. Guohua chooses this one. Chapter 110. Chapter 110. Guohua chooses this one. A month later, Su Wenyan returned from her location scouting trip in Luzhou with a healthy complexion. The first time Mo Jingchun saw Su Wenyan coming back from her business trip in Luzhou, he was truly shocked. Is the weather in Luzhou always this good? Look at this healthy little tan. She must have gotten a lot of sun. Moreover, Su Wenyan seemed to have slimmed down a bit. In the first few days, I was too naive, trying to find sights by walking down the streets. I ended up exhausted and couldn't cover many places in a day. I realized this wouldn't work. Su Wenyan picked up a teacup, took a sip to moisten her throat, and continued to complain to the boss. The next day, I smartened up and hired a car. I had the driver take me street by street. Candy, in Mo Jingchun's arms, imitated him by flipping through the folder Su Wenyan handed over. The blue folder was filled with color-printed images. In Mo Jingchun's eyes, these were pieces of land he could choose for the company's new location, while in Candy's eyes, they were just pretty pictures. Mo Jingchun glanced at Su Wenyan. Is what? Someone had approached Su Wenyan, which Mo Jingchun hadn't expected, but it seemed the news about Candy Technology planning to relocate to Luzhou wasn't a secret anymore. After all, the entire company's staff knew, so it was normal for someone with a keen interest to hear about it. Mo Jingchun just couldn't understand why they waited until Su Wenyan was about to return to approach her. There's only one possibility. They intentionally waited until the last minute. Mo Jingchun didn't answer Su Wenyan's question. Sitting opposite Mo Jingchun, Su Wenyan forced a smile, pulled out another blue folder from her backpack, and placed it on the desk. Such a scene caused Mo Jingchun to frown deeply. Su Wenyan didn't dare mention that they had almost come to blows over which city Candy Technology should belong to. Mo Jingchun tapped on the blue folder on the desk. At this point, he understood why they waited until the very last moment before approaching him. Firstly, meetings certainly couldn't be settled within just a day or two. Secondly, a group of juniors haggling over who should welcome Candy Technology, an industry leader, just as older brothers were meant to. How awkward. Even though Luzhou is an older brother, it's not doing all that well these days. With Candy Technology's current profitability, anyone could find out what kind of future development it holds with just a little research. They just appealed to my feelings and reason. Mo Jingchun picked up the folder and, upon opening it, saw a whole lot of A4 size color pictures. As for the locations, they covered the entire province. Mo Jingchun lowered the folder so the little one could also see. To Mo Jingchun's surprise, he saw a familiar place in the pictures, the big river by his hometown county town. Well, the city was certainly imaginative. After looking through all the pictures, Mo Jingchun spread them out on the desk in order. Especially you, Su Wenyan, after personally visiting all these places. Plot 2 is large enough, there's a mall nearby, and residential areas have everything one could need. The transportation is also very convenient. Su Pengfei sought to save money, while Mo Jingchun was thinking about selecting another city, which would eliminate the need to apply the topmost criterion. For a moment, Mo Jingchun was stuck in a dilemma. At this moment, Candy sneezed, catching Mo Jingchun's attention and lighting up his eyes. Candy wiped her nose with her hand and casually grabbed a picture and handed it to Mo Jingchun. Mo Jingchun looked at it. As luck would have it, it was the plot of land next to the big river in his hometown county town. After checking the picture, Mo Jingchun handed it to Su Wenyin. Work a little harder. Su Wenyin set off again, this time encouraged by Candy's support. And yes, a strawberry had won her over. In the office, as Mo Jingchun finished the last book, that wonderful voice rang in his head once again. Immediately, the transparent board in Mo Jingchun's mind changed slightly. The number in the lottery times column became 1, and the points reset to 0. P.S. Wishing friends in the north a happy Minor New Year, and wishing friends in the south an early happy Minor New Year tomorrow. Thanks to Hua Liuya, Dejage, Jufsuf, Xingyun Lingi E, and Feiqian Fengbao for their support. Chapter 111. To cover one's tracks. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. To cover one's tracks with a lottery chance at hand, Mo Jingchun couldn't calm down to read. No second thoughts, Mo Jingchun picked up Candy, who was watching Peppa Pig on the sofa, and ran to the dorm. Even after reaching the company entrance, the little one was still in a daze, not yet come to her senses. What just happened? Where's Guogua? After jogging back to the dorm, Mo Jingchun put down Candy and started washing his hands with soap. Last time he drew something useless, Mo Jingchun always thought it was because his hands weren't clean. Otherwise, how could he have drawn a piece of junk that the system scavenged from the trash? Who announces they're going to cry in advance like that? Seeing the eager eyes of the little one, Mo Jingchun begrudgingly placed the basin on the floor. The little one earnestly nodded her small head, indicating she was very satisfied with Mo Jingchun's service. In the bedroom, Mo Jingchun, feeling extremely excited, was just about to start the lottery when he suddenly thought of something and brought Candy from the bed into his arms, holding her little hand. The myriad of prizes almost made Mo Jingchun drool. Look at that. A small family tourist spaceship from a level 9 civilization. You can bet it's not just any ordinary thing. This was the highest level prize Mo Jingchun had ever seen on the wheel so far. However, hitting it was impossible, and under Mo Jingchun's anxious heart, the pointer finally stopped. Looking at the prize, Mo Jingchun's eyes widened, and his heart, the size of a fist, pounded wildly. Mo Jingchun casually picked up an apple from the bedside table, took a big bite regardless of whether it was washed. Looking at the adorable Candy in his arms, Mo Jingchun kissed her with a smile, realizing that this was the right way to use the lottery. Candy was indeed his lucky star, a targeted drug for leukemia. Although there are targeted drugs for leukemia on the market, they only target specific types of leukemia, and while effective, they are not ideal. Generally, hematopoietic stem cell transplantation is the most widely used treatment, but matching suitable bone marrow is not easy. Even if you match suitable bone marrow with significant medical expenses, the cure rate is only 40% to 60%, with a possibility of relapse. For ordinary families, one person's illness could bankrupt the whole family, and ultimately they might end up with nothing. Brother, Guogua wants to drink milk. Candy puffed her little cheeks, calling out repeatedly when her brother didn't respond for a long time. Candy sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her short legs while watching her brother's back. At night, after Candy fell asleep, Mo Jingchun claimed his prize. A stream of information flowed into his mind, making Mo Jingchun, lying on the bed, raise his eyebrows. A minute later, in the night, Mo Jingchun opened his eyes. The manufacturing process and formula for the targeted drug for leukemia were more complex than expected. Without the matching technological processes, mass production might not even be possible. In the darkness, No one saw Mo Jingchuan's mix of happiness with a wry smile. The thing is a good thing, beneficial to the country and the people. Used well, it could be a protective charm for Mo Jingchun and Candy. But this is quite a leap across fields. Not just unrelated, but totally unrelated. To bring out the targeted drug for leukemia, you need some professional knowledge, at least enough to make it seem legitimate to others. What is this? Win a lottery, then minor in medicine and pharmaceuticals? Meow. The system is consistently tricky, as usual. On Saturday, with no one else in the office, Li Na, who finally had some free time, watched a drama in the office. Tears involuntarily flowed down Li Na's face as she watched the male lead being misunderstood and breaking up with the female lead. It's so frustrating. Just then, there was a knock on the closed office door. Knock, knock, knock. Li Na quickly wiped her tears, closed the tablet computer, and after ensuring no traces were left, she got up to open the door. After a long time with no one opening the door, Mo Jingchun thought his counselor wasn't in the office, and just as he was about to call to ask where she was, the door opened. Li Na looked at Mo Jingchun from head to toe, finally resting her gaze on Candy in Mo Jingchun's arms. Mo Jingchun awkwardly smiled, wondering how it could be so exaggerated. In the office, as soon as she sat down, Li Na jumped up, shocked by Mo Jingchun's words. Are you kidding me? How long is a long time? Li Na, not believing her ears, dug at them as if she hadn't heard clearly. Montak Yingchun. Just as Mo Jingchun was about to take Candy and come back next week, Li Na called out to him again. I heard your company is moving out of Jing City. Isn't it doing well? In the next moment, Mo Jingchun realized it must have been Su Wenyin who said it. Chapter 112. When you think the child is asleep. Chapter 112. Chapter 112. When you think the child is asleep on the way back to the apartment building from the counselor's office, Mo Jingchuan's face carried a hint of melancholy, while the adorable Candy was smiling happily. Good, going out and receiving a big snack pack. Mo Jingchun helped to carry it, but that wasn't acceptable to the little one, who insisted on carrying it herself. This little one was so clever, knowing that once the snacks got to her sibling, they'd be hidden away. Candy, humph carrot, Guo won't be fooled. As they reached the entrance of the apartment building, Mo Jingchun suddenly stopped, and Candy looked up at her brother's big face with a puzzled expression. Why did he stop when they were walking just fine? Guo was still planning to go back and have a good meal. The next moment, Mo Jingchun turned around and walked out again. Hearing the word library, the little one's expression was like this. For the little one, libraries aren't fun at all, and every time she goes, talking is not allowed. In the little one's mind, there's no place more boring than a library, however. Luckily, the time spent there is never long, otherwise, the little one wouldn't be willing to go at all. With a look of astonishment from the librarian lady, Mo Jingchun borrowed 5 books related to medical knowledge in one go. The obvious feature of bringing a little kid along to borrow books was naturally recognizable to the librarian lady. That was exactly why the librarian lady was surprised. The books borrowed before were all related to computers. So how did the theme change all of a sudden? After scanning and registering all the books, the librarian handed the 5 medical books to Mo Jingchun. Back at the dormitory, Mo Jingchun casually placed the books on the computer desk. Candy wriggled in Mo Jingchun's arms, desperately trying to get down. But the small hands gripping the convenience bag revealed the little one's true thoughts. Once on the ground, Candy was completely set free, and as soon as Mo Jingchun left the bedroom, she started wandering around the room. Her little eyes were filled with worry. In the living room, Mo Jingchun secretly observed through the gap in the bedroom door. This little rascal wanted to trick her brother. A little smarty indeed. Luckily, Candy, while hiding snacks, didn't notice her brother peeking. Otherwise, she might have been so frustrated that she'd burst into tears. Watching Candy finish hiding, Mo Jingchun tiptoed to the living room sofa, pretending to be reading a book. Soon, just as Mo Jingchun had anticipated, the little one peeked tiger-headedly from the doorway at Mo Jingchun, who pretended to be reading on the sofa. Seeing her brother reading, the little one went back to the bedroom, with smiling eyes and started playing with her toys. The little one didn't notice that the corners of Mo Jingchuan's mouth also slightly lifted while reading on the sofa. The next moment, hearing the noise from the bedroom, Mo Jingchun settled down and began to read seriously. To be honest, the reading habit formed over the past period had greatly benefited Mo Jingchun. For the first time engaging with medical books, although there were many parts he couldn't understand, it didn't stop Mo Jingchun from gleaning knowledge from books. There's a house of gold in books. There's a beauty in books. Reading a lot of books can indeed earn money. With a persona set, is there any worry about not making money from leukemia-exclusive target drugs? Impossible. Actually not certain. Meanwhile, in Hua County's hometown of Mo Jingchun, Su Wenyin, yawning, had just stepped off the bus, and someone had already gotten the news. Leader, great news. Upon receiving the news, Sun Feng, typically mature and composed, rushed directly from his office to the county mayor's office. A few minutes later, 2 cars drove out of the courtyard, heading straight for the picturesque land by the Fei River. However, instead of doing a field inspection right away, Su Wenyin went directly to a local restaurant for a big meal. After getting full and satisfied, Su Wenyin hailed a cab to head to the destination. Getting off the car, Su Wenyin took a deep breath of the air. Looking at the bamboo forests across the river, no wonder the air here was so good. Only without the smog, the sun shone directly on the skin, making Su Wenyin a bit uncomfortable. Just as Su Wenyin was grumbling in her mind, she heard someone calling her from behind. "Hello, are you Ms.?" The happenings with Su Wenyin in the county are naturally unknown to Mo Jingchun in Jing City. In Mo Jingchun's view, after traveling overnight, Su Wenyin should be catching up on sleep during the day. As for the night, she would certainly stroll around outside the hotel. Evidence proved that Su Wenyin never played by the rules. At night, looking at a pile of documents in front of her, Su Wenyin felt a bit confused. Just a plot of land. Did there really need to be so many documents? And what's with this soil testing report? Candy Technology wasn't planning to farm the land. What Su Wenyin didn't know was that with Hua County's current stage of development, there were only 2 groups in total. If Candy Technology settled in Hua County, it wouldn't take long for it to become the 3rd group in Hua County under current development trends. What's more important is that once Candy Technology starts hiring a large number of technical developers, it would mean indirectly attracting talents from outside the county. In the bedroom, Mo Jingchun, wearing pajamas and reading a book, checked the time and realized it was already 10 o'clock. Looking at the bed again, the little one was already asleep in the bedspread. Yawning, Mo Jingchun carefully climbed into bed, afraid to wake the little one. Lying on the bed, with the little one still in deep sleep, Mo Jingchun relaxed, took out his phone to check short videos. In the darkness, the phone screen was the only light source. A few minutes later, just as Mo Jingchun was engrossed in watching, he didn't notice that Candy, who had been asleep, was already awake. Seeing the light, the little one rubbed her eyes, then sat up to watch short videos with Mo Jingchun, just watching without making a sound. Under the illumination of the screen light, the dark bedroom had 2 faces, one big and one small, clearly visible. At this moment, Mo Jingchun came across a funny short video, couldn't help but chuckle. The next second, Mo Jingchun held back his laughter, afraid of waking up the little one with a loud laugh. Just as Mo Jingchun turned back to check on the baby, he almost had a heart attack. Turning back, a face appeared close by, nearly giving Mo Jingchun a sudden heart attack on the spot. The carefree Candy actually let out a silly laugh. With those big, bright eyes, wide like Gong's PS. Thanks to trying to come up with a nickname is really hard, and Juffsuff for the tip support. It's the end of the month. Everyone, please vote for recommendations. Monthly votes. Chapter 113. The Tracking Hair Clip. Chapter 113. Chapter 113. The tracking hair clip. Candy, who was watching intently, looked at Bro putting down the phone, her tiny eyebrows almost knitted together. Mo Jingchun thought, watch what? Your brother here was almost scared out of his wits by you, little thing. Who's in a mood to keep scrolling through short videos? Montak Yingchun. Woke up hungry and wanted milk, but didn't say a word. Scare the hell out of me. In the middle of the night, it made my skin crawl. With the bottle in her hand, Candy sat on the bed, making eye contact with Mo Jingchun. The little one still wanted Mo Jingchun to continue watching short videos, but Mo Jingchun was only thinking about Candy finishing her milk and going back to sleep. After finishing her milk, the little one shook the bottle resentfully, feeling like there was less and less milk these days. Oh, reluctantly, Candy handed the bottle back to Mo Jingchun and crawled back into the covers. Returning after cleaning the bottle, Mo Jingchun saw Candy with her eyes still open on the bed, put away the phone, and directly turned off the lights to sleep. Mo Jingchun didn't want to talk anymore. If it went on like this, they wouldn't be sleeping at all tonight. This little question machine of a kid could ask questions forever. Carrot. Someone didn't sleep at night and couldn't get up in the morning. While washing their face, almost fell face first into the basin. On the way to class, the little one directly fell asleep in Mo Jingchun's arms. Hey, Mo Jingchun, what's up with Candy? Montak Yingchun. Harsh, bro. The whole morning, Candy slept like a log. The noise during breaks and the bell didn't wake the sleeping Candy. It wasn't until the last class when the little one lying in Mo Jingchun's arms yawned and opened her eyes. Feeling the movement in his arms, Mo Jingchun looked down. Seeing Candy awake, Mo Jingchun sat her on his lap and took a tangerine from the little one's bag, giving it to the still groggy Candy. The little one looked at the tangerine in her hand, but didn't feel like eating. Instead, she leaned her head on Mo Jingchun's chest quietly. When class was over at noon, Candy had no energy even when teased by the girls. It wasn't until after lunch that the little one was full of energy again, running back and forth between the bedroom and living room. As soon as Mo Jingchun stood up, the little one laughed and ran away, only to run back when Mo Jingchun didn't follow. Faced with the little one's provocation, the quick Mo Jingchun grabbed Candy with one hand and hugged her tightly. Caught and giggling, Candy couldn't stop laughing. On the computer desk, there were dozens of hairpins of different styles. Though all different styles, they all had the same function, a locator feature that sends positioning signals at fixed intervals. Of course, this isn't what Mo Jingchun wanted. He wanted to transplant the locator function onto regular hairpins. This way, people wouldn't pay attention to ordinary little hairpins on the head. Even though Candy is almost always with him, it's nearly impossible for her to get lost. But things like this are unpredictable. Having an extra hairpin means an extra layer of safety. Why not? After attaching the electronics, Mo Jingchun fixed the hairpin on Candy, and it looked quite nice. The little one nodded at the mirror. Mo Jingchun smiled and ruffled Candy's little head. On the other side, Su Wenyin, exhausted from 2 days of work, lay on the bed resting her eyes. 2 days was enough for Su Wenyin to get a certain understanding of this small county town. The town isn't big, but the county is vast. Most areas were forests, a nature reserve, and because of this, the surrounding air was especially good. Hardly any smog except around the Spring Festival. The environment was truly good, but the drawbacks were also obvious. With less than 300,000 people in the entire county, there were very few high-tech companies, mostly tiny ones. Meanwhile, agricultural product companies were aplenty. As for the lifestyle in the town, Su Wenyin summed it up in 6 words. Most common people's income was generally low. Not to mention, compared to Jing City, even compared to Luzhou, the income was still very low. Regarding employees' social security, most people lacked much awareness. In contrast, people cared more about their urban social security contributions. In terms of consumption, relatively speaking, it was very high, since they couldn't be setting wages based on county standards for tech developers. Overall, choosing the company location here wasn't too bad, but the final decision was up to the boss. The only good news for Su Wenyin was that finally she could go back tomorrow. The next morning, a county car took Su Wenyin to the city's high-speed rail station. As the county head said, if Candy Technology settles into a county, by then the county's high-speed rail station would also be completed, making travel very convenient. Tasting a cheese stick for the first time, Candy's little eyes went wide. The little one reluctantly put the cheese stick in her hand into Mo Jingchun's mouth. Mo Jingchun ate the whole cheese stick in one bite. Please support with recommendation votes, monthly votes, la la la. Chapter 114, Groundbreaking. Chapter 114, Groundbreaking. Regarding the update note, it's almost the Lunar New Year, and I'm quite busy. Previously, Mo Jingchun had never eaten a cheese stick. After trying one, he suddenly felt he had missed out on so much. So it turns out, cheese sticks are this delicious. Soft with a slight tanginess, it feels like gently kissing a newborn baby, fresh and not greasy. In short, he wanted to eat another cheese stick. Candy, can brother have another? The little guy was shocked by Mo Jingchun's words, as if asking Candy for a cheese stick was like snatching a milk bottle from her. Though very reluctant, the little guy still pitifully took out a cheese stick from the bag and handed it to Mo Jingchun. So, there they were, a big one and a small one sitting on the bed, half-closed eyes, enjoying the cheese sticks. The two looked as if they were cast from the same mold. On Wednesday evening, in Mo Jingchun's office, Su Wenyan looked utterly exhausted, sitting there dozing off. Candy sat on the sofa, watching cartoons on Mo Jingchun's phone, while Mo Jingchun was seriously reviewing the materials Su Wenyan had brought back. After going through all the materials, Mo Jingchun had a general idea. As salary and benefits, there was no need to worry too much about not finding professionals. Looking at the drowsy Su Wenyan, Mo Jingchun felt a bit embarrassed. Don't think business trips are all freedom and fun. Most of the time, they're physically and mentally exhausting, especially since this was Su Wenyan's second consecutive trip without a break. Ahem, Mo Jingchun coughed lightly twice, but Su Wenyan didn't react. Helplessly, Mo Jingchun had to cough twice more, this time much louder. Su Wenyan yawned continuously. I've finished reading the materials. You did a great job. Let's go with this piece of land. As for you, you've worked hard this past month. Go home and rest well for 2 days before returning to work. All right, boss, I'll head out then. Shortly after Su Wenyan left, Su Pengfei came over. After explaining the company's building construction to him, Mo Jingchun left with Candy. Mo Jingchun hadn't forgotten his promise to Candy last night, so he went to the supermarket to buy another bag of cheese sticks. Mo Jingchun found it amusing. If the little guy's arms were any longer, he would want to buy even more. While he cherished the little guy, Mo Jingchun wouldn't really indulge Candy's wish to buy that many. No way. Initially excited, Candy's little head drooped immediately after hearing this from Mo Jingchun. In the end, Mo Jingchun bought 2 bags, telling Candy that the other bag was for brother himself. Time always slips away unnoticed. As the final exams approached, Li Xuanyu managed to lead a college-organized team to win second place in the National Internet Plus competition. The first place, however, was taken by students from Shuimu University next door. In the field of computing, undoubtedly, Shuimu University surpasses Jing University, which is an undeniable fact. Mo Jingchun only paid slight attention to these events, without taking them to heart. What concerned him the most was that all the paperwork for the new company site had been completed, and a date was set for groundbreaking. Another thing bringing joy to Mo Jingchun was that, after much persuasion, Advisor Na finally helped him settle the paperwork for his minor program. Heading to Gaoyang City by high-speed train, Su Pengfei bought 3 business-class tickets directly. Mo Jingchun took Candy, occupying 1 seat, while Su Wenyan and Su Pengfei each occupied 1. In a cabin with only 5 business-class seats, Mo Jingchun's group filled 3. As for the other 2, it seemed they weren't sold, as no one claimed them. People wearing hard hats stood in a desolate green field overrun by weeds. Mo Jingchun was among them, standing right in the center of the gathering. Candy, in Mo Jingchun's arms, clutched a big red flower, her little face full of joy. At the moment of cutting the ribbon, Mo Jingchun held the little guy's tiny hand, and together they cut it. This moment was captured forever by the camera. At noon, after the local authorities treated them to a meal, Mo Jingchun didn't linger in the county, but caught the last high-speed train back to Jing City, the group returning together. When they got back to Jing City, it was already dark. Below the apartment building, back from the county, Mo Jingchun said to Su Pengfei, "Su Pengfei, tomorrow ask the office staff if anyone's willing to be stationed on-site at the company's new location." Looking at Candy, wrapped in a coat and already asleep in his arms, Mo Jingchun said to Su Pengfei, "All right then, you should go rest too. Let me know tomorrow after you get a result." Back at the dormitory, after cooking, Mo Jingchun woke up the sleeping Candy. The little guy turned over, ignoring Mo Jingchun, and continued sleeping. After calling for a long time, she finally opened her eyes groggily. Looking at the familiar bedroom, she seemed a bit confused, not immediately realizing how she was back after just a nap. No way. After eating and drinking to her fill, the little guy wasn't sleepy anymore and started creating chaos in the room. Despite being tattered, Mo Jingchun intended to throw away the cactus each time, but Candy was unwilling, insisting on keeping it. Watching Candy play energetically and adorably on the carpet with her toys, Mo Jingchun found himself in a trance, not even knowing what he was thinking at that moment. Or perhaps, in those moments, Mo Jingchun's mind was simply blank. Chapter 115. Candy is sick. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. Candy is sick. Ring, ring, ring. As soon as class ended, Li Xuanyu hurried over to Mo Jingchun with a drowsy Candy in her arms and a panicked expression. Mo Jingchun, who was reading a book, was immediately startled. Seeing Candy drowsy in Li Xuanyu's arms, Mo Jingchun became even more anxious. Mo Jingchun placed one hand on Candy's forehead and the other on his own, and with this comparison, he was 100% certain that Candy had a fever. How could this happen? She was still energetic when she got to class this morning. Without saying a word, Mo Jingchun packed up the items on the table and put them into his backpack. Without waiting for Li Xuanyu to speak, Mo Jingchun had already dashed out of the classroom with Candy. "Brother!" Mo Jingchun ran swiftly across the campus, comforting the little one. Usually, it took over 10 minutes to get from the classroom to the gate, but this time, Mo Jingchun did it in less than 5 minutes. He hailed a taxi outside the school gate and headed straight for the hospital. Mo Jingchun had considered going to the school infirmary, but dismissed the thought as soon as it crossed his mind. Going straight to a major hospital was the safest option. At the hospital's reception desk, a nurse touched Candy's forehead and immediately made a preliminary judgment. "The temperature is rising recently, so children can easily catch colds." Mo Jingchun took the nurse's casual advice to heart. After registering for the clinic, Mo Jingchun followed the signs, took the escalator, and went straight to the 3rd floor. The hospital was crowded, even more so than supermarkets on weekends. Just taking an escalator was like squeezing through a subway transfer station. Saying that, Wang Yanjun skillfully took an ice patch from behind and placed it on the little one's forehead. "I suggest physical cooling." While writing the medical record on the computer, Wang Yanjun said to Mo Jingchun, "It's best to buy a thermometer from the pharmacy and regularly check the baby's temperature." Following the doctor's instructions after getting the ice patches, Mo Jingchun bought a thermometer at the pharmacy and gave Candy a warm bath when they returned to the dormitory. Surprisingly, it worked remarkably well. After lying down for a while, the little one felt much better. In the kitchen, as Mo Jingchun was preparing milk for Candy, his phone rang. When he took out his phone, he saw it was the counselor calling. It seemed class monitor Yang Xiaoyu had already contacted the counselor to excuse his absence. The voice of the counselor came through as soon as the call connected. "Right, single quotation mark. All right then, you take care of Candy this afternoon and go to class tomorrow." On the bed, Candy, who had finished her milk and wrapped in the quilt, fell asleep within 3 minutes of getting back under the covers. Once the little one was asleep, throughout the afternoon, Mo Jingchun checked her temperature every half hour. By a little past 4 in the afternoon, her temperature finally dropped, and even her complexion returned to normal. It wasn't until 8:11 p.m. that Candy, after sleeping for half the day, woke up and opened her eyes. Beside the bed, Mo Jingchun had fallen asleep on a chair, still wearing his clothes. The little one rubbed her eyes and tilted her head to peer at Mo Jingchun sleeping. Touching her flat little stomach, Candy looked at the sleeping Mo Jingchun and called out directly, "Brother, brother!" Mo Jingchun, aroused by the call, only felt sore all over, but he still got up immediately and sat by the bed. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingchun immediately got up to the kitchen to make a bottle of milk. Nodding the little head with an ice patch still on her forehead, Candy gulped down the milk from the bottle. After drinking the milk and eating half a bowl of rice, Candy was full of energy. Lying on the bed, the little one squeezed in, holding Mo Jingchun's arm and sleeping horizontally on the bed. Only then did Mo Jingchun have time to check his phone, discovering that Su Pengfei had sent him a message shortly after 7 p.m. The personnel stationed in the county had been decided, and it was Li Wanning, the clerk who joined from the supermarket initially. According to Su Pengfei, the company will reimburse reasonable expenses for rent and utilities for the station personnel with an additional monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan until the end of the project. On-site work can avoid exposure to the elements. A monthly allowance of 1,000 doesn't seem much. No problem. Follow your standards. Daily project reports are up to you. After typing the message, Mo Jingchun sent it. It wasn't long before Su Pengfei replied. After setting his phone down, Mo Jingchun and Candy both fell asleep in no time. In the morning, the little one woke up early, and once awake, the little one couldn't stay still, crawling in and out of the covers. Afraid that Mo Jingchun, still asleep, wouldn't wake up, Candy successfully woke Mo Jingchun, and seeing the dawning light outside, he pulled Candy into his arms with one hand and continued to sleep with his eyes closed. Chapter 116. Guogua, is Guogua ugly? Chapter 116. Chapter 116. Guogua, is Guogua ugly? Candy struggled a few times but couldn't break free from Mo Jingchun's big hands. The little one hummed twice, stopped struggling, and directly lay on Mo Jingchun's chest to sleep. Not really sleeping, just quietly listening to the rhythmic heartbeat of Mo Jingchun with eyes closed. Thump, 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 if not careful. The little one's drool would fall onto Mo Jingchun's chest. It wasn't until the alarm clock rang that Mo Jingchun put the little one down. From under the covers, Candy's head popped out, and she swiftly crawled out. Mo Jingchun helped the little one get dressed and casually picked up a thermometer to take her temperature. Seeing the normal temperature on the thermometer, Mo Jingchun felt much happier. After breakfast, Mo Jingchun leisurely carried Candy to the classroom. As soon as they reached the classroom, Li Xuanyu, who was originally sitting at her desk, was the first to come running over. Yesterday, Candy had a fever and was drowsy, which really scared Li Xuanyu. Hearing someone calling, Candy popped her head out of Mo Jingchun's coat, her big eyes blinking repeatedly at Li Xuanyu. Seeing that Li Xuanyu wasn't holding any treats, Candy shrank her little head back in. Seeing the little one was okay, Li Xuanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, others also gathered around. Almost everyone saw how Mo Jingchun rushed off yesterday. Candy looked at the crowd surrounding her, feeling puzzled. "Candy, what's going on here?" A bunch of bad guys insisting on pinching Guogua's little cheeks, making Guogua mad. Facing all those big hands, Candy frowned, flailing her little hands, yet couldn't avoid the fate of having her cheeks pinched. Resigned to reality, Candy looked utterly hopeless. At the sound of the class bell, the little one's eyes lit up instantly. The once annoying sound was now so delightful and wonderful. For the whole day, Candy spent most of her time on Mo Jingchun's lap, and unknowingly, she finished all the snacks in her little crossbody bag. Candy opened the now empty little crossbody bag and looked up at Mo Jingchun with longing eyes. "Brother, it's all gone." Candy nodded vigorously. Hum. After class in the afternoon, Mo Jingchun took Candy back to the dormitory, refilled her little crossbody bag with snacks, and then headed back to the company. To employees' greetings, Mo Jingshun nodded with a smile. It felt quite cliched, but genuinely enjoyable. Sometimes, a man's happiness is just so simple. Passing by Li Wanning's desk, Mo Jingshun tapped on her desk. Li Wanning stood up and followed Mo Jingshun silently. No guesses were needed. Li Wanning knew it would be about the assignment to Hua County. In fact, Mo Jingshun was looking for Li Wanning about the on-site supervision task. Yes, I'm used to it. I'm not here to discuss much, just the matter of your on-site supervision in Hua County. On construction sites, the quality of the project is crucial. I don't want the buildings I funded to become hazardous after a few years, with problems arising everywhere. After Li Wanning left, Mo Jingshun reviewed the documents on his desk. If Li Wanning went on-site and merely reported progress mechanically without any initiative, Mo Jingshun wouldn't say much, but would be somewhat disappointed. To ensure quality, Mo Jingshun would definitely have a third-party supervisor step in, but would avoid it unless absolutely necessary. Those who know. In the evening, after dinner, Mo Jingshun surprisingly didn't read or code. Mo Jingshun realized that rewriting everything on his own could take eternity. With nice weather, Mo Jingshun took Candy for a stroll to the school sports field. The sports field was crowded, with people running, walking, gathered in groups chatting, and some singing with speakers. Brought to the running track for the first time, Candy's little mouth hung open in amazement. Soon enough, Candy was joyfully running around the vast soccer field. Following behind Candy, Mo Jingshun would stop her every time she was about to run onto the plastic track. With so many people running on the plastic track, a small figure like Candy could easily go unnoticed with dire consequences. Brother, come and catch me, hee winky face. Each time Mo Jingshun caught her, Candy would giggle heartily and struggle mightily. On the sports field, kids Candy's age were rare. With her inherent charm, Candy's joyful laughter captured the surrounding students' attention even more. Exhausted, Candy clung to Mo Jingshun's leg, panting heavily. Mo Jingshun wasn't much better off. Don't assume running after short little legs is easy. After taking deep breaths to adjust his breathing, Mo Jingshun sat down on the ground, hugging Candy in his arms. Just then, Candy looked up at Mo Jingshun seriously and asked, "You're very cute." The little one raised her eyebrow in confusion. Montak Yingchun. My dear Candy, are you trying to hurt your brother's feelings? Mo Jingshun was made insecure by Candy's question, so he took out his phone, checking his unfiltered self in the camera, thinking he looked quite handsome. Chapter 117. Gidge, what is a mama? Chapter 117. Chapter 117. Gidge, what is a mama? The little one hesitated, her small face full of indecision. Finally, like an adult, she sighed softly and comforted Mo Jingshun. For a moment, Mo Jingshun couldn't argue with Guogua's logic. A couple strolling past Mo Jingshun and Guogua happened to overhear their conversation and laughed heartily. Mo Jingshun felt so embarrassed that he picked up Guogua and quickly ran away. Probably tired from playing on the sports field, after a bath, Guogua climbed into bed. Normally, she would play for another hour or two, but today, as soon as she got into bed, she fell asleep quickly. Anyway, when Mo Jingshun came back from a shower, he saw the little one already curled up and asleep under the covers. Looking at the sleeping Guogua, Mo Jingshun decided that he would take Guogua out for walks more often when he had the time. It's good for her to run around more, and exposing her to the outside environment will prevent her from becoming too introverted when she grows up. At night, Mo Jingshun also felt a bit tired. Lying on bed, he played on his phone for a while, but then drowsiness quickly overtook him. After putting down his phone, Mo Jingshun quickly fell asleep. The next day, the weather changed suddenly. The forecast clearly said it would be sunny, but around 10 in the morning, a heavy rain began to pour. In the classroom, Mo Jingshun and his classmates watched the heavy rain outside, occasionally accompanied by claps of thunder. Mo Jingshun wasn't worried. Whether it rained or not, he always brought an umbrella. Most students did the same, habitually keeping an umbrella in the small mesh pouch of their backpacks. However, many of the girls didn't look very happy. The girls who dried their quilts outside were really let down by the weather forecast this time. With this heavy rain, cotton quilts would be ruined for sure. When a lunch break came, Mo Jing-chun saw the girls rushing out, disappearing from sight. Running back to the dormitory, Dang Lon Lon found her pant legs soaked and her sneakers even more so. When the anxious Dang Lon Lon reached the place where the quilts were usually dried, she was astonished to see that there wasn't a single quilt left, just bare spots. Huh. The door manager lady's words made Dang Lon Lon feel like her world had suddenly brightened up. Oh, you girls, not paying attention to the weather forecast. Come here, we brought all the quilts back inside. Dang Lon Lon really wanted to say that she dried her quilt because she checked the weather forecast and it was misleading. As for the boys, it was already rare if 10 out of the whole building hung their quilts out. Of course, Dang Lon Lon didn't dare say this out loud to the door manager. The boys frequently called her mom, making her very happy, so saying anything bad about the boys in front of her would only bring trouble. After Dang Lon Lon and her roommates found their quilts, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was just a false alarm. Otherwise, they would have had to go to the supermarket to buy new quilts. However, not all students were as lucky as Dang Lon Lon and her friends. At many dorms, there were too many quilts drying, and the sudden heavy rain caught everyone off guard. Even though the dorm managers rushed to collect the quilts, many students' quilts still got soaked. All of a sudden, the supermarket witnessed a booming business. To everyone at Jing University, the rain probably made the supermarket owner the happiest person, smiling from ear to ear, even wishing for more such downpours. The rain kept falling, showing no sign of stopping by evening, although it was much lighter compared to when it first started in the morning. Feeling a bit chilled, Mo Jing-chun took out the foot basin, deciding that he wouldn't take a bath, just soaking his feet would do. In the living room, Guogwa sat on a small stool, her little feet resting on Mo Jing-chun's big feet, reluctant to dip her toes into the foot basin. Mo Jing-chun found the water temperature quite comfortable, but for tender-skinned Guogwa, it was a bit too hot. As Mo Jing-chun enjoyed the comfort of soaking his feet, Guogwa covered her nose and said in her childish voice, "Big brother, your feet are stinky, though not really stinky. There was indeed a smell." Since his shoes got wet, Mo Jing-chun changed his shoes, but not his socks, and after a whole day, there was definitely an odor. Mo Jing-chun glanced at Guogwa without saying anything. When the water temperature seemed right, Mo Jing-chun bent down and put Guogwa's little feet into the warm water. Guogwa, as Mo Jing-chun helped Guogwa wash her feet, he laughed and asked, "Guogwa loves her brother, Guogwa won't despise him." Mo Jing-chun bent over, head lowered, his heart filled with joy. After Guogwa finished speaking, she innocently asked, then, Guogwa's unintentional question felt like a hammer to the chest, leaving Mo Jing-chun breathless for a moment. His hands paused momentarily as he washed Guogwa's feet. Guogwa didn't notice that there were a few extra drops of tears mixed in with the foot water. In the little one's mind, the concept of mom was still very vague. Chapter 118. Finished Leukemia Targeted Therapy Drug. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. Finished Leukemia Targeted Therapy Drug. Mo Jing-chun held Candy from the little stool into his arms, wiped her feet with a towel, and said gently, "At night, Candy, who originally slept on one side, woke up in the middle of the night and climbed onto Mo Jing-chun's chest, then continued to sleep soundly." For Candy, sleeping on Guogwa's chest was so soft and warm. It was incredibly comfortable. In the living room, Candy sat at her small dining table, using a little spoon to drink porridge by herself. The little one had some left in the bowl after eating her fill. Seeing this, Mo Jing-chun, who was holding the bowl beside Candy, said to the little one. Candy patted her little belly, shaking her little head. Looking at Candy's little belly, Mo Jing-chun had no choice but to pour the remaining porridge from Candy's bowl into his own. Mo Jing-chun was already used to eating Candy's leftovers. It was Saturday, no classes to attend, so Mo Jing-chun and Candy didn't get up too early. After breakfast, Mo Jingchun hugged the well-fed Candy and slowly walked to the company. Su Pengfei entered the boss's office, closing the door casually behind him. Mo Jingchun handed a handwritten A4 paper to Su Pengfei and said, "Please procure the experimental equipment listed here as soon as possible. Also, look around the vicinity of the company to see if there are any spare offices for rent. I've listed some commonly used laboratory equipment. They shouldn't be hard to procure." Su Pengfei looked at the list of laboratory equipment, such as beakers, somewhat puzzled. Mo Jingchun shook his head and said to Su Pengfei, "I have some ideas. I won't know until I try them." Su Pengfei nodded, "Understood, boss." A week later, less than half a month before the end of the second semester of the first year, Mo Jingchun had Su Wenyin watch Candy outside the laboratory while he followed the leukemia special targeted drug formula step by step inside the lab. After several busy days, he finally reached the extraction stage, a step that couldn't be rushed. Mo Jingchun had been waiting by the equipment for over 4 hours. Fortunately, this week was review week, so students could review and prepare for exams in their dorms instead of attending classes. If not, Mo Jingchun wouldn't have had time to watch over this thing. As for having Su Wenyin or Su Pengfei watch it, to be honest, Mo Jingchun wasn't reassured. After all, a single operational mistake would render all previous efforts wasted. Dinner was brought back from outside by Su Wenyin. The little one wasn't interested in playing with Su Wenyin and insisted on staying with Mo Jingchun. Helplessly, Mo Jingchun found a small stool for Candy, let her watch cartoons in the laboratory, and instructed her not to run around. The extraction continued until after 8 p.m., when Mo Jingchun finally obtained a 100-milliliter bottle of colorless liquid. He had spent tens of thousands and a lot of time just for this little bit of solution in hand. After placing the glass bottle in a professional refrigeration cabinet, Mo Jingchun took Candy home to sleep. The next day, Mo Jingchun rarely had the chance to sleep in. After having brunch with Candy, he picked up his phone, found Qin Yuju's number, and called her. From the beginning, Mo Jingchun planned to use the finished product to have Qin Yuju find a way to experiment with it. It's not feasible for Mo Jingchun to go to the hospital, find a leukemia patient, and tell their family, "I have a special targeted drug for treating leukemia," right? Saying such a thing wouldn't just be unbelievable. He'd likely get beaten. The mood of a patient's family is already low. Having a madman show up out of nowhere claiming they have a cure wouldn't be well received by anyone. Even if, on the off chance, someone is desperate enough to try, Mo Jingchun wouldn't dare take that risk. Mo Jingchun jokingly thought he might be craving the confined life with meals and accommodation included. "Hey, my little brother, what made you decide to call your sister?" Mo Jingchun was too lazy to argue with Qin Yuju, so he said directly, "Want it or not?" Of course, throwing it in the trash was out of the question. If this path was unavailable, Mo Jingchun would naturally have to find another one. "I want it. Of course I want it." After hanging up the phone, Mo Jingchun scratched his ear, doubting whether he'd heard wrong. This strong woman Qin Yuju seemed to have said she would rush over. Mo Jingchun underestimated his importance in Qin Yuju's circle. Before Mo Jingchun and Candy could leave, Qin Yuju hurried over with 2 men. About 20 minutes later, Qin Yuju looked at the water in the glass bottle and felt somewhat disappointed. She thought Mo Jingchun had come up with another groundbreaking new algorithm. But this was it? This was it. If Mo Jingchun hadn't retrieved it from the refrigerator, Qin Yuju might have thought it was tap water. Feeling a bit crestfallen, Qin Yuju turned to Mo Jingchun, who was holding Candy, and asked, "What is this thing? How could it be?" Not just Qin Yuju. Even the 2 men who came with her were stunned by Mo Jingchun's statement. "Little brother, don't tease me." P.S. Thanks to Shanghai Sangtian, Ferocious Man Xiaoxua, Zero, Shurqian Shadow, and Death Lord 1 for their support. Tisa, Nejma to Nejma. Chapter 119. Astonishing Effects of the Medicine. Chapter 119. Chapter 119. Astonishing Effects of the Medicine. For a moment, Qin Yuju was amused by Mo Jingchun. Seriously? Is there any drink I can't afford? The problem is, who dares to drink this unknown stuff? Unless they want a quick meeting with King Yama. Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow and said, theoretically, it can. To be honest, even Mo Jingchun wasn't sure if the targeted therapy for leukemia would work. After all, he couldn't guarantee there were no mistakes in the manufacturing process or environmental factors at play. Looking at the glass bottle, Qin Yuzhu furrowed her brows since her institute didn't specialize in biological or chemical research. To take it back, she'd have to seek help from other research institutes. How about this? I'll take this back, hand it over to the experts for testing, and in return, we'll call off your previous promise. Don't think I'm trying to swindle you. Our institute mainly focuses on machinery and artificial intelligence. With Qin Yuzhu's explanation, Mo Jingchun started to understand. After all, interpersonal relationships are valued in our culture. Luckily, he hadn't redeemed that promise earlier. Otherwise, would Qin Yuzhu still lend a hand? Of course, whether Qin Yuzhu is trying to retract the promise, Mo Jingchun wasn't sure. That's not an issue. You know what they say, being debt-free feels light as a feather. This feeling is simply refreshing. Since Mo Jingchun had never mentioned any conditions, was he waiting for the new year? Initially, Qin Yuzhu thought Mo Jingchun wanted her to use the promise to exchange for land, but to her surprise, he had no interest in Luzhou and insisted on heading to a small town. Qin Yuzhu signaled the soldier to hold the glass bottle, squared her shoulders, and once again wore the smile she had when she arrived. Watching the soldier casually holding the bottle, Mo Jingchun hesitated to speak until Qin Yuzhu and her team got into the car. Then he heaved a deep sigh. Hopefully, the glass bottle doesn't get bumped and shattered on the way. But why did you sigh then? With that, the little one mimicked the deep sigh Mo Jingchun just made. Her expression was a perfect imitation. Sitting in the car, Qin Yuzhu didn't head straight back to the institute, but had the soldier drive to another research institute's address. On the bustling city streets, the military vehicle stopped in front of the building. Once the credentials and identity were confirmed, the soldier at the sentry post let them through. In the reception room, Qin Yuzhu waited for almost half an hour before the person she was waiting for finally arrived. Yu Bingang, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed it out upon hearing that the bottle contained targeted therapy for leukemia. So, can you do it or not? Well, we can, but you know this. Miss Qin, look at how you're wording it. After Qin Yuzhu left, the targeted therapy for leukemia that Mo Jingchun made quickly made its way to the laboratory. The professor glanced at the crude glass bottle and the experiment instructions, then handed the item to the student. In a medical detention ward in Jing City, Lu Shuiqin lay on the hospital bed with a pale face. Upon closer inspection, one would notice she had an 4 drip and her right hand was cuffed to the bedhead. Lu Shuiqin appeared lifeless, and indeed, she was waiting for death. This might be karma. Even after being imprisoned, she couldn't escape fate's punishment. Lu Shuiqin never imagined leukemia would fall upon her. Lu Shuiqin, with her eyes half closed, stared blurry-eyed outside the window. Suddenly, a silhouette blocked her view. Listening to the person in front of her, Lu Shuiqin felt no internal ripple. She was close to death. A life sentence felt like a luxury. If you agree, you'll receive our country's latest developed targeted therapy for leukemia treatment. At that moment, Lu Shuiqin's lifeless heart began to beat gradually again. Using all her strength, Lu Shuiqin nodded. Shortly after, Lu Shuiqin was wheeled into another hospital room. Lu Shuiqin felt something injected into her arm and then fell asleep immediately. A week later, the professor alongside students watched Lu Shuiqin doing her morning exercises, completely astonished. Reviewing the students' recorded detailed data, the professor's hands trembled uncontrollably. No, that glass bottle must be leaking. While the professor lamented about the reduced efficacy, the student's words beside him made him beam with joy. Meanwhile, as Lu Shuiqin did her morning exercises, her mood was equally upbeat. She had thought she was going to die, but surprisingly, the leukemia really got cured. Chapter 120. Boohoo, the seasoned driver's about to hit the road. Chapter 120. Chapter 120. Boohoo, the seasoned driver's about to hit the road final exam week. Mo Jingchun was rushing between various exam halls nonstop, determined to graduate early, putting in all his effort. Fortunately, this year Candy is already over a year old, unlike last year when she didn't understand anything. The entire exam week, Candy basically spent her time at the company. In the two big offices, Candy wandered back and forth, and her little mouth couldn't stay quiet. The small crossbody bag was always bulging. In Su Pengfei's office, Candy lay on the beanbag chair that Su Wenyin bought, leisurely chewing a red apple. On the other side, busier than Mo Jingchun, was the soon-to-graduate Wei Luxue, who hadn't opened any games for more than 10 days to graduate successfully. In the quiet conference room, it was packed with professors, and there was even an academician sitting at the head. And as Wei Luxue's advisor, Lina could only anxiously wait outside the meeting room. Being one of the few in the class with social phobia, her language flow was clear, logical in her speech, especially in a thesis defense. However, facing such a formidable lineup of committee members, many of their questions left Wei Luxue speechless, only able to respond with a smile. While each student's thesis defense typically lasted a bit over 10 minutes, Wei Luxue's had already stretched beyond an hour. In the end, Wei Luxue passed the thesis defense. Although the paper had many flaws in the eyes of the professors, after all, it was just an undergraduate thesis defense. By the time Mo Jingchun finished his last exam, over a third of the students had already left campus dragging their suitcases. When Mo Jingchun, with his backpack, reached the company, he happened to see Candy lying on Su Wenyin's beanbag chair, legs crossed properly, just like she learned from someone, watching Peppa Pig. Seeing Mo Jingchun's sudden appearance, the little one was completely stunned. Based on the past few days, Guohua only arrived after it got dark. Mo Jingchun pinched Candy's cheek and said, "You're living quite the cozy life, aren't you?" On hearing this, Su Pengfei and Su Wenyin almost burst into laughter. Mo Jingchun gave Su Pengfei and Su Wenyin a glare, picked up the leisurely Candy, and sat on the beanbag chair himself. School's out, and there's nothing much left there. Mo Jingchun picked an apple from the fruit platter, took a bite, and said to Su Pengfei and Su Wenyin, "Let the technical department know to start developing according to the framework structure I've set up from tomorrow." After Su Pengfei replied, he began tapping away on the keyboard. At ING, all technical development staff in the work chat group. "Yes, it's done, boss." As they left, Candy didn't forget to grab 3 grapes from the fruit platter, clutching them tightly in her hand. Hum. The little one nodded enthusiastically. However, when it came time for dinner, the little one only ate half a bowl of steamed eggs before stopping. Let brother eat. Needless to say, Mo Jingchun guessed that the little one had already filled up at the company. Looking at the fruit platter in Su Pengfei's office was enough to know. In the past, Mo Jingchun had never seen a fruit platter in Su Pengfei's office, let alone a fruit platter. At most, there was a box of tea leaves on the desk. Mo Jingchun didn't mind and poured the steamed eggs over the rice to eat together. After dinner, Mo Jingchun scheduled a practice session for Subject 2 on the Hungin Driving School's official account. The next day, Mo Jingchun took Candy on the bus to the Hungin Driving School's training ground and called the coach at the phone number listed on the official account. Once connected, Mo Jingchun said to the coach on the other end, "Hello, coach." "Oh, where are you now?" After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaohua rushed towards Mo Jingchun's location, jokingly thinking that this registrant was the driving school's super VIP. Normally, they would be provided with pickup and drop-off services. According to the manager, super VIPs are esteemed guests of the driving school. Sweating under the sun, Lin Xiaohua rushed over, and upon seeing Mo Jingchun standing there, he asked, "Hello, are you Mr. in front of a driving test car?" Lin Xiaohua patted the car door and said, "This is the car." A few minutes later, Mo Jingchun sat in the driver's seat, ready to try operating the car following the coach's instructions, but hadn't even gotten started before the little one became unhappy. Candy puckered up, bouncing on the asphalt, tears on the brink of spilling over when Lin Xiaohua quickly placed Candy on the back seat. As soon as the engine roared to life, Candy in the back couldn't stay put. Woo-woo-woo, the experienced driver is about to go. Oh boy, that one line from Candy calling him an experienced driver made Mo Jingchun so shocked that he stalled the car. Originally, what the coach said was quite earnest, but for some reason, at that moment, the scene made Mo Jingchun feel especially awkward. Taking a deep breath and readjusting his mindset, Mo Jingchun restarted the engine, released the handbrake, engaged the gear, let out the clutch, and eased off the brakes, and the car slowly started moving. But before the car had even traveled 5 meters, it lurched and stalled again. Meanwhile, Candy in the back seat was very happy, feeling like she was on a rocking car. How could she not be happy? Again, so fun. Oh, my heart, Candy. P.S. Thank you to the Lonely Warrior, a blue cat. Reader ID 2021 12271459041966607091. Songshin Xiaoga, and Licks for your sponsorship and support. Oh, Chapter 121. So Reckless. Happy Chinese New Year's Eve to everyone. Chapter 121. Chapter 121. So Reckless. Happy Chinese New Year's Eve to everyone. After a few more tries, Mo Jingchun gradually got the hang of it and started practicing driving in a straight line. It was basically just not turning the steering wheel and going back and forth on a fixed straight line. At first, Candy, who was sitting in the back row, was quite interested, but after half an hour, the little one lost all interest in Mo Jingchun learning to drive. Well, the feeling of not being able to ride a shaking car, losing interest is natural, isn't it? Being a super VIP registrant also had the benefit of practicing for a whole day at a time. Unlike the regular classes, where one car would have 4 people and each person would only have 1 hour per class period. They would switch every half hour, with 4 people taking turns using the same car for practice. On the open training ground, there was nothing else besides some green plants. Mo Jingchun drove the car, watched the rear mirror, and only after he made sure there was no one behind did he release the brake and slowly reverse. After practicing for about another half hour, Mo Jingchun got the coach to drive him to the school gate. In the afternoon, when Mo Jingchun returned to the driving school, he directly approached the coach to practice the next project, reversing into a parking spot. Bored Candy played in the car for less than an hour before falling asleep on the back seat. Seeing this, Mo Jingchun asked the coach to turn on the air conditioner. Candy woke up at 4:20, rubbed her eyes, looked around, and upon seeing Mo Jingchun in front, did not cry or make a fuss. The little one sat quietly for a while before taking out a snack from her small crossbody bag and eating it. At this moment, when Candy was eating her snack, she looked out the car window and suddenly widened her bright eyes. Not only Candy, but Mo Jingchun also heard the noise and quickly hit the brakes, and he and the coach looked in shock at the overturned training car. The coach was stunned for only a second, then immediately opened the door and rushed towards the overturned car. In a short while, more than a dozen coaches gathered around the overturned car, pulling out the students who were still in shock. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw all 4 students were okay. As Candy spoke, she made gestures that were hard to understand. But Mo Jingchun actually thought Candy was spot on this time. That student was indeed very clumsy. Practicing reversing into a parking spot and managing to overturn the car, isn't that clumsy? The scariest part was that the driver just now wasn't a female driver, but a male driver. Judging by his appearance, he was also a university student in Jing City, like Mo Jingchun. After parking the car, Mo Jingchun, carrying Candy, also ran over to the accident car to watch the spectacle. As soon as he arrived, Mo Jingchun heard the coaches comforting the 4 terrified students. "It's okay. Just be more careful next time. You don't have to pay for the damaged car." The student who was driving seemed okay, just nodding continuously in response to the coach's consolation. However, the other 3 students in the group with the driver, 2 women and 1 man, refused to team up with the male driver again. Understandably so. They spent money to learn driving, but didn't want to risk their lives before even getting their driver's licenses. After the 4 students' coach took them inside, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the overturned training car to wait for a tow truck. Coach Lin Xiaohua looked at Mo Jingchun, who was carrying a small child and had also come to watch the commotion, and explained helplessly, "Actually, the probability of such an incident happening is extremely low." Hearing this, Coach Lin Xiaohua got even more animated and started talking about the last incident. "You wouldn't believe it, this training ground wasn't always so open." Coach Lin Xiaohua chuckled wryly and said, "If it was just a hole, that'd be great." He was also reversing into a parking spot, but he managed to knock down an entire wall. Mo Jingchun was left speechless, completely stunned by the tales. So every tree, plant, and brick in this driving school had its own story. When Coach Lin Xiaohua sent Mo Jingchun and Candy back to the school gate, Mo Jingchun couldn't help but chuckle every time he thought about the overturned training car. Unfortunately, he had no one to share it with, or else he would have already filmed it like the other students. Walking down the campus road, Candy looked at Mo Jingchun with a confused face, not understanding why he was chuckling for no reason. "Huh, did I laugh?" Mo Jingchun said, and then burst into laughter again. For a moment, Mo Jingchun completely baffled Candy. After finishing both breakfast and dinner, Mo Jingchun took Candy to the company. It just so happened that employees had more than half an hour before their shift ended. This was enough time for Mo Jingchun to check on the progress of the 20 technical developers over the past few days. In the large office, Mo Jingchun looked at the code on the wall projector, and the whole office was silent except for the sound of breathing and Candy munching on snacks. Just then, Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow and suddenly said, "Who wrote the loop function on line 1203? Didn't they realize if the parameter passed as I equals 0, it would cause an infinite loop?" Mo Jingchun turned to look at everyone, saying gravely, "Let me reiterate, all submitted code must be tested before merging. P.S. Thanks to Guilty Ghost, Siege, and Rin Yuchu for their rewards and support." Chapter 122. Candy, It Doesn't Hurt at All. Chapter 122. Chapter 122. Candy, It Doesn't Hurt at All. I'm sorry, boss. I submitted this part of the code. Mo Jingchun looked at the employee Yao Haiyang, who stood up with his head bowed and didn't speak for a long time. Apart from Candy, who was eating without a care, everyone else present felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Who dares to guarantee that the code they write doesn't have bugs? You can only say whether the bugs are serious or obvious. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Candy stopped eating and looked around. Not finding anything wrong, Candy swung her little legs and continued to munch on her snacks. Yao Haiyang nodded quickly and responded, "Got it, boss." In half an hour, Mo Jingchun managed to find more than a dozen glaring bugs, some of which didn't even need him to point out. Others also saw them. Moreover, the code written by the employees appeared very bloated in Mo Jingchun's eyes. Functions that could have had very low time complexity became unnecessarily complex in their hands. After explaining some classic functions to the employees, Mo Jingchun took Candy back to the dormitory. Mo Jingchun checked the time and found it was still early. Once on the soccer field, Candy, with both feet on the ground, ran around joyfully, laughing happily. Bro, come catch Guagua." Although the little one still has short legs and only two-wheel drive, when running, even a regular person struggles to catch up. After all, the little one never runs in a straight line. From one second to the next, you can't predict which direction she'll dash towards. After getting tired from playing, the big and small nestled together, sitting on the ground and panting heavily. As soon as Mo Jingchun spoke, Candy stood up, imitating a little adult, with her hands behind her back, walking forward with her tiny legs. Watching Candy's manner, Mo Jingchun immediately knew she was mimicking how some professors walk out of the classroom after class. Just as they were about to reach the entrance below the apartment building, the little one lost her footing and fell to the ground. Initially startled, Mo Jingchun quickly took out his phone, pretending not to see Candy's fall upon seeing she was not seriously hurt. On the ground, Candy noticed a strawberry had fallen from her little sling bag and was about to cry when she looked back and saw Mo Jingchun playing with his phone, seemingly not noticing her tumble. The little one dusted her hands off and got up without a word. Mo Jingchun, sneaking a peek from the corner of his eye, slightly smiled after seeing Candy getting up without crying and dusting her hands off herself. Kids are pretty much like this. When a child falls, their first reaction isn't to cry, but to look up to see if the ones they care about are watching. If they are, then they unleash the waterworks. Of course, if the fall is severe, that's a different story. After all, it really does hurt when you fall. A lot of the time, even adults grumble in pain when they fall, let alone young ones with tender skin. Mo Jingchun didn't say anything, but went over and picked Candy up as if nothing had happened. The hug was naturally because Candy wanted comfort. In that brief moment earlier, Mo Jingchun could tell Candy wanted to cry. Upon returning to the bedroom, Mo Jingchun put Candy down and went directly to make her a bottle of milk. The little one, hugging the bottle, nodded. Bo also loves bro. Dawn gradually broke, with a few stars still hanging in the sky, and the earth was veiled as if draped in silvery gray chiffon. After a while, the eastern horizon began to brighten, and the land lit up. Jingchun and Candy slept until after 9, with the little one only poking half her head out of the blanket, using her chubby little hand to nudge Mo Jingchun, still awake despite closed eyes. Bro, aha! After getting up, Mo Jingchun, dressed in pajamas, cooked in the kitchen while the little one lay patiently on the bed waiting. In the living room, Mo Jingchun, still in his pajamas, was eating with Candy when the phone on the bedroom bed rang. Picking up the phone and seeing it was Su Pengfei calling, Mo Jingchun answered and put on speaker. Yet, Mo Jingchun questioned, Tianqi International? On the other end, in Su Pengfei's office, the representatives from Tianqi International along with Su Wenyin couldn't help but twitch their lips. Okay, Tianqi International is indeed only well known in the field of medical machinery, so it seems fair the boss hasn't heard of it. After some explanation from Su Pengfei, Mo Jingchun finally realized. Oh, for a moment, the phone line on both ends went eerily quiet. Ahem, well, I'm still eating. Once I'm done, I'll head over. After finishing the meal, it was almost 11 when Mo Jingchun arrived at the company. After exchanging formalities with Manager Yang from Tianqi International, Mo Jingchun said with a smile, Since it's already 11, why don't we go out for lunch? We can discuss things over the meal. P.S. As the New Year's bells are about to ring, the author wishes all readers and their families good health, happiness, and may all your wishes come true. 2022. Wishing you a prosperous year of the tiger. Chapter 123. That is the way home. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. That is the way home. Faced with a large table of delicious food, Candy obediently sat in Mo Jingchun's lap, her bright eyes fixed attentively. After putting some food in his sister's bowl, Mo Jingchun calmly asked Manager Yang from Tianqi International, Manager Yang, we young people are pretty straightforward. Boss Missouri, not to mention, I personally enjoy interacting with young people like you the most. Our Tianqi team is researching an intelligent assistant surgical robot. Listening to Yang Jian's eloquence, Mo Jingchun seemed very agreeable on the surface, yet he understood the situation as clearly as a mirror. Nicely put, it's about bringing health to more patients. In reality, such equipment is bound to be very pricey. No matter how philanthropic Yang Jian sounded, Mo Jingchun asked bluntly, Manager Yang, we're in business to make money. I believe you should have learned from other companies about our collaboration model regarding the Candy algorithm at Candy Technology. Mo Jingchun held out 5 fingers and smiled at Yang Jian. 5%. Candy Technology takes 5% of the sales revenue. However, Mo Jingchun overestimated Manager Yang's internal authority at Tianqi International. Yang Jian smiled and said, Let me consult with the company leadership, then walked out of the private room. During this gap, Candy in Mo Jingchun's lap turned her eyes around, pointed at the dishes and said to Mo Jingchun, "Brother, Guobo wants to eat this. This." The little one quickly pointed out the dishes with her finger. When Yang Jian returned to the private room after his call, Candy's bowl was already piled high with various dishes. Among the dishes in the bowl, Mo Jingchun only added a few. Most were placed by Su Wenyan, who sat by the side. Hearing this, Mo Jingchun realized that the profit margin on medical equipment was even higher than he had imagined, likely not just by a little. "Let's eat. Great." In the afternoon, after smoothly signing the contract, Yang Jian left with the contract, full of joy. Li Wanning reported the progress last night. Mo Jingchun nodded, not saying much. Given the location by the river, the foundation should be unusually deep. "All right then, you go back to your work. I'll rest with Candy for a while." Hearing this, Su Pengfei couldn't help but pity the 20 or so young handsome men and women. This was clearly to hit their confidence rather than just to socialize. Thinking about it, Su Pengfei silently prayed for them, hoping the boss wouldn't pinpoint too many bugs today. Indeed, just as Su Pengfei anticipated, around 4 in the afternoon, as Candy yawned and woke up, Mo Jingchun took her to the development department office. As soon as Mo Jingchun stepped into the office, the crowd who had been discussing in a circle couldn't help but tense up, and the once noisy office fell silent. As Mo Jingchun approached, he saw a big TV in the center, showing lines of code. Seeing the code, Mo Jingchun was momentarily surprised, then nodded. "This is good coding. Mistakes happen." For some reason, what was supposed to be serious sounded somehow off. Soon, many people caught on. The boss implied that ordinarily they were writing bugs, not code. Half an hour later, after the boss really left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, though the boss found bugs again this time, at least there were no rookie mistakes. The next day, Mo Jingchun received the Intelligent Assistant Surgical Robot data sent by a dedicated representative from Tianchi International. Mo Jingchun made some minor adjustments to the Candy algorithm and repackaged it, handing the USB drive to the waiting representative. Upon returning to the office, Mo Jingchun glanced over to see Candy, under his jacket, now awake on the sofa. After returning to the dormitory with Candy, she followed closely behind Mo Jingchun like a shadow. Mo Jingchun was busy in the kitchen. While making pumpkin dumplings, Mo Jingchun heard his sister and patted the little one's head without a word. On the small table, there were 6 dishes, 3 bowls of rice, 3 cups of tea, 3 cups of wine, and 3 pairs of chopsticks arranged neatly. Candy mimicked Mo Jingchun and knelt on the ground, looking up in confusion. Mo Jingchun checked his phone, and the direction they knelt was towards their hometown. After kowtowing 9 times in the direction of home, Mo Jingchun embraced Candy and stood up. Sitting by the table, with Candy in his arms, Mo Jingchun spoke many words aloud, filled with joy and bitterness. At this moment, Mo Jingchun was simply a child, expressing the emotions in his heart. Seeing her brother shed tears, Candy used her little hands to wipe them dry and sobbed, "Brother, be good, don't cry." Chapter 124. Ugh, why does Grandma care so much about 1 yuan? Chapter 124. Chapter 124. Ugh, why does Grandma care so much about 1 yuan? Candy's small hands clung tightly to Mo Jingchun's sleeve. Mo Jingchun held Candy in his arms, calming her for quite a while before the little one slowly settled down. By the time it was dinner, neither of them had an appetite. Even though these were the usual dishes, Mo Jingchun found them tasteless. Candy, who usually sat on her small stool to eat, refused to leave Mo Jingchun's embrace tonight. In the evening, Mo Jingchun's tears made the little one feel scared, as if she understood what it meant to fear loss. With no appetite, Mo Jingchun only managed to eat half a bowl of rice before putting down his chopsticks and stopped eating. Even though his stomach was hungry, Mo Jingchun just couldn't eat. At that moment, Grandpa called. "Hello." Mo Jingchun looked at the still half-full bowl of rice in front of him and said to his grandpa on the phone, "Where's Candy?" Upon hearing this, Candy softly said into the phone, "Hello, Grandpa." After chatting about daily matters for a dozen minutes, there was a sudden silence on the other end of the call. Upon hearing this, Mo Jingchun already knew why Grandpa and the two uncles went to his house. Your uncles weren't bad. At noon, your uncle insisted that we stay at his house for lunch. Mo Jingchun quickly said, "It's okay. You and Candy take care of yourselves out there. Don't worry about things at home." After saying this, Mo Jingchun silently remembered it, planning to offer money for the work when he returned, but Uncle would definitely refuse. However, since his sister just entered college, whether or not she attends, a celebration gift is needed. At that time, besides the gift money, Mo Jingchun also planned to give his sister, Zhou Yaling, a laptop. "All right then, Grandpa won't chatter on. Hanging up now. If anything happens, call Grandpa." After hanging up, Mo Jingchun didn't immediately reach for the phone on the dining table. He didn't even know what he was thinking at the time. In any case, all he felt was chaos in his mind. That night, Mo Jingchun and Candy went to bed early. Before sleeping, Mo Jingchun lit another stick of incense. A few days later, Candy had already returned to her usual lively self, though she seemed a bit more dependent on Mo Jingchun. In the market, Candy clung tightly to Mo Jingchun's fingers, looking around. Whenever she saw something she liked, she would act cute and ask Mo Jingchun to buy it. Seeing the same monotonous array of vegetables, Mo Jingchun didn't even know what to buy. Looking at an old lady with white hair sitting at the market entrance, Mo Jingchun slowly walked over with Candy. Although these cucumbers looked ugly, growing up in the countryside, Mo Jingchun knew they were likely grown by the old lady herself, and not the artificially ripened ones from greenhouses. Compared to greenhouse cucumbers, these taste naturally better. Seeing the old lady's already open red plastic bag, Mo Jingchun crouched down and began selecting. Just as Mo Jingchun finished speaking, the old lady took out an old-fashioned balance scale from behind her. Not boasting, but many young people nowadays don't even know how to read these scales. Mo Jingchun didn't have change in individual yuan. The smallest denomination in his pocket was a 10 yuan note. Of course, he only had 20 yuan in cash in total. The old lady accepted 10 yuan and took a while to gather the 7 yuan of change, which even included an old 1-cent coin with the national emblem that Mo Jingchun hadn't seen for ages. Walking back with the groceries, Candy suddenly asked, "Brother, why does Granny care so much about 1 yuan?" For a moment, Candy truly stumped Mo Jingchun. Mo Jingchun knew the reason, but how to explain it to little Candy? Of course not. What Mo Jingchun didn't say is that the reality is even harsher. For some, a few yuan can buy 2 buns to stave off hunger. If you can't even afford a bun, you'll understand why they care so much about 1 yuan. Just like a previously reported story, where someone could only have instant noodles once a year on their birthday, while others said instant noodles lack nutrition. When your phone battery is at 100%, do you care about losing 1% or 2%? When your phone is at 10% and there's no place to charge it, will you not care about losing 1% or 2%? People's attitude toward battery percentage is similar, let alone money for basic living. Why do some people care about a few yuan? If you've never been poor, you simply don't know. Mo Jingchun only knew from his parents about the tough days they had in the past, but after he was born, they never let him lack clothes or food. P.S. Thanks to the book friends 20201108141229866. Ghostly Day Swallow. Book friend 20170310203621558. Book friend 20180206221330905. Angry Little Milk Dog. H. Snail. Gentle Breeze Fright Support. Chapter 125, 123. Heart Melted by Cuteness. Chapter 125. Chapter 123. Heart Melted by Cuteness. Came back in the afternoon, returning to regular updates. By the way, I want to ask my readers. Last night when I was sleeping somewhere, the mother of my blind date gave me a pair of red socks. In the bedroom, the little one sat at the edge of the bed, while Mo Jingchun squatted, bent over, and helped the little one dress. The weather is nice today, no blazing sun, which is perfect for driving practice in the summer. The little one sat motionless on the edge of the bed, letting Mo Jingchun do his thing. As Mo Jingchun was buttoning up Candy's clothes, Candy, who hadn't said a word till then, suddenly spoke. Bro. Mo Jingchun looked up to see Candy staring at him without blinking, smiling. In the next moment, it felt like Mo Jingchun's heart was about to melt. That simple "love you" left Mo Jingchun somewhat disoriented for a moment. The little one is just too cute, too adorable. Mo Jingchun's heart was filled with a sense of joy and gratification. Guo after eating, Mo Jingchun took the little one to Hungen driving school, following the coach's car to the training ground. Mo Jingchun didn't immediately start practicing, but instead took Candy to the registration hall. Seeing the line of more than a dozen people, Mo Jingchun quietly stood at the end of the queue. The waiting time was much longer than Mo Jingchun anticipated. Everyone was there to schedule their written driving test. After waiting for over 40 minutes, it was finally Mo Jingchun's turn. Please give me your ID card. And also now you need to scan the code to answer some questions. While waiting in line, Mo Jingchun learned about the need to scan the code to answer questions. Since the wait provided enough time, Mo Jingchun scanned the code and answered the questions directly. Mo Jingchun showed the clerk his phone record. The clerk glanced at it, confirmed the perfect 100 on the mock test, and scheduled Mo Jingchun's written driving test. I'll keep your ID here. What took others forever was done by Mo Jingchun in less than 3 minutes. As Mo Jingchun carried Candy out of the registration hall, Candy let out a long yawn, feeling utterly bored within less than an hour. In the afternoon, while Mo Jingchun practiced driving, Candy lay asleep in the back seat, holding half an uneaten honey tangerine with chubby little hands. A drip, 2 drips, more and more raindrops fell on the windshield. At first, Mo Jingchun didn't pay much attention, but within minutes the sparse drizzle turned into a downpour. The furious raindrops pounding on the car hood and windows created a never-ending buzz. On the training field, students originally sitting in the grass sprinted towards the registration hall for shelter like lightning. And the ones in the coach cars mostly stayed put, Mo Jingchun included. Rushing out now would mean getting soaked to the skin, not to mention there was a little one in the car. Mo Jingchun couldn't care less if he got wet, but the little one was different. Getting caught in the rain might lead to a cold before reaching the dorm. The rain kept pouring without signs of stopping. Close to 5, Mo Jingchun messaged Coach Lin Xiaohua on WeChat, asking him to drive and take them back. Mo Jingchun had already thought it through. Have Coach Lin Xiaohua drop them off at the company building, where there are plenty of black umbrellas in the office. Sitting in the back, holding Candy, Mo Jingchun replied with a smile, "It's summer, the rainy season." Mo Jingchun fell silent. As Coach Lin Xiaohua said, the weather's been getting weirder over the years. Even once somewhat reliable weather forecasts have become less accurate, despite advances in technology. You can't deny it. Human damage to nature is clearly visible to the naked eye. Take, for instance, Mo Jingchun's memories of catching crabs and fish in the creeks as a child, or even the occasional turtle. In recent years, forget crabs, even the most common creek shrimp, have disappeared. The river-caught shrimp stir-fried with green peppers used to be so aromatic. Now it's just a memory of that taste. Mo Jingchun wrapped Candy's head with his clothing and darted into the office building. The security in the hallway knew Mo Jingchun well. Seeing him rush in with Candy, they opened the access gate for him without hesitation. Just as they reached the office, the little one's feet had barely touched the ground before darting off. Mo Jingchun followed and saw Candy heading towards Su Pengfei's office, feeling relieved and returning to his desk to dry off his head and clothes with tissues. Before Mo Jingchun's hair was completely dry, the little one was already hopping back in with a bright smile. A mere glance was all it took for Mo Jingchun to notice Candy's little sling bag was already bulging. The little one, though small in stature, was fully aware of where to replenish snacks. When Candy came in, hands behind him, Imo Jingchun hadn't noticed Candy holding an apple. Not until Candy ran to Imo Jingchun's side and raised the apple high with little hands did Imo Jingchun see the apple in Candy's hands. The little one was standing with arms outstretched, looking up smiling at Imo Jingchun. Candy raised his eyebrows, pouting, but Aunt Wenyin said that's nonsense. Calling her aunt would mistakenly make Su Wenyin Imo Jingchun's elder, as Imo Jingchun is Candy's brother. P.S. Thanks to Black Cat for your support and rewards, for snatching your lollipop, Alchemy Investigation, Star Dream Y, and Judsa for your support and rewards. Chapter 126. When you envy others, others also envy you. Chapter 126. Chapter 126. When you envy others, others also envy you. Sitting with Candy and having a meal, Imo Jingchun looked at his cousin Zhou Yaling in the WeChat video and said calmly, "It's here." But what Zhou Yaling returned to Imo Jingchun was just a TCH. Seeing Zhou Yaling in the video getting a playful knock on the head from their uncle, Imo Jingchun almost spat out his food from laughing. Hearing the commotion, Candy, who was originally sitting on a little stool, climbed onto Imo Jingchun's lap with her bowl, her pretty big eyes glued to the phone screen. Looking at his uncle in the video, Imo Jingchun chuckled and said, "It's all right. As her brother, if I have some, I'll give more naturally. Oh, it's not easy earning money while taking care of Candy in Jing City." Imo Jingchun smiled and said nothing. His cousin Zhou Yaling wanted a lightweight laptop, so naturally, Imo Jingchun bought the best one for her. He spent over 10,000 yuan on a laptop. Of course, Imo Jingchun wouldn't mention this to his uncle. When someone treats you well, it's enough to silently return the favor. There's no need for everyone to know. If everyone knew, it wouldn't be as beautiful. When their uncle said that, Imo Jingchun felt a pang of sadness. Just then, his cousin Zhou Yaling grabbed the phone back, and through the video, Imo Jingchun could vaguely hear Zhou Yaling arguing with their uncle. Zhou Yaling's face appeared on the screen, her brows furrowed. Imo Jingchun held Candy a little tighter, without revealing whether he was happy or sad. Actually, Zhou Yaling knew very well that if it weren't for her brother having a short conversation with her teacher after the school's college entrance exam motivational meeting, today's outcome might not have been possible. If her brother hadn't talked to the homeroom teacher, would the teacher have paid attention to an unremarkable average student like her? Zhou Yaling knew it clearly, as if looking at a mirror. "I won't come back when you start college. I have a lot going on here." "Huh? Bro, you're about to graduate? Are we living in different timelines?" Zhou Yaling still had some self-awareness. If graduating early were so easy, there wouldn't be so few students doing it. Besides, Zhou Yaling just barely made it into Anhui University of Technology. Under these circumstances, graduating early would be like dreaming an impossible dream. Candy, sitting in Imo Jingchun's lap, couldn't stop laughing after seeing Zhou Yaling roll her eyes. "Oh, Candy." Looking at the adorable Candy, Zhou Yaling's heart melted. In the next moment, the smile on Zhou Yaling's face froze. "Oh, well, I thought she missed her sister, but it turns out she just wants something tasty. Too bad for my joy that lasted less than a second." The little one looked troubled, her face full of hesitation. For some reason, Imo Jingchun wanted to laugh even more when Candy said that. After the call ended, the food in Candy's bowl had already gotten cold, so Imo Jingchun emptied it into his own bowl and served Candy a fresh half bowl of hot rice. After finishing the meal and tidying up, Imo Jingchun took Candy to the company. In Su Pengfei's office, Imo Jingchun, lacking the demeanor of a boss, held Candy while sitting in a lazy chair reviewing documents. Looking at his boss, Missouri Jingchun, Su Pengfei had an envious expression on his face. Su Pengfei's words left Imo Jingchun, the person in question, and Su Wenyin, who was nearby, a bit confused. Envy? Envy what? Having money? Imo Jingchun scratched his head and said, "As the company grows, it's only a matter of time before you also become wealthy. P.S. Thanks to J Dragon Sword Robe for your generous support. Chapter 127. Invited to watch. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. Invited to watch on this day. Like any other, Mo Jingchun was practicing for the second driving test at the training ground. As for the first test, Mo Jingchun had already passed it last week. Faced with the simple multiple-choice questions of the first test, Mo Jingchun effortlessly scored a perfect 100. From entering the exam hall to signing out, the whole process took Mo Jingchun less than 10 minutes. Of course, Mo Jingchun's speed was only average, as many people completed the process in 5 to 6 minutes. At Hungin Driving School's training field, Mo Jingchun was seated in the instructor's car, enjoying the air conditioning while practicing the entire procedure for the second driving test. They say learning to drive in summer will get you tanned, but not for Mo Jingchun. These days, Mo Jingchun and Candy couldn't be touched by the wind or rain. To get a healthy tan, they would have to stand in the sun on purpose for an hour. During a break, Mo Jingchun pulled Candy along to the convenience store to buy water. As they walked on the scorching asphalt, the little one clung to Mo Jingchun's leg, as if afraid the sun-baked asphalt would indeed burn her feet. In the supermarket, Mo Jingchun went on a small shopping spree and also asked the owner for a cup of plain water for Candy. Mo Jingchun carried the bottle filled with plain water and, just after leaving the convenience store with Candy, his phone rang. When he heard the ringtone, Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow. Who would call him at this time? What's she calling me for? Could it be that the special medicine has results so soon? With questions in mind, Mo Jingchun still answered Qin Yuju's call immediately, knowing she wouldn't reach out without a reason. I know it's you. What do you want? Switching topics, Qin Yuju asked directly, where are you now? On the other end, Qin Yuju was fuming. The project you participated in before has completed all preparations. It's scheduled for launch tomorrow morning at 5:43. Mo Jingchun took a sip of the refreshing iced tea and laughed. You should have said so earlier. I'm at Hungin Driving School. At some base, after the call was hung up, Qin Yuju was infuriated by Mo Jingchun. She realized that Mo Jingchun was getting sneakier by the day. Indeed, after being in business for a long time, one naturally becomes slick. Inside Hungin Driving School, Mo Jingchun stood at the convenience store entrance for less than 10 minutes when he noticed a military vehicle parked at the school's gate. Since the convenience store was less than 10 meters from the entrance, Mo Jingchun saw it right away. Without further ado, as soon as the military vehicle stopped, Mo Jingchun carried Candy and walked towards it. The soldier, just stepping out of the vehicle, was about to say something when Mo Jingchun spoke first. Mo Jingchun nodded and said, I'm Mo Jingchun, the person you're supposed to pick up. Soldier Yuan Jigua twitched at the corner of his mouth. Naturally, he knew that the person before him was Mo Jingchun. Otherwise, how could they pick someone up? The convenience store owner's wife almost had her eyes pop out watching Mo Jingchun leave in the military vehicle holding Candy. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover, nor can the depths of the sea be measured. Who would have thought that an ordinary-looking young man and a little girl would be whisked away by a military vehicle? But, upon second thought, the owner's wife found it quite normal. After all, this is the capital city. Even a usually kind-hearted old man next door could be someone remarkable. Mo Jingchun pondered, from a rocket. Mo Jingchun wasn't sure if it was fun since he had never experienced it. It should be fun, I guess. The soldiers in the driver and co-driver seats suppressed their laughter throughout the journey. How could they not laugh? A rocket, such a national artifact, is meant for play. It's meant to deter the enemy, for good as sake. The military vehicle zigzagged into an airport where Mo Jingchun, along with many others, boarded a special plane departing from Jing City. Upon arriving at the destination, he checked his phone and realized it was a public satellite launch site. In today's world, only Xia country, with its strong capabilities, would openly launch manned spacecraft under the nose of satellites from other countries. By the time they arrived, it was already dark. With official arrangements in place, Mo Jingchun had dinner and directly headed for a rest, holding a room card and Candy. The manned spacecraft wouldn't launch until 5 the next morning, so it wasn't practical to stay up until then. Throughout the journey, Mo Jingshun hadn't seen anyone he knew. He hadn't come across academician Chen Shiha nor that strong woman Qin Yuzhu. As for Colonel Zhang Aijuan, there was no mention. As serene as the night was, at 4 in the morning, Mo Jingshun was roused by his phone's alarm. Barely woken by it, he felt a little pendant around his neck. A small white tinder leg. Lifting the covers, Mo Jingshun saw Candy sprawled sideways, a small patch of drool on the sheet. Sighing, Mo Jingshun gently moved Candy's little leg and got up to brush his teeth and wash his face. Mo Jingshun patted Candy's little bum, and the next moment, she burrowed back into the covers to continue her sleep. The promise to watch the rocket launch yesterday had long been forgotten. No matter how much fun something was, it was never as comfortable as sleeping. After Mo Jingshun dragged her out of bed, Candy kept kicking her little legs, trying to crawl back in. In the bathroom, Candy squinted, allowing Mo Jingshun to wash her face. P.S. Thanks to book friends 20200092314455290, Shanghua Pinyu, Xianren and Young Master, Ghost Mesmerizing Day Yin for their support. Chapter 128. Wow, wow, wow. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. Wow, wow, wow. Originally half squinting her eyes, intending to sleep, little Candy immediately opened her eyes wide upon hearing Mo Jingchuan's words and looked at herself in the mirror left and right. After confirming there were no tears at the corners of her eyes, little Candy pouted and said angrily, "Stinky brother tricking Guagua. This won't do, Candy." Mo Jingshun silently resolved that from now on, he would no longer let little Candy watch cartoons that could easily mislead children. After having breakfast in the hall, Mo Jingshun carried little Candy and boarded the special bus outside. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the bus arrived at the observation platform for the manned spaceflight launch. Just as Mo Jingshun was about to get off with the crowd, he was stopped again. Mo Jingshun was stunned for a moment, then sat down again with little Candy in his arms. At this time, the sky outside the bus window was gradually lighting up and dawn was drawing closer. The time for the manned spaceflight launch was also getting closer. After another 5-minute drive, the bus finally stopped on a broad, open ground. Following the guide into the command center, Missouri Jingshun finally saw many familiar faces, including his most familiar academician, Chen Shiha. From the last row of the command hall, Chen Shiha waved to Mo Jingshun, who just walked in. It's good you came. Watching your research achieve liftoff is a very enjoyable process." Saying this, Chen Shiha also reached out and teased the adorable little Candy. "Candy, have you missed Mr. in Mo Jingchun's arms?" Little Candy frowned, looked up at her brother, and reluctantly nodded. "Global missed Mr. Haha. You clever little thing. You truly look like your brother." Just at that moment, the loudspeaker in the command hall sounded. Orders were issued one after another, and all the staff became busy. Even Mo Jingshun found his assigned seat and quietly sat down. 5:33 a.m. The flames emitted during the launch of the manned spacecraft are extremely high temperature, posing a risk to staff nearby. Moreover, no one can guarantee the absolute safety of the manned spacecraft. If absolute safety could be ensured, there would be no need for an escape tower. Manned spacecraft are indeed invaluable, but when compared to the astronauts inside the spacecraft, human life is more important. If the spacecraft is lost, it can always be rebuilt, but if a life is lost, it's gone for good. Little Candy, who originally sat on Mo Jingchuan's lap, stood up restlessly, supporting herself on the table with her hands, her little head curiously looking around. For the little one, there were just too many new things to take in. 5:42 a.m. In the command hall, everyone held their breath, awaiting the moment of launch. Not only in the manned spacecraft launch command hall, but even the spectators watching the live launch a few kilometers away couldn't help but hold their breath as they watched the countdown to 5:43 on the dot. The huge screen displayed the real-time images of the launch site, as well as video and various data of the astronauts inside the manned spacecraft. The little one had never seen such a scene, and her big eyes were already stunned by the sight before her. Even her little mouth dropped open in amazement. Wow, wow, wow! Little Candy pointed at the gigantic torch rising into the sky, her head constantly moving back and forth between Imo Jingchuan's face and the large screen. A large amount of data continuously converged into the command hall from all over the country, each normal being a testament to the efforts of all researchers. Watching the rocket smoothly adjust the attitude of the manned spacecraft, Imo Jingchun suddenly understood the meaning behind academician Chen Shihe's words from a while ago. Seeing a manned spacecraft that you helped design launch, there really is a great sense of achievement. Brother Ritz, flying it's. Flying, Imo Jingchun held little Candy, watching the rapidly ascending manned spacecraft, his face beaming with a smile. Of course, it was not yet time to celebrate. The staff continued to closely monitor the various data. This moment signifies that the escape tower has completed its mission. The manned spacecraft has also passed through its most dangerous moment. Looking at the real-time images of outer space transmitted back by the manned spacecraft's camera, Imo Jingchun was also astonished. Viewing Earth from outer space with such high-definition images was something Imo Jingchun had never seen before. It turns out, the planet beneath our feet is 100 times more beautiful than the pictures circulating on the internet. And for the first time, Imo Jingchun felt a close connection to the Terminator line mentioned in geography books. Everything was incredibly awe-inspiring. Imo Jingchun rubbed little Candy's head and said emotionally, "Yeah, she's so beautiful." At this moment, all the staff stood up and joyfully celebrated the successful launch of the manned spacecraft into outer space. As for the next step, once the manned spacecraft readjusts its position, it will be heading swiftly towards its next destination, the Moon. Chapter 129, Toward the Future Together. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. Toward the future together, of course. Imo Jingchun couldn't see this process. After the manned spacecraft entered its predetermined orbit, Imo Jingchun left the command hall with Candy alongside academician Chen Shihe. The moment they stepped out of the command center's door, the sun was just rising from the horizon. The blinding sunlight hit Imo Jingchuan's face, making him involuntarily close his eyes. After getting in the car, Chen Shihe smiled and asked Imo Jingchun, "How do you feel?" Chen Shihe's eyes appeared distant, as if recalling the past. Indeed, people are full of emotions and desires. This sentence seemed to be spoken by academician Chen Shihe to both Imo Jingchun and himself. Upon returning to the place they rested last night, neither academician Chen Shihe nor the bald senior sister got out of the car. Chen Shihe rolled down the window and advised Imo Jingchun, "I already know about your special medicine." The black sedan gradually drove away, but Imo Jingchun, holding Candy, kept standing at the gate watching until the last black that disappeared. Only then did Imo Jingchun enter the hall with Candy. That afternoon, Imo Jingchun took a special flight back to Jing City. It's just that, why was the treatment different upon returning? Outside the airport, watching everyone being picked up while Imo Jingchun could only hold Candy and watch wistfully. After waiting for 10 minutes, no one came looking for Imo Jingchun. Imo Jingchun sighed lightly and called a taxi. In the taxi's backseat, Imo Jingchun held Candy with one hand and dialed Qin Yuzhu with the other. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. On the other end, Qin Yuzhu nonchalantly replied with a single word. What else? Hanging up, you wasted another minute of my time. After speaking, the strong woman Qin Yuzhu hung up on Imo Jingchun. In the taxi, Imo Jingchun pursed his lips, silently putting away the phone without speaking. What else could be said? She already said everyone receives the same treatment. It just means others arranged pickups in advance. Woken by the alarm at 4 in the morning, even Candy, who needed more sleep, and Imo Jingchun felt sleepy. Upon returning to the apartment, after dinner and a bath, Imo Jingchun silenced the phone and went to bed with Candy. In sleep, Mo Jingchun and Candy dreamed differently. Meanwhile, the internet was already abuzz with the news of the successful launch of the manned spacecraft. A news item nobody initially noticed shot to the top of trending searches within just an hour. While everyone celebrated the successful spacecraft launch, only a few noticed the rocket's recovery and reuse. But as more people saw the news, the rocket recovery and reuse story's popularity kept rising, climbing to the top of major platforms' trending searches. At this moment, every citizen feels a sense of pride. In the past, we always watched the United States showcase its rocket recovery and reuse technology. Although we offered congratulations verbally, saying there was no envy would be dishonest. But now, our country has caught up with the United States, becoming the second nation to achieve rocket recovery and reuse. Accompanying the news interviews, the public heard, for the first time, about the new attitude balance algorithm named the Candy algorithm. Limited. Of course, a detailed search into Candy technology would reveal collaborations with several top-tier domestic enterprises. The next day, waking up naturally, Mo Jingchun picked up the phone and was completely stunned. Wow, over 99 missed calls. 99 plus unread messages in group chats. Even the Software 21's official and internal groups were exploding, with messages constantly popping up. Mo Jingchun felt utterly bewildered, unable to understand how a good night's sleep with the phone on silent turned into this. Unlocking the phone to check messages and a quick online search finally confirmed the reason behind the situation. To be honest, yesterday at the scene, Mo Jingchun didn't notice the rocket recovery and reuse. Of course, another reason was that Mo Jingchun had not participated in the rocket recovery and reuse project. Thinking further, there's only one possibility. The officials wanted to take this opportunity to verify the feasibility of the rocket recovery and reuse technology. If it failed, it would be no big deal. After replying to messages for over half an hour, Mo Jingchun felt utterly exhausted. Finally, after sending a message in the company's main group, Mo Jingchun returned to bed to continue sleeping. In the bed, as Mo Jingchun squinted his eyes to sleep, all the messages in the company's group began to receive replies one by one. The stars do not forsake the traveler, and time does not forsake the diligent. No one anticipated that Candy technology would enter public view in such a way. If possible, Mo Jingchun didn't want Candy technology to enter public view so soon. Being too famous without thorough growth is sometimes not good for a company. Bro, wake up. If you don't wake up soon, Guo will starve. Candy, sitting on Mo Jingchun's pillow, earnestly persuaded him to get up. But, seeing Candy's eager look, Mo Jingchun could only get up reluctantly. P.S. Thanks to Juffsuff and Ghost Crazy Days reward support. Chapter 130. An Ordinary Day. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. An ordinary day at the end of August, summer vacation is about to end. The moment cousin Zhou Yaling received her acceptance letter, she took a picture and sent it to Mo Jingchun. Looking at the red acceptance letter, Mo Jingchun immediately sent a 200 yuan red envelope to his sister without another word. Who wouldn't like a sister who loves to act cute? Looking at the chat history, Mo Jingchun's lips curved into a slight smile. Shortly after, Zhou Yaling replied, "Oh, I see." By the roadside, when Mo Jingchun heard the machine say, "Exam results passed, please return to the center to print the transcript," he was genuinely happy. After studying for almost 2 months, he finally completed the third test subject smoothly. As for the fourth subject exam, not to brag, but Mo Jingchun is sure to pass it. After printing the transcript, he greeted the coach and hurriedly took a cab back to the company. Even though it was only half a day, Mo Jingchun still worried whether Candy could cope alone in the company. Hopefully, she won't cry. After getting off the ride-sharing service, Mo Jingchun rushed towards the office. Slowing down his pace, Mo Jingchun pushed open Su Pengfei's office door and found Candy lying on a bean bag, her back to the door, watching cartoons with fruits in her hand. All right, the little one has learned to enjoy herself. Poor Mo Jingchun was worried she might cry because she missed him and couldn't find him. Now it seems Mo Jingchun was overthinking it. With good food and drink, she could probably manage for 1 or 2 days, let alone a morning. Mo Jingchun signaled Su Pengfei and Su Wenyan to be quiet, then quietly walked up behind Candy, with a slight smile on his lips, and suddenly said, Candy, engrossed in the cartoons, was startled by Mo Jingchun. Of course, it wasn't on purpose. It was totally intentional. But young human cubs aren't yet aware of word games and setups. Mo Jingchun didn't stay long at the company with Candy. After less than half an hour, he took Candy back to the apartment building. In the kitchen, Mo Jingchun was cooking while Candy clung to his leg like a koala. During dinner, watching adorable Candy sitting obediently in her special chair eating, Mo Jingchun smilingly took out his phone to capture this beautiful moment. The little one won't stay carefree forever, so of course, you need to take pictures for memories. After editing the video, Mo Jingchun uploaded it to his short video account. Speaking of which, since the last time he posted a video, Mo Jingchun hadn't uploaded anymore. The little one said, "Oh," and continued eating. The vast world of great meals. Only when full will there be energy to play in the afternoon. As for pictures, what are they? Can you eat them? For the little one, except for things to eat, drink, and play with, other things are useless, optional. As soon as Mo Jingchun picked Candy up from the chair, her little feet touched the ground, and she ran into the bedroom herself. When Mo Jingchun finished eating and washing the dishes, returning to the bedroom, the little one had already crawled onto the bed to sleep. Seeing the fine sweat on Candy's forehead, Mo Jingchun turned on the air conditioner to 25 degrees in the bedroom. This temperature is just right for sleeping covered, neither too cold nor too hot. In the bedroom, Mo Jingchun sat on the chair, not sleeping like Candy. Instead, he was pondering. A few days ago, personnel from the development department reported that the company's server capacity was insufficient. Although all the servers have been expanded, Mo Jingchun knew that this was only a temporary fix. As the development department continues to write more code, servers would undoubtedly face further expansion. At this moment, Mo Jingchun wished the company's new building could be built and furnished instantly. Best if they could move in tomorrow. This way, server issues wouldn't be a concern. If the servers are insufficient, just buy more. There's plenty of space to place them. As for the current office building, it's not that Mo Jingchun doesn't want to spend money on more servers, but servers consume a lot of power, generate noise and heat, not to mention the old wiring can't handle more servers. Mo Jingchun had tried adding servers, but whenever he did, the main circuit of the entire floor would trip automatically. As long as core data isn't uploaded to the cloud server, even if cloud server data is lost, it's not critical. Besides, Mo Jingchun's defense programs aren't just for show. Having figured it out, Mo Jingchun took a blanket and made a bed on the carpet for a nap. No alarm clock, no calls to disturb, plus no driving lessons to attend, Mo Jingchun and Candy slept until it was dark. Awakened, Mo Jingchun saw the skies were still dark and was ready to close his eyes and continue sleeping till dawn. Shortly after, Mo Jingchun suddenly opened his eyes again and looked out the window. Montauk Yingchun was utterly dumbfounded. He thought he woke early, but after closing his eyes for a while, he realized that he had actually slept from noon till dusk. Mo Jingchun always felt something was off. Turns out the problem was here. Seeing Candy playing with toys not far away, who had woken up sometime, Mo Jingchun suddenly asked. The little one blinked and replied with a grin, because Guwa isn't hungry yet PS. Thanks to What to Do When You Can't Find a Book, Self-Prepared House Guardian, roaming through time for the generous support. Chapter 131. Got my license, now what? Chapter 131. Chapter 131. Got my license, now what? Montauk Yingchun. For a moment, Mo Jingchun had nothing to say. He even felt that what Candy said made a lot of sense. Before Mo Jingchun could say anything else, the next moment, Candy, who was playing with toys, suddenly spoke again. Mo Jingchun. So, Mo Jingchun woke up at just the right time, huh? Mo Jingchun sighed softly, thinking to himself, how did he end up with such a silly little sister? The little one woke up herself, but didn't bother to wake her brother, who was still sleeping. Mo Jingchun picked up his phone and took a look. Wow, it was already 7:13. Usually, by this time, Mo Jingchun and Candy would have already had breakfast, and if the weather was nice, they would be strolling on the school soccer field. After dinner, it was already 8:30 in the evening. The little one played by herself for about an hour, felt sleepy, and crawled onto the bed to sleep. In the bedroom, Mo Jingchun lay in bed but couldn't sleep. He had slept too long during the day, so now, when it was time to sleep, he wasn't drowsy at all. His laptop was in the office, so there was nothing he could do. Mo Jingchun had no choice but to play with his phone. Seeing the news of the manned spacecraft heading to Mars, Mo Jingchun glanced at it and then swiped past. As expected, after deploying a lunar rover in lunar orbit, the spacecraft embarked on a Mars exploration journey. From start to finish, Xia country never disclosed that the true destination of this manned space mission was Mars. When the satellites of various countries observed that Xia country's manned spacecraft deployed only a lunar rover and then headed straight for Mars, they were stunned. It was supposed to be a manned lunar exploration. How did it suddenly become a manned Mars exploration? This move indeed caught all countries off guard, especially the United States, which was already prepared to borrow some soil samples brought back from the moon for research once Xia country's manned spacecraft returned to Blue Star. But Xia country didn't play by the rules. What made it harder for all countries to accept was that none of their intelligence organizations knew that Xia country's manned space mission was headed for Mars from the very beginning. Mars, where no country has ever attempted a manned landing. Can Xia country succeed this time? No one knows. Even all the staff at the command center wouldn't dare to say it would certainly succeed. Compared to people from Xia country, other countries actually hoped Xia country's manned spacecraft would fail to land on Mars. After scrolling through short videos for an hour, a wave of sleepiness hit Mo Jingchun. Taking advantage of the drowsiness, Mo Jingchun put down his phone and closed his eyes to sleep. Soon, Mo Jingchun fell asleep. In his dream, Mo Jingchun found Candy was running continuously. "Brother, come catch me." The next moment, Mo Jingchun saw a blinding light shining from an infinite distance, making it hard for him to keep his eyes open. It was daylight. Looking at the sun outside the window and recalling the scenes from his dream, Mo Jingchun took a moment to gather his thoughts. He was just chasing Candy for a while. How did it get bright so quickly? It felt like no more than a minute had passed in the dream. Shaking his head, Mo Jingchun cast these thoughts aside. It's time to get up and make breakfast. The little one would probably wake up soon. A week later, having completed the fourth subject theory test, Mo Jingchun finally got his driver's license. Holding the brand new driver's license, Mo Jingchun's first thought was to buy a car for commuting. Sports cars didn't interest Mo Jingchun at all. To be blunt, sports cars aren't suitable for the mountain roads in his hometown, nor for highway driving. Imagine running out of fuel halfway. For Mo Jingchun, the primary consideration is safety, followed by practicality. Of course, the car's appearance is also important. If a car's design is too ugly, no matter how practical, it's out of Mo Jingchun's consideration. The day after getting the driver's license, Mo Jingchun took Candy to an Audi 4S dealership. Hearing this, Mo Jingchun rolled his eyes. Playing with Su Wenyan was just an excuse. She just wanted free food and drinks. Candy thought Mo Jingchun meant he was buying her a toy car, and the little one couldn't be happier. When Mo Jingchun and Candy arrived at the Audi 4S dealership entrance, the sales associate immediately approached them with a smile. In this rich city of Jing City, salespeople never judge a person's purchasing ability by their appearance or clothing. Unlike other regions, the sales staff in Jing City are trained from the beginning to treat everyone who enters with respect, regardless of their ability or intent to purchase a car. Inside, the cool breeze calmed Mo Jingchun's anxious mind. Being a first-time car buyer, Mo Jingchun was a bit nervous. Before coming, Mo Jingchun had already checked various car models online. Holding a cup of tea, He directly asked the sales associate, "Do you have the S7 Sportback in stock?" Hearing this, the saleswoman Gao Hueling, who had just poured a cup of tea for Mo Jingchun, smiled even brighter. If there are no surprises, she would likely make a sale today. Seeing the actual car, Mo Jingchun excitedly sat in it while holding candy. The leather seats were very comfortable. After listening to the sales associate's rundown of the car's features, Mo Jingchun nodded and asked, "Not bad. 1 million. Mo Jingchun nodded, taking out his phone to call the finance person, Chao Mingxin. "Come to XXX road number 1000 now." Ending the call, the previously bored Chao Mingxin in the office quickly gathered his materials. Watching the car slowly drive away, it wasn't until it passed through the traffic light and disappeared from sight that Gao Hueling, humming a little tune, returned to the dealership. Chapter 132. Little Feet Love Big Shoes. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. Little Feet Love Big Shoes. At the main gate of Jing University, Mo Jingchun and the handsome young security guard were staring at each other. Mo Jingchun let out a soft sigh, realizing that when buying the car, he hadn't thought about it not being allowed on campus. So now the question is where to park the newly bought car. Surely he couldn't just park it at the gate of Jing University. If he really parked here, it might be towed away in less than half an hour. At the company building, Mo Jingchun temporarily parked the car in the underground parking lot. Apart from here, Mo Jingchun couldn't think of anywhere else to park, other than the fact that the parking fee was a bit expensive. Speaking of which, Mo Jingchun himself couldn't understand why he didn't mind spending over $1 million on a car, but felt the parking fee was expensive. As for the reason, Mo Jingchun could only comfort himself, thinking the car purchase was worth it, but the parking fees seemed unjustified. From beginning to end, the financial officer, Chao Mingxin, who was called upon to pay, remained silent. "Boss, if you need to transfer the car to your name, I suggest waiting for a year." Mo Jingchun, holding candy, stared at the financial officer Chao Mingxin with a peculiar look. "Why depreciate and sell it to me?" Chao Mingxin opened his mouth, wanting to say that if the company went bankrupt, applying for bankruptcy could at least leave some fixed assets. But the words were swallowed back by Chao Mingxin. It would be a joke because the company is currently thriving, and mentioning bankruptcy would be like making trouble for the boss. If he said this, he might not be able to stay at Candy Technology. In the office, Mo Jingchun, in a good mood, was holding candy and watching cartoons on the computer. Mo Jingchun yawned and switched from Peppa Pig to Baby Bus. The little one in Mo Jingchun's arms was very satisfied with Mo Jingchun's service, nodding his little head in contentment. Just then, Su Pengfei knocked on the door and walked in. The surprise was natural because Su Pengfei almost never came this way unless there was something urgent. Mo Jingchun raised an eyebrow, checking the plan. In less than a minute, Mo Jingchun closed the blue folder. Thinking of Li Wanning, who was all alone in Hua County, Mo Jingchun instructed Su Pengfei, "Ask Li Wanning if she wants to join the trip to Sanya. Let her go along if she does." Su Pengfei, taking the folder back again, nodded in agreement. After Su Pengfei left the office, Mo Jingchun sat with Candy for a while before returning to the apartment building. After a simple lunch, Mo Jingchun sat in the bedroom chair to read, and Candy played with an excavator on the carpet. Yes, you heard right, an excavator. The little one insisted on getting it. When they were at the supermarket, Mo Jingchun was completely dumbfounded hearing that Candy wanted an excavator. Excavator toys, traditionally a favorite for boys. Why Candy also liked this kind of toy, Mo Jingchun couldn't understand. But since the little one wanted it, Mo Jingchun naturally bought it. As long as Candy was happy playing, why bother thinking too much? As time went by, Mo Jingchun gradually immersed himself in the book. Suddenly, Mo Jingchun realized a very important issue. The little one had been silent for a long time. Mo Jingchun thought the little one had gotten tired and climbed onto the bed to sleep. But looking at the bed, there was no sign of the little baby. As the saying goes, if a child is too quiet, they're either up to mischief or asleep. Since no one was on the bed, only one possibility was left. Candy was up to mischief. Just as he was getting up to check what the little one was up to in the living room, there was a sound at the bedroom door. Moments later, Imo Jingchun burst out laughing. There, wearing diapers, Candy was stepping carefully into the bedroom, wearing Imo Jingchun's huge shoes. The little one saw Imo Jingchun looking at her, but she didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she laughed heartily. Unfortunately, the little one celebrated too early. In the next moment, she plopped onto the floor. Even after falling, the little one didn't cry. She just giggled at Imo Jingchun, then struggled to pull her little foot out of Imo Jingchun's sneakers. How adorable are human toddlers? Well, adorable from dawn till dusk. In 2 years' time, they might reach the age where even the dog finds them annoying. Imo Jingchun picked up the sneakers and pinched Candy's chubby cheek. "Yes, smelly," the little one replied in a childish voice. Hearing the little one say it was smelly, Imo Jingchun chuckled. Candy, believing it, furrowed her brows and kept sniffing her own body. The next moment, Candy started crying, tears streaming down. Wah wah wah. Laughing uproariously, Imo Jingchun was about to pick up Candy for comfort, but the little one immediately stepped back 3 steps, pouting and crying pitifully. "Brother stinks." Montak Yingchun. It was just a bit of sneaker stink. After putting the sneakers back on the living room shoe rack, Imo Jingchun returned to the bedroom to comfort the tearful little one. Well then, the little one insisted on a bath right now. Helplessly, Imo Jingchun ended up giving Candy a bath in the middle of the day. After the bath, he even sprayed a little perfume. The little one sniffed the fragrance contentedly, finally satisfied. P.S. Thanks to Exmoor, Reader 20170517170452653, the rural bumpkin returning to the city, and the small figure diary for their reward support. Chapter 133, Little Ginger. Chapter 133. Chapter 133. Little Ginger at the tail end of August. Those who went home for summer vacation, and those who took summer jobs to earn pocket money, all started returning to school one after another. Only the weather wasn't cooperating, and it started raining in Jing City. Of course, this had nothing to do with Imo Jingchun. The rain wasn't heavy anyway, and even if it were pouring, Imo Jingchun wouldn't worry. Imo Jingchun didn't have to drag a big suitcase and transfer multiple transportation modes to get to school. On the way back from the company, Imo Jingchun walked to school at a leisurely pace, holding an umbrella and cradling Candy, who was lying on his shoulder with one hand. Imo Jingchun realized that ever since he had to carry Candy every day, his arms were almost becoming as strong as Akiran's. Previously, he could barely carry Candy with both hands. Now, Imo Jingchun could easily carry Candy with one hand for quite a long distance. When one hand got tired, he would switch to the other. Walking along the campus roads, the sound of raindrops hitting the umbrella echoed in his ears. Although students kept passing by, everyone tacitly remained silent and went their own way. Upon hearing Candy mention a cat's meow, Imo Jingchun perked up and stood still to listen carefully, but heard no cat, just the rain. Imo Jingchun still heard nothing, but he walked in the direction Candy pointed. As he approached the garden, Imo Jingchun finally heard a very faint meow. Following the sound, he found the source, a small kitten under a little tree. The orange-furred little kitten was shivering under the tree. From its look, it seemed it wouldn't survive long. Imo Jingchun nodded, without speaking. After watching for a while with Candy, Imo Jingchun was ready to leave. Without the umbrella for cover, the raindrops fell repeatedly on the little kitten's emaciated body. As expected, the rain wouldn't stop and would continue until the next day. Back on the road, Imo Jingchun was about to return to the dorm. He hadn't walked far before the little one in his arms poked at Imo Jingchun's chest. As if responding to Candy's words, the kitten not far away let out a rare, albeit pathetic, loud meow. Meow meow, standing there. Imo Jingchun looked at Candy's expectant eyes, and, coupled with the kitten's pitiful cries, he sighed. Another one to be taken care of. Next moment, Mo Jingshun took out a grocery bag and put the kitten in it. The little guy thought Mo Jingshun was up to no good. Its cries were downright tragic. Whether it was Candy's gentle voice that worked, or the kitten was just too tired, it stopped struggling in the bag. Back in the apartment, Candy had just gotten down from Mo Jingshun's arms and was eager to reach for the kitten. Luckily, Mo Jingshun was quick to catch Candy's chubby little hand. The kitten is very dirty right now. The little one pouted, slightly dissatisfied. Mo Jingshun brought the kitten to the bathroom and washed it with warm water. Soaked in warm water, the kitten regained some strength, its tiny paws busily paddling in the basin. It seemed that Mo Jingshun was up to no good, but he was just sternly scolding the disobedient kitten. After changing the water 3 times and washing it 3 times, the kitten was finally fit to be seen. Mo Jingshun dried the kitten with a hairdryer and then put it on the floor. The little thing seemed to sense Mo Jingshun's lack of malice. On the floor, the little one didn't run, just looked weak. Mo Jingshun glanced at the little thing on the floor, then mixed half a bowl of milk using the same formula Candy drank. As soon as he put it down, the kitten shoved its head into the bowl, its little pink tongue licking incessantly from the bowl. In no time, the kitten's belly was swollen, round, and bulging. The half bowl of milk was finished without a drop left, all in the kitten's belly. Seeing the little thing meow, Candy immediately protested. Mo Jingshun looked at Candy with a disgruntled face, never having seen Candy show such concern for him as a brother. Meow, meow. After putting the kitten down, Mo Jingshun took out his phone to browse Taobao. Cat food. With one search, various kinds of cat food appeared. Mo Jingshun straightforwardly chose the best-selling one and placed an order. Having a cat is one thing. Having cat food is good enough. In his hometown, cats didn't even have cat food. All the cats in the village lived on leftovers, and they even caught rats on their own. Unlike pet cats, who seem mostly useless other than being cute. Some can't even catch mice, and it's a blessing if they're not bullied by them. In the living room, Candy and Bun played happily, but the overfull Bun wouldn't move at all, ignoring Candy, who kept poking its belly. Sitting on the sofa watching the scene, Mo Jingshun shook his head. It seemed he really had another one to take care of. But in a way, Mo Jingshun felt reassured, knowing that Bun wouldn't be careless and scratch Candy. Tomorrow, Mo Jingshun planned to take Bun to the vet for a shot and to have its claws trimmed. P.S. Brothers, I have a stable partner now, getting married next year. Chapter 134. No suspense. Chapter 134. Chapter 134. No suspense with an extra little cat that doesn't like to move much. Candy's smile is more frequent than ever. Mo Jingshun took Bun to the pet hospital for a shot and deworming. Combined with cat food, its orange fur became silky smooth, feeling very nice to touch. In the small cat bed, Bun lay right in the center, curled up and motionless. If not for its rising and falling belly, one wouldn't know and might think it's a dead cat. Mo Jingshun, wearing an apron, walked from the kitchen to the bedroom door, took off the apron, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Knock. Hearing the knock, Candy, who was playing on the floor, looked up towards the door. The Bun, which had been lying there like a dead thing, suddenly jumped up and flew to Mo Jingshun's feet like a wisp of smoke. Meow, meow, meow. At this moment, Bun showed an unprecedented liveliness. This little thing only becomes so active when it's mealtime. Normally, especially after stuffing itself, forget about being active. It won't even move a bit lying in the cat bed. Mo Jingshun glanced at Bun, which was continuously rubbing against his leg, then looked at the puzzled Candy and said, "Oh, it's time to eat." Hearing it was time to eat, Candy happily put down her toy doll and hopped over to Mo Jingshun's side, hugging his leg. Seeing this, Bun quickly rubbed against Candy's little short legs. Meow, 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 a bowl of cat food and a bowl of water, and Mo Jingshun placed Bun's food and drink in the corner, then led Candy to sit on a chair to eat. On the dining table, Mo Jingshun picked up a piece of pork belly for Candy. Bun, which was eating cat food, smelled the aroma of the meat and stopped eating, running directly to Candy's feet, continuously meowing. Meanwhile, it rubbed its body against the chair where Candy was sitting. Meow, meow, meow. Candy looked down at the adorable bun, and without hesitation, gave the piece of pork Mo Jingchun just picked for her to bun. Seeing this scene, Mo Jingchun didn't say anything, just watched. Candy being willing to share is a good thing. Besides, Mo Jingchun wasn't about to get mad over a piece of meat and a cat. It's just a cat. Surely it won't eat Mo Jingchun into poverty. Mo Jingchun hadn't even had a few bites of hot food when, in just a short while, the piece of pork belly was gone into Bun's stomach. Meow, meow, meow. Candy, holding a spoon and eating, looked at Bun calling out again, furrowing her brow. Mo Jingchun glanced over, continued eating, and said to Candy, "You can't give meat to Bun anymore." After waiting for a long time and not getting any more food, Bun disappointedly went towards the bowl of cat food in the corner. Though not as tasty as pork belly, adhering to the principle of never wasting, Bun ate the entire bowl of cat food clean. In contrast, Bun only drank a few sips from the water bowl placed aside. Satiated, Bun wobbled its steps towards the bedroom. No need to check in the bedroom. Mo Jingchun knew the little thing went to its cat bed to do a good recline. Watching Bun's figure disappear, Mo Jingchun couldn't help but shake his head. If this trend continues, Bun will be closely associated with an idiom in the future, and that is, focus on the big picture. To say it's heavy might be overestimating Bun. Mo Jingchun thought that later, using big orange as fat is more suitable for Bun. Both lazy and gluttonous, it would be strange if it didn't get chubby. Early September, Mo Jingchun resumed the routine class mode, while the new freshman stood in the blazing sun, practicing military posture. For some reason, every time passing by during class transitions, Mo Jingchun felt particularly happy, perhaps glad that the freshmen are getting exercised. Probably so. No, definitely so. In the evening, after dinner, Mo Jingchun brought Candy to the classroom, and there was no way he could miss the few class meetings held each semester. As for Bun left in the dormitory, Mo Jingchun wasn't worried at all, unless there was a big fire reaching Bun's cat bed. Otherwise, Bun wouldn't bother to move except for mealtimes. In the classroom, Candy sat on a chair and angrily pushed away the big hands that approached her. Except for her brother, Mo Jingchun, Candy had started disliking being held by others. Until Advisor Na walked into the classroom, only then did Candy breathe a sigh of relief. Shoo! Mo Jingchun gestured for Candy to be quiet. On the podium, Lina placed both hands on the lecture table and said to all the students in the classroom, Lina said, looking at Mo Jingchun. Everyone followed Na's gaze, and seeing Mo Jingchun sitting there, shared a knowing smile. No need to guess. Everyone knows Na was talking about Mo Jingchun. Facing everyone's gaze, Mo Jingchun just shrugged. Everything is within the plan, so what's there to worry about? As long as the thesis defense teachers aren't too harsh, Mo Jingchun is confident about graduating early. Unlike assistance for poor students, the National Scholarship is given to students with outstanding achievements and excellent character. So, generally, it's default that the top 3 comprehensive scores of each class automatically enter the selection. Mo Jingchun, Li Xuanyu, and Chun Xiaozhou. You 3 prepare yourselves. That's all I have to say. A month later, Mo Jingchun won the National Scholarship with an overwhelming advantage, without any suspense. Although Mo Jingchun didn't have many certificates, he had published and indexed 6 SCI papers in his freshman year alone, which was unparalleled. No one had any objections to Mo Jingchun receiving the National Scholarship. P.S. Thanks to Gue Miri Yan for the reward and support. Fissa, Yuan, may you prosper. Chapter 135, a technological product that surprised Mo Jingchun. Chapter 135, a technological product that surprised Mo Jingchun. At the moment when a national scholarship list was finalized, Mo Jingchun remembered the familiar system prompt in his mind. Then, nothing else happened, and the system went silent. At night, Mo Jingchun lay in bed, holding Candy's chubby little hand, calling the system in his mind. The next moment, that familiar giant spinning wheel appeared out of thin air in Mo Jingchuan's mind. The giant spinning wheel started spinning rapidly with Mo Jingchuan's shout, and then gradually slowed down. Finally, under the tense mood of Mo Jingchun, the huge pointer came to a stop. Seeing the four big characters on the prize and the very unassuming product image, Mo Jingchun was dumbfounded. What happened to the Star Destroyer cannon, two-dimensional foil, genetic potion? What's with this nearsighted glasses? Looking at the glowing words nearsighted glasses, Mo Jingchun felt humiliated by the system. The last time he picked up a piece of garbage from the trash for a prize, and this time it's nearsighted glasses again. Something like nearsighted glasses can be found everywhere, even in small towns, and the market has long been divided up. For a moment, Mo Jingchun really couldn't figure out what these nearsighted glasses could bring to Candy Technology. Without thinking, Mo Jingchun claimed it. Mo Jingchun thought it would be a physical pair of nearsighted glasses, but the next moment, a flood of information rushed into his mind, causing the completely unprepared Mo Jingchun to roll his eyes. When Mo Jingchun came to his senses, the system went silent again. This time, Mo Jingchun was silent too. Too hasty, Mo Jingchun thought nearsighted glasses were useless, but it turned out they weren't. A pair of nearsighted glasses that can automatically adjust the degree by scanning the pupils. Who wouldn't want something like this for people with myopia? Moreover, the lens material of these nearsighted glasses also caught Mo Jingchuan's attention. The lens material can change its form, which truly surprised Mo Jingchun. Mo Jingchun hadn't thought of anything else for now, but if this material is used on the Hubble telescope lenses, the effect should be good. This piece of garbage, no high-tech filled nearsighted glasses, actually got selected. For the many friends with myopia, salvation has come. At this moment, a small foot stepped on Mo Jingchuan's stomach. Mo Jingchun carefully adjusted the sleeping Candy's position and covered her with a blanket. Just when Mo Jingchun thought he woke Candy up, he turned around and realized Candy was actually sleep-talking, dreaming about something. Mo Jingchun was so excited as if he'd just had a strong coffee. He was sleepless, laying in bed until 3 in the morning. Mo Jingchun finally fell asleep groggily. The next day, the alarm woke Mo Jingchun, and it took him ages to open his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Candy lying on him, curiously staring at his face. Mo Jingchun thought Candy was looking at his face. But in reality, Candy was curious about Mo Jingchuan's 2 dark circles, curiously looking like a panda in the zoo. Mo Jingchun still didn't understand what Candy meant. He patted Candy and took her off his chest, then got up to get dressed. In the bathroom, Mo Jingchun half squinted, ready to brush his teeth, but looking at himself in the mirror, he suddenly understood what Candy meant earlier. Panda, Mo Jingchun should have thought of it sooner. Candy didn't know this was called dark circles, so she used panda. But these 2 dark circles are too obvious. After brushing his teeth, Mo Jingchun applied a hot towel, and whether it was psychological comfort or not, he felt the dark circles a bit better. Back in the living room, Mo Jingchun saw Bun stretching lazily and walking elegantly out of the bedroom. Meow, meow, meow. In the first class of the morning, Mo Jingchun went to class with dark circles, and people passing by barely gave him a glance, not wasting more time looking at his dark circles. Dark circles, after all, are quite common among college students. Who doesn't have a night or 2 of staying up late? For Yang Xiaoyu's teasing, Mo Jingchun just rolled his eyes. Having not slept well last night, he didn't have the energy to banter with Yang Xiaoyu. Seeing the strawberries in Yang Xiaoyu's hand, Candy looked up at Mo Jingchun. Immediately, Candy was all smiles, happily receiving the strawberries Yang Xiaoyu gave her. Receiving praise, Candy was as happy as if she had eaten honey, and her little mouth was incredibly sweet. Mo Jingchun rubbed his temples and replied to Yang Xiaoyu weakly. Yang Xiaoyu didn't ask why Mo Jingchun was sleepless, after all. It's a personal matter. Fortunately, there were no classes in the afternoon. After barely making it through until noon, Mo Jing-chun had a hurried lunch with Candy, then went to bed for a nap. As for Candy, Mo Jing-chun pulled her into bed to sleep together. At dinner time in the evening, Mo Jing-chun and Candy were sound asleep in bed, while Bun was pacing around the bed. The little thing couldn't understand why the human wasn't waking up yet. It's dinner time already. P.S. Thanks to Wan Yu Wantong for the reward and support. Oh. Chapter 136. True Heart Class Committee Member. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. True Heart Class Committee Member. Half an hour later, Bun was lying on the floor with his head drooping by the bed. In the next moment, upon hearing a slight sound, Bun's ears perked up instantly. On the bed, Candy rubbed her eyes, crawled out from under the covers, and sat on Mo Jingchun's pillow. With her hair all tousled, the just-woken-up Candy looked extremely cute. Candy looked left and right, glanced at Mo Jingchun, who was still asleep, and after a while, Candy climbed down from the bed by holding onto the sheets with both hands. As soon as Candy's little bare feet touched the ground, she felt something furry brushing against them. Meow, meow, meow. The next second, Candy was holding Bun by the neck, her hair tousled, her little feet bare, as she carried Bun to the living room. In the corner, the water bowl still had some water left in it. Of course, Candy's eyes weren't on these broken bowls, but on a burlap sack in the living room that was 5 centimeters taller than Candy herself. Candy remembered very clearly that every time Brother fed Bun, it was from here. Seeing that her small hands couldn't reach, Candy carried Bun back to the bedroom and brought out a stuffed toy to place beside the burlap sack. Candy stepped on the stuffed toy doll, using all her might, and tossed Bun up to the mouth of the burlap sack. Bun, who was tossed accurately onto the pile of cat food by Candy, was stunned. Merely pausing for a moment, Bun sat in the pile of cat food and started eating happily. Meow, meow, meow. Having taken care of the bothersome Bun, Candy went back to the bedroom alone to play. When Mo Jingchun woke up, he saw Candy playing with toys on the carpet and didn't think much of it. However, Mo Jingchun vaguely felt like something was amiss, as if something was missing. Mo Jingchun rubbed his temples, wondering what he had forgotten, but couldn't recall it at the moment. Mo Jingchun shook his head and got out of bed. Wearing his slippers, Mo Jingchun walked toward the kitchen, ready to cook a meal. Mo Jingchun had reached the kitchen doorway when he suddenly heard a cat's meow. Meow, meow, meow. At that moment, Mo Jingchun finally recalled what felt missing. It was Bun constantly meowing when it was time to eat. Stopping in his tracks, Mo Jingchun listened carefully, then looked up at the burlap sack full of cat food. Mo Jingchun rushed over, only to find Bun lying stiffly in the cat food pile, his belly so full that Mo Jingchun worried it might burst any moment. Despite being in such a state, Bun, lying on the cat food, was still using his pink tongue to lick the pellets into his mouth. After picking Bun up, Mo Jingchun looked at him for a long time before blurting out a sentence. Looking at Candy's innocent face and recalling the stuffed toy by the burlap sack, Mo Jingchun could guess that Candy was the accomplice in Bun's cat food theft. Back in the living room, Mo Jingchun looked at the crime scene tools and fell silent. A minute later, Mo Jingchun placed the cat food on top of the fridge, finally feeling reassured. This high, Candy definitely couldn't see it, and as for the lazy Bun, even if he could see it being so lazy, he wouldn't climb up even if it were possible. The next morning, when Mo Jingchun woke up and saw Bun still lying in the cat bed, moving slightly, Mo Jingchun knew this little thing was still alive. Just looking at Bun's belly, Mo Jingchun guessed there was no need to feed him breakfast. Stop teasing, Bun. It's time for class. By the door, Mo Jingchun was changing shoes while calling to Candy, who was in the bedroom, teasing Bun, who lay motionless. As soon as Mo Jingchun spoke, Candy came running out of the bedroom gleefully, hugging Mo Jingchun's leg. In the classroom, Candy sat on the chair like a little adult, but only when Candy sat up straight did her eyes barely reach the table surface. And that was with a cushion under Candy's bottom. Otherwise, even with a straight back, Candy couldn't see the podium. Of course, Candy wouldn't sit in a chair the whole time. Candy preferred sitting on Mo Jingchuan's lap more often. After class, Candy got down from Mo Jingchuan's lap and started wandering around the classroom, while Mo Jingchun just followed closely behind, protecting the playful Candy. After a round of wandering, Candy stopped at the first row. In the first row, Deng Lon Lon was clutching her stomach, lying on the table, obviously not feeling well. Seeing her pale face, Mo Jingchun guessed that it was that time for Deng Lon Lon. However, Candy didn't know. Standing at chair height, Candy walked to Deng Lanlin's head, looking up in confusion. Held back by Mo Jingchun, Candy continued saying, "Sister, you should be happy, not sad." Back at his seat with Candy in his arms, Candy still looked at Mo Jingchun with puzzlement. For the period, if there was a shot for it, Mo Jingchun thought, the girls who suffer pain every time would definitely be willing to get it. Oh, Candy didn't quite understand, but that didn't stop Candy from caring for her usually loving sister. Candy took a candy out of her small crossbody bag, held it in her hand, then let go of Mo Jingchuan's hand and ran towards Deng Lon Lon. Candy giving candy felt quite strange. For a moment, Deng Lon Lon was amused by the adorable Candy, temporarily forgetting the stomachaches. P.S. Thank you to fallen leaves fluttering and fragrance everywhere, and Fangirl LLLL for the reward support. Chapter 137, Procurement and Babysitter. Chapter 137. Chapter 137, Procurement and Babysitter. Accepting the candy from Candy, Deng Lon Lon, who looked pale, smiled, and said to Candy. Candy nodded with her head up, turned around, and obediently followed Mo Jingchun back to her seat. But this time, she climbed onto Mo Jingchuan's lap to sit. During the class, Candy would occasionally look towards Deng Lon Lon in the first row. Mo Jingchun, who was listening to the class earnestly, occasionally glanced down at Candy's furrowed brow. Following Candy's gaze, Mo Jingchun immediately realized Candy was still worried about Deng Lon Lon. Usually, Candy understood who treated her well. Mo Jingchun gently patted Candy, holding her a bit tighter. On Saturday, the weather was hot enough to sweat. After walking a while, Mo Jingchun, who was holding Candy, had his back soaked with sweat. Even Candy, under the parasol, had a layer of sweat on her forehead. When they reached the company, Mo Jingchun and Candy, pushing the door open, instantly felt the cool breeze of the air conditioner washing over them. That feeling, simply too comfortable. Ha-hoo, ha-hoo. Candy took deep breaths in and out, and before long, the sweat on her forehead was gone. Knock, knock, knock. Su Pengfei looked up at the doorway and immediately stood up upon seeing it was the boss. Walking into the office, Mo Jingchun was surprised to find that the accountant, Chao Mingxin, was watching study videos. Mo Jingchun couldn't understand why something as good as studying had to be done so secretly. If accountant Chao Mingxin knew what Mo Jingchun was thinking, he would surely say, "I've already got one foot in the door." If seen by the relevant department, wouldn't he be sent in for further study? Mo Jingchun had just sat down and hadn't even had time to boot up the computer when Su Pengfei walked in. Mo Jingchun nodded at Su Pengfei, signaling for him to sit down and talk. After pressing the computer's power button, Mo Jingchun smiled and asked Su Pengfei, "How was the trip to Sanya?" Holding Candy, Mo Jingchun nodded and said, "That's good." After entering the password and logging onto the computer desktop, the computer, which hadn't been booted up for a week, became slow. Just entering the desktop, right-clicking with the mouse elicited no response for a long time. Just then, accountant Chao Mingxin poured a cup of tea for both Mo Jingchun and Su Pengfei. Mo Jingchun's first reaction was that Chao Mingxin was becoming more considerate. The second reaction was that the guy was becoming more tactful. After all, even if Chao Mingxin didn't pour tea, neither Mo Jingchun nor Su Pengfei would think there was anything wrong. He's an accountant, not an office assistant. After smiling at Chao Mingxin, Mo Jingchun turned his gaze to Su Pengfei, sitting opposite him. Holding the procurement order, Su Pengfei raised an eyebrow and asked, puzzled. Mo Jingchun smiled and said, "The quantities are fine." After Su Pengfei left, Mo Jingshun realized he seemed to have nothing else to do. Not really. The next second, Mo Jingshun got up and went to the development department. Mo Jingshun's mouth was still as sharp as ever, spending more than half an hour pointing out issues with the code before heading down to the underground garage to take a look at his new car. Sitting in the car for a while, holding candy, as he got out, he heard someone approaching, prompting Mo Jingshun to instinctively hold candy protectively. "Sir, would you like to rent a house?" "Sir, here's some information on our rental properties." To avoid further pestering, Mo Jingshun accepted the flyer. Once out of the garage, Mo Jingshun was just about to throw away the flyer but hesitated, and in the end, slipped it into his pocket. Maybe he'll need it. Living in an apartment is convenient, but Candy is growing up, and some things have to be considered. Even though Mo Jingshun and Candy have a large age gap, and they're siblings, the little one is a girl after all, and when she grows up there should be some distance. This means Mo Jingshun not only needs to rent a house off campus, but he also needs to find a nanny for Candy. Besides the inconvenience of commuting to and from school, there are many advantages. Candy's daily life issues will be well resolved, and after school, he won't need to spend time cooking every day. In conclusion, there are many advantages. After pondering these issues, back in the dormitory, Mo Jingshun dialed the number on the flyer. After stating his requirements, the other party quickly found a property that met Mo Jingshun's needs. After hanging up, Mo Jingshun searched his phone for a nanny. Mo Jingshun required an experienced, capable nanny, without caring for youth or beauty. As for encounters and such, if Mo Jingshun really wanted to find a pretty woman, it's not like there aren't any around. It just holds little meaning for him. Meanwhile, in a separate office, Qin Yuzhu stared blankly at the procurement order list. Qin Yuzhu was familiar with all the equipment and materials listed, but what use could they be when put together? In these quantities, Mo Jingshun sure is sly, afraid someone might figure out what he's researching. For a procurement order that doesn't reveal anything, it's a total loss. Su Pengfei couldn't possibly imagine that someone merely glancing at the order could memorize it all at once. Chapter 138, Details. Chapter 138. Chapter 138. Details on the second floor of the townhouse. After looking up and down several times, Mo Jingshun was very satisfied with this rental house. It's just that the rent is a bit expensive, and it must be rented for a year with a one-time payment. However, these were not problems for Mo Jingshun. Expensive naturally has its reasons. At least a new Audi car now has a place to park. The villa's private courtyard parking is simply fantastic. As for the annual rent paid in one go, Mo Jingshun didn't mind either. He originally planned to stay in Jing City for a year, so whether it's annual rent or monthly rent, it made no difference to him. Mr. Mo Jingshun smiled at the real estate agent and said, "Let's sign the contract." Upon hearing this, the real estate agent's face lit up with a joyous smile. "No problem, Mr." After reviewing the contract content and finding no major issues, Mo Jingshun signed it. Upon confirming the rental payment, the real estate agent immediately handed over all the keys to Mo Jingshun. "Mr. Mo, here are the keys to this house. In other words, you can leave now. Mr. Mo, I won't disturb you any longer." After the real estate agent left, Mo Jingshun turned to Candy, who was swinging in the hanging basket, and said, The little one looked up at Mo Jingshun, her eyes questioning what he wanted. Time to go back. This townhouse hadn't been lived in for at least 3 months. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much dust. We need to get some people to do a thorough cleaning, otherwise moving in would mean eating dust every day. Oh, though Candy was reluctant, she stretched out her arms toward Mo Jingshun, wanting him to pick her up. "Brother, carry me." Mo Jingshun bent over and picked up Candy from the hanging basket, pinching her chubby little cheek with a smile, and said, "Let's go." The next day, Mo Jingshun arranged for several full-time housekeepers to be interviewed at the townhouse and hired 5 housekeeping staff to clean it. At 8:30 in the morning, all 5 housekeeping staff were present and started cleaning. On the second floor, Mo Jing-chun and Candy were wearing masks, supervising the work. By around 9 o'clock, among the housekeepers scheduled for interviews, Chun Haixia was the first to arrive. In the past, the more experienced the housekeeper, the more popular they'd be, but in the past decade or so, the profession has become increasingly youthful. What's even scarier are those attractive, highly educated housekeepers. With their arrival, slightly older housekeepers have become less popular, especially those over 40. Standing at the door, Chun Haixia sighed softly and then pressed the doorbell. What surprised Chun Haixia was that the person who opened the door was a temporary housekeeping worker. Quickly, Chun Haixia understood why. There was still half an hour before the agreed time, and with nothing else to do, she naturally joined in on the cleaning. A few minutes later, while carrying Candy downstairs, Mo Jing-chun spotted Chun Haixia and nodded after observing her discreetly. No doubt about it, with her seasoned experience, her movements were clean and efficient. However, he still wondered if her cooking would be any good. By 9:30, except for one housekeeper who didn't show up, the other three did. Besides spicy, I also don't like things that are overly sweet. So, the three ladies lined up side by side, feeling quite pleased. Why? Because they were all around the same age, and none of them were young. When it came to who should start, they looked at each other hesitantly. Eventually, Chun Haixia stepped forward first. Actually, no one wanted to go first because the later you go, the bigger the advantage. Of course, Mrs. saying this, Mo Jing-chun stepped aside to give way in the kitchen. 10 minutes later, after tasting the homemade dish made by Chun Haixia, the three ladies tried to gauge Mo Jing-chun's response from his facial expression, but they were disappointed. Throughout the whole process, Mo Jing-chun's face showed no change at all. Unable to wait any longer, Candy immediately opened her mouth and started eating. After swallowing the food, Candy licked her lips and frowned. The little one's frown instantly made Chun Haixia feel dejected, while the other two ladies were delighted. Good with thanks. Mo Jing-chun nodded without commenting. Half an hour later, Mo Jing-chun put down his chopsticks. As usual, he didn't comment on whose dish was the tastiest. Actually, the three ladies' cooking was good, without much difference in taste. He just didn't say it out loud. Additionally, the main job is to help my sister with her bath. All three nodded in agreement, as these duties were not demanding, and the job was actually quite easy. Mo Jing-chun's gaze shifted back and forth between the three ladies, while they awaited his decision anxiously. After pondering for a while, he finally made up his mind. All three were pretty much the same, but Chun Haixia left a better and deeper impression on him. Mrs. Chun had started cleaning upon arrival, unlike the other two. Additionally, Mrs. Chun was the first to step up and cook, so Mo Jing-chun felt she was more suitable. Chun Haixia was a bit stunned at being chosen. She thought this opportunity was going to fall through again, but unexpectedly, hope was found at the end of the tunnel. Chapter 139. Seeking Recommendation Votes. Seeking Monthly Votes. Chapter 139. Chapter 139. Seeking Recommendation Votes. Seeking monthly votes. The two ants felt a bit uncomfortable, but didn't say anything. After all, among the three people, only one person can stay. This small villa only needs one nanny. Only someone with a problem would hire more than one. So, inevitably, just one person can stay. After the other two ants left, Mo Jing-chun smiled and said to Mrs. Chun, Mrs. A somewhat restrained Chun Haixia asked Mo Jing-chun, Mister, after leaving a set of keys for Mrs. Chun, Mo Jing-chun left with Candy in his arms. In just half a morning, Mo Jing-chun felt like a layer of dust had settled on him. If he hadn't worn a mask, his nose would be black, all because of the dust. That afternoon, while tidying up in the bedroom, Mo Jing-chun received a call from Su Pengfei. On the other side of the phone, Su Pengfei, looking at the emails from his employees, reported to Mo Jing-chun, If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. After the call ended, Mo Jing-chun handed the phone to Candy, letting Candy quietly sit there watching cartoons. As for Bun, well, no need to bother. Even if Mo Jing-chun accidentally stepped on Bun's cat bed, Bun would merely open it at a glance up, realize it was Mo Jing-chun, and then close his eyes to continue snoring. Honestly, the little thing's snoring is quite pleasant to listen to, especially when falling asleep at night. It's like a lullaby. In less than a month, Bun's body has grown sturdier, turning from a skinny long strip into something more resembling a drum. Mo Jingchun thinks when they move into the townhouse tomorrow, it'll be necessary to take Bun out for exercise to lose weight. If this continues, he'll almost be a little piglet. Bun, still sleeping deeply without a care in the world, probably has no idea the nightmare is about to begin. After an afternoon of busy work, having mostly tidied things up, Mo Jingchun was exhausted. There didn't seem to be much stuff initially, but when packed away, there was actually a lot. 90% of these things were bought after coming to Jing University, and of that 90%, 80% were bought because of candy. Ultimately, almost all of them had to do with candy. Mo Jingchun poured a glass of water, lay on the sofa, hugged Candy, and browsed the contacts on his phone. Finding his counselor Na's phone number, Mo Jingchun didn't hesitate and directly dialed Na's number. Beep, 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 what do you want? If it's urgent, speak quickly. Mo Jingchun held the phone away until Na finished her complaints. He then put it back to his ear and said to Na on the other end, who was still yawning, "Na, I'm planning to move out tomorrow morning." Originally lying on the Simmons mattress with her eyes closed, Lina suddenly became clear-headed, opening her eyes wide and sitting up. Lina rubbed her ear, somewhat incredulous about what Mo Jingchun had just said. "Aren't you living perfectly fine in the apartment building? You know, Candy will need money for school, right?" After Counselor Na's lengthy chatter, Mo Jingchun explained during her brief rest. No, it's mainly because Candy is growing up." When Mo Jingchun finished speaking, Na was silent for quite a while on the other end. Just as Mo Jingchun expected Na to express understanding, Na's question caught Mo Jingchun completely off guard. "Is the nanny pretty?" "Mo Jingchun, you're still young, with a long future ahead. Let me tell you, my brother almost went astray back then." In a luxurious office in a towering building, Li Yuanfang, lounging with his legs crossed watching his phone at the desk, suddenly sneezed. Lying on the sofa, holding Candy, Mo Jingchun took a while to come to his senses. He laughed heartily. "Na, what are you thinking?" Mrs. Li Na, who had sat up on the bed, laid back down again. "Annie, no big deal about an Annie." Li Na closed her eyes and said to Mo Jingchun, "Understood. I'll swing by tomorrow morning." Ending the call, Mo Jingchun shrugged and hung up the phone. Early the next morning, while Mo Jingchun and Candy were having breakfast in the living room, the door was opened. As she spoke, Lina glanced at Bun, who was busy eating cat food. P.S. Thanks for the rewards and support from readers. I'm going to the train station. Book friend 201-91007-12-475-0938 and Ghost Me Day Yen. Chapter 140. 1 year for Formula Money. Chapter 140. Chapter 140. 1 year for Formula Money. Spring goes, autumn comes. A year has passed in a flash. Over the past year, Mo Jingchun's greatest gain wasn't the successful early graduation, but the fact that Candy has spent another year healthy and happy. Compared to Candy, what could be more important? Looking at the system panel in his mind, with the 200 points earned from completing 2 system tasks this year, Mo Jingchun let out a deep breath. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It's not that Mo Jingchun doesn't want to draw a lottery. He's just preparing to save up for a big one. Whether it's accumulating up to 1,000 points for an upgrade draw or a lucky 10 consecutive draws after reaching 1,000 points, both are very cost-effective choices. Anyone who's played the lottery knows that single draws always seem to have worse odds compared to 5 consecutive draws or 10 consecutive draws. A year has passed, and over 2-year-old Candy has already corrected her previously non-standard pronunciation. Seeing her brother unresponsive, Candy waved her hand in front of him and even touched his nose. Mo Jingchun was just lost in thought and didn't want to pay attention to Candy. But when he heard Candy say he might not be okay, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. With a face full of grievance, Mo Jingchun looked down at his sister and rubbed her little cheeks vigorously. Candy used all her strength to break free from Mo Jingchuan's big hands. Blah, blah, blah. After saying that, Candy ran out of Mo Jingchuan's study room, shouting loudly as she ran. Watching his sister's back, Mo Jingchun shook his head, finding it somewhat amusing. Bun, that lazy cat, couldn't be bothered to move. Just as Mo Jingchun guessed, Candy ran to the first floor, squatting on the sunlit balcony, frowning at the still lazily sunbathing Bun. Upon hearing the word eat, the lazy Bun finally opened his eyes, lifted his head, and glanced at Candy. Candy clenched her little fists, her cheeks puffing in anger. What was even more aggravating was that Bun just looked for a second and, realizing it wasn't mealtime, stubbornly lowered his head again. In the living room, Chun Haixia, wearing an apron and mopping the floor, looked at the cute Candy with a smile. Meeting employers like Mo Jingchun and Candy, who are easy to serve, is a matter of luck these days. A second later, the previously happy Chun Haixia's smile gradually faded, and her face was filled with worry. After a year of harmonious living, Mo Jingchuan's upcoming graduation and departure from Jing City isn't a secret to Chun Haixia. In about a month, at most 2 months, Mo Jingchun will be moving Candy and even the entire company from Jing City. This means she will lose her job again. When the next employer is, what the employer will be like, all of this is unknown. During meals, Mo Jingchun had invited Chun Haixia to continue taking care of Candy in Hua County. After all, for Mo Jingchun, finding a good, dedicated nanny isn't easy. As they say, the human heart is unfathomable. If they encountered a nanny with ill intentions and something happened to Candy, Mo Jingchun wouldn't have any remedy for regret. In the living room, Chun Haixia, slightly absent-minded for a second, sighed, shook her head, and continued mopping the floor. Leaving Jing City, that's impossible. Her children and grandchildren are all in Jing City. Not to mention that Chun Haixia doesn't want to leave Jing City for an unfamiliar city. Even if she did, her children wouldn't agree. After all, Chun Haixia is getting older. On the balcony, Bun ignored Candy, so Candy played by herself angrily. On Saturday, Mo Jingchun took Candy for a haircut. Candy didn't like haircuts. To coax Candy into getting a haircut, Mo Jingchun promised to buy her pudding afterwards. In the barber shop, Candy sat on the chair with a gloomy face, frowning deeply, eyes tightly shut for fear of the scissors cutting wrong. After the haircut, Candy didn't even care about how the hairstyle turned out. She was content hugging the pudding Mo Jingchun bought, happily following behind Mo Jingchun home. However, after returning home, Candy forgot to eat the pudding, leaving it on the table. After sleeping soundly and waking up, Candy, barefoot, walked down from upstairs, rubbing her eyes, ready to eat the long-awaited pudding, only to find the table empty with no sign of the pudding. In an instant, Candy was wide awake, with no trace of sleepiness. Holding on to a sliver of hope, Candy hurried to find Chun Haixia. Chun Haixia immediately picked Candy up and touched her cold little feet. Right now, Candy couldn't care less about the shoe issue. All she could think about was the pudding her brother had promised to buy, which was a rare treat. Candy gestured the shape of the bottle, anxious to find out the pudding's whereabouts from Chun Haixia. Upon hearing this, Candy's face looked extremely aggrieved, blinking her eyes rapidly as tears threatened to fall. Coincidentally, Bun happened to appear at this moment, leisurely wandering in the living room with tiny steps, seemingly heading towards his cat bed. Bun! Candy broke free from Chun Haixia's arms, rushing madly towards Bun. Bun looked back, unaccustomed to such a scene, and ran away scared, his plump body agilely leaping onto the wall. Hearing the commotion, Mo Jingchun, coming down from upstairs, was startled to see such an agile Bun. In Mo Jingchun's impression, Bun was always lazing around, never imagining Bun could jump so high and move so nimbly. After all, Bun was quite hefty. Chapter 141. Candy, is Guowu graduating from college? Chapter 141. Chapter 141. Candy, is Guowu graduating from college? Seeing Mo Jingchun, Candy, who was already feeling wronged, instantly released all her grievances. Candy rushed towards Mo Jing-chun, hugging his leg and crying continuously in distress. Mo Jing-chun picked up Candy, and her little feet dangled in the air. "What happened, Candy?" On the courtyard wall, Bun, who was previously gloating and licking his fur, panicked upon hearing Candy's cries and Mo Jing-chun's questioning. Bun, now anxious, paced back and forth on the wall, his sleek orange fur reflecting slightly in the sunlight. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved Candy felt. It was pudding. The pudding that brother usually wouldn't buy for Guagua. Guagua hadn't even tasted it yet. That stinky Bun, that bad Bun. In the yard, a person and a cat stared each other down motionlessly, with Bun wanting to escape but not daring to. If he ran, he feared he would become a stray. Meow, meow, meow. Shrinking his head, Bun, like a warrior who would never return, jumped down from the wall. Mo Jing-chun lifted the hefty Bun with one hand, meeting Candy's gaze as he held her. Once Mo Jing-chun let go of Bun, Bun scurried off to the cat bed, looking warily at the fierce Mo Jing-chun. Humans were terrifying, even daring to threaten Bun's manhood. Looking at his still sobbing little sister, Mo Jing-chun said to Mrs. Chun next to him. Mrs. Chun Haisha nodded with a smile and replied, "All right." Mr. Candy in Mo Jing-chun's arms stopped crying after hearing that her brother asked Aunt Chun to buy pudding tomorrow. But her small body was still trembling slightly, her little face pressed tightly against Mo Jing-chun's chest. Gently patting Candy's back, Mo Jing-chun comforted in a soft voice. Candy sniffed once and nodded. The next day, after finally getting to eat the long-anticipated pudding, Candy completely forgave Bun and was no longer mad at him. At the dining table, Candy scooped a piece of meat with a spoon and gave it to Bun, who was lying under the dining table. When it comes to food, Bun never refuses, especially when it's savory and tempting pieces of meat. After eating the meat, Bun even walked over to Candy's feet, brushing his fur against Candy's little leg. He, barefoot. Candy laughed like a goose as Bun's fur tickled her. Seeing Candy and Bun reconciled and friendly again, Mo Jing-chun, who was having dinner, smiled slightly. At night, after Mo Jing-chun coaxed Candy to sleep, he stayed alone in the study, making final preparations and checks for tomorrow's graduation defense. Mo Jing-chun was very confident about the topic for this graduation defense, given his deep familiarity with artificial intelligence. It wasn't until after 10 at night, after checking multiple times and finding no errors, that Mo Jing-chun turned off the study lights and went to bed to rest. He needed to sleep early tonight to be energized for the defense tomorrow. Falling asleep during the defense would be quite embarrassing. After a good night's sleep, Mo Jing-chun woke up in the morning feeling refreshed. In bed, Candy, who was sleeping soundly, turned over and got up with her eyes closed. Because Mo Jing-chun was the only one having an early graduation defense, it wasn't arranged in a large classroom, but in the academy's conference room. After all, a quiet environment was needed for the defense. Since the students weren't on vacation yet and classes were still ongoing, arranging the defense in a large classroom was not only inconvenient, but ensuring nobody used it all morning was unlikely. When Mo Jing-chun arrived at the conference room door with his laptop and Candy in tow, Advisor Na was already standing in the hallway. When Lina saw Mo Jing-chun arrive, she strode forward. "Including your teacher, academician Chen Shihua. There will be 3 academicians today." Listening to the advisor rambling on as if lecturing a child, Mo Jing-chun smiled and nodded. Lina took Candy's little hand and said to Mo, "Jing-chun, go on." The conference room door was open. As Mo Jing-chun stepped inside, he realized there were even more defense teachers present than he had anticipated. With a quick glance, Mo Jing-chun estimated that there were at least 20 individuals. Among them was the familiar face of academician Chen Shihua, as well as teachers from his first and second-year courses. After the defense, the teachers who originally came just to join the crowd all fell into deep thought. It's undeniable that Mo Jing-chun's presentation on the implementation of artificial intelligence was truly eye-opening. Currently, Research on artificial intelligence in various countries has hit a bottleneck, making further breakthroughs as difficult as ascending to the sky. What's called artificial intelligence is essentially just big data processing. Such artificial intelligence isn't what researchers desire. More accurately, today's artificial intelligence is a product of human compromise. Seeing academician Chen Shihua's serious expression, Mo Jingchun was momentarily stunned, then nodded. "We will, teacher. All right, you take Candy home first. P.S. Thanks to the strongest student Wang, Wandering Wind, the immortal and young master, the appraiser, the void light, I forgot the name, the calm smiling south, I'll move the train station over, Jufsa for their rewarding support." Chapter 142, Graduation Photo for Two. Chapter 142. Chapter 142, Graduation Photo for Two. The referred PhD student was a fellow senior they used to work with. Of course, Mo Jingchun was unaware of the commercial mutual admiration going on among a few academicians in the conference room. Outside the conference room, Li Na, sitting on a small stool with Candy, saw Mo Jingchun coming out and stood up with Candy, anxiously asking how Mo Jingchun's defense went. Mo Jingchun blinked. Maybe, possibly, should be no problem. Hearing this, both Mo Jingchun and Candy looked at Li Na in shock. That evening, while Mo Jingchun was eating dinner in the living room, he received a call from Counselor Na. Hearing the good news, joy spread across Mo Jingchun's face, although he already knew that barring any huge surprises, he would graduate smoothly. But when Mo Jingchun truly heard that his defense passed, that sense of joy instantly welled up in his heart. 10 years of diligent study, all for one golden moment. And now for what? To graduate and get those 2 certificates. Li Na on the other end paused before asking, "Why are you thanking me?" After the call, both Li Na and Mo Jingchun felt great, even joyful. In the living room, Mo Jingchun, in a good mood, went to the fridge, grabbed a bottle of milk for Candy, and celebrated a little. Feeling good, Mo Jingchun readily agreed to Candy's request. Candy nodded eagerly, delightfully running to get the milk. Chen Haixia, standing nearby, asked with a smile. Mr. Chen Haixia paused, feeling a slight pang in her heart, but still smiled, happy for Mo Jingchun's early graduation. "Congratulations, Mr." The next day, Mo Jingchun, who had been called to meet academician Chen Xia, followed his request, printed his thesis at a print shop, and handed it over, feeling completely liberated. Politely, Mo Jingchun declined his teacher's generous offer to continue with graduate studies. To Mo Jingchun, there was no need to pursue further studies eventually, when candy technology reaches the top of the world, his degree wouldn't be a problem. In the yard, Candy, lounging in a beanbag chair and happily eating fruit, looked back at Mo Jingchun in confusion when she heard his call. Having worked hard to gather all his classmates today for a picture, Mo Jingchun was excited. At the basketball court, Mo Jingchun thought he was early, but his classmates had arrived even earlier. Gratefully, Mo Jingchun thanked each classmate for their well wishes. After Yang Xiaoyu picked up Candy, she gently punched Mo Jingchun on the chest. Mo Jingchun's quick agreement was sincere, and besides, as classmates and graduates of Jing University, everyone was proud and didn't want to work at a classmate's company unless necessary. After all, you'd run into each other frequently, and that would be awkward. Touched a nerve, didn't it? Today, little Candy's words were as sweet as honey. Only Mo Jingchun knew that inside, she was surely laughing to herself. After about 20 minutes, the photographer finally showed up. Speaking of which, the photographer Mo Jingchun found for the photos this time was someone familiar. He was the one who took Candy's one-year photos. Of course, this time, Mo Jingchun paid to have him come over. As the photographer put it, he'd be losing money just for these few pictures. With a click, the smiles of over 40 people were forever captured by the camera. After the photo session ended and the classmates left, Mo Jingchun put on his graduation gown, held Candy in his arms, and they took their graduation photo together, the big one and the little one. P.S. Thanks to Lua Funis and the rewards and support from Immortal and Young Master. Chapter 143, Company Relocation. Chapter 143. Chapter 143. Company relocation. In early August, students from major universities were already on vacation. Some recent graduates had already joined the workforce and started working, while others were still busy rushing to various company interviews. Some, however, were living the life of worrying about their next meal. Of course, none of this concerned Mo Jingchun. For Mo Jingchun, who didn't need to look for a job, going to work at a company was more like a laid-back young person. Whenever something came up, Mo Jingchun would go to the company. If nothing important was happening, he would occasionally visit the company, spending more time on candy. August 6th, the 9th day of the 7th month in the lunar calendar. Suitable for marriage, travel, relocation, matchmaking, engagement, signing contracts, trade, moving into a new home, opening a business, establishing alliances, groundbreaking ceremonies, blessings, planting, setting up a bed, funerals, hanging plaques, worship, rebuilding, dismantling and coffining, discharging fire, adoption, consecration, breaking ground, asking for children, Thanksgiving. Avoiding livestock introduction, cooperative longevity, wood, logging, and well digging. And today, it was the day Candy Technology relocated from Jing City to Hua County. Early in the morning, the company's employees arrived early at the company, and arrangements were already made far away in Hua County, waiting for the team from Jing City to come and move into the office building. The office building was built alongside the river. Standing from above, the views, whether near or far, were all spectacular scenery. Outside the office building, Li Wanning, who had matured significantly after a year's grind, was much more composed. With the company relocating today, there were leaders coming from both the city and the county, and potentially from the province as well. As the overall person in charge appointed by President Su, Li Wanning couldn't afford any errors in the tasks assigned to her. Inside the office building, Li Wanning, while nibbling on a flatbread, started checking each floor from the ground up for any potential issues. In the meantime, after handing his car keys to the transport company, Mo Jingchun took Candy to the company. From Jing City to Hua County, such a long drive meant it was impossible to arrive by nightfall, so it was safer to find a transport company. When Mo Jingchun entered the office, the previously chattering crowd discussing the new company's building fell silent instantly, turning their attention to Mo Jingchun and the candy he was holding. All right, then let's... At Jing City's airport, employees carrying their belongings boarded the chartered plane of Candy Technology, including Mo Jingchun and Candy. The plane, after departing from Jing City, would head directly to Luzhou, the capital of the province. Upon reaching Luzhou, they would transfer to a coach bus, heading straight to Candy Technology's headquarters building. Aboard the plane, Candy, while nibbling on a snack, curiously asked Mo Jingchun. As for Bun, well, it was ruthlessly placed in the cargo hold. We're going back home. For the conversation between Mo Jingchun and Candy, Su Pengfei and others seated not far from them all broke into smiles. You could say Candy's presence kept the company from becoming too lifeless. The boss's little sister, plus Candy's innate adorableness. Such a kiddo. Who wouldn't love her in the company? In the afternoon, 3 chartered buses slowly pulled into the parking lot of Candy Technology's headquarters building. Bang, bang, bang fireworks, as if money was not a concern, shot into the sky. Carrying Candy off the bus, Mo Jingchun unexpectedly saw the figure of his former high school's principal. The rest should be the leadership team. After a round of warm greetings, Mo Jingchun accompanied the leaders into the office building. On the other side, the technical staff, led by Li Wanning, rushed to another building with few windows to install the server hard drives. At dinner, Mo Jingchun approached the high school principal and, using tea instead of wine, offered toast. "Principal, how's old you doing lately?" Initially smiling, Su Zhongming's smile gradually faded, letting out a sigh. Thinking of the last time he saw old you. Su Zhoming felt sorrowful at old Yu's condition. Cancer was truly tormenting, and in the end, old Yu no longer looked like himself. If it were possible, it might have been better to pass peacefully. That way, it would have been better for him, his family, and everyone. Mo Jingchuan's smile was frozen. He hadn't expected that the next news he would hear about old Yu was his passing. Su Zhoming set down his wine glass and said to Mo Jingchun, "Old Yu passed due to cancer." That guy had discovered he had cancer, but hid it from everyone until about half a year ago. Su Zhoming patted Mo Jingchuan's shoulder, saying nothing more. Chapter 144. The cake started it. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. The cake started it. Wang Huaying's first task was to recruit HR with more than 5 years of work experience. There's no choice. The task assigned by Mo Jingchun was truly heavy. In the words of the boss, Missouri Jingchun, it was crucial to recruit 5,000 tech developers within a year and strive to bring in over 10,000 tech talents from other provinces within 3 years, transforming Hua County from an agricultural county into a high-tech industrial park. Considering Hua Mountain's population of less than 300,000, if Candy Technology brings in over 10,000 tech talents in 3 years, it would be like installing an engine for Hua County's transformation. The entire HR office area was occupied by the lone Wang Huaying. If not for the cleaning and occasionally coming by, would doubt anyone else was in the building. This single building could accommodate over 15,000 employees. So with more than 200 employees spread across different areas, it's easy to imagine how spacious it felt. On the top floor of the main building of Candy Technology Mansion, Mo Jingchun's office had an area of over 100 square meters, reaching a staggering 110 square meters. Behind the office, there was a 20 square meter bedroom and a restroom. Originally, the bedroom was reserved so that Candy could sleep when tired during playtimes at the company. After all, to achieve artificial intelligence, Mo Jingchun often needed to work overtime with the employees. Mo Jingchun was never worried that employees would be unwilling to work overtime. In Mo Jingchun's view, as long as the overtime pay and living guarantees were in place, employees with car and house loans would definitely be willing to work hard. In the spacious office, there were only Mo Jingchun, Candy, and one lazy bun who wouldn't move unless its tail was on fire. A lump of orange fat cat lay curled on Mo Jingchuan's huge solid wood red desk. This made Bun, who was already plump, look even fatter. If it weren't for the occasionally wagging tail, someone might mistake it for a decoration. Candy, uninterested in playing with toys, kept her gaze fixed on the 26-inch fruitcake on Mo Jingchuan's desk. This cake was a gift when purchasing a large cake during yesterday's housewarming celebration. Drooling over the delicious cake, Candy happened to hear Mo Jingchun call her name. The absent-minded Candy looked at Mo Jingchun with a dazed look and responded feebly. Hearing that her brother was leaving, Candy's big, adorable eyes twinkled, and she nodded cutely and obediently. Mo Jingchun patted Candy's head and turned to leave the office. From start to finish, he didn't notice the change in the little one's expression. After Mo Jingchun left, the little one tiptoed to the office door, peeked out to see Mo Jingchun taking the elevator downstairs, and then joyfully ran to Mo Jingchuan's huge solid wood desk. Though the desk was taller than Candy, such height was no challenge for the clever Candy. First, she climbed onto Mo Jingchuan's office chair. Then, stepping on the chair, she climbed up onto the desk. The sleeping Bun heard the noise, glanced up, and when seeing it was the little demon king, Bun shut its eyes again. The little demon king began acting up again. The safest way to stay unbothered was to pretend to see nothing. Bun, can't see me, can't see me. Looking at the large cake so close, Candy let out a silly giggle, a mischievous laugh that scared Bun into a shiver. If it weren't for laziness, Bun would have moved to a different spot to continue its nap. Not long after, Bun regretted not moving elsewhere, or else it wouldn't have. Candy skillfully unwrapped the cake box, fully exposing the cake to her eyes. Glancing around, Candy didn't see any spoons or forks. But to give up the tempting cake before her eyes was something Candy wasn't willing to do. After finally getting a chance with her brother gone, who knows when the next one will be? Candy swallowed, using her hand as a spoon to start eating. Sitting right on the desk, Candy enjoyed the cake enthusiastically, so much so that even Bun, who was sleeping, couldn't help but stay awake. Especially watching Candy's eating manner, Bun was more disinterested in sleeping. Luckily, Bun had no interest in cake. Otherwise, Bun would surely have joined in for a bite. Soon, Candy's hands, face, clothes, and Mo Jingchuan's custom-made, oversized solid-wood desk were all smeared with cake cream. Especially Candy's face, covered in cream. She looked just like a little kitten. Burp, burp, burp stuff from the cake. Candy sat on the desk burping while the nearby Bun watched in bewilderment. Full from eating, Candy felt troubled looking at the leftover cake. Her brother would definitely notice the cake had been nibbled on once he returned. What should she do? The joy had left the little one's face, now showing a face full of worry. What should she do? Would her brother spank what was bottom? The more she thought, the more afraid Candy became, even somewhat regretting eating the cake secretly. Just then, a stretching Bun caught Candy's sight. Looking at the lazy Bun, Candy's eyes brightened with an instant idea. Candy picked off a piece of cream from the cake, grabbed the still-dazed Bun, and smeared the cream on Bun's face. Candy's whole operation was smooth and skillful. By now, the nimble Bun was still utterly bewildered. Against Candy, Bun had no defenses whatsoever. Who knew? Often walking by the river would eventually get your shoes wet. Just as Candy climbed down from the chair, after giving her legs a stretch, Mo Jingchun returned just from his round outside. Hearing her brother's voice, Candy got startled, covering her face with her hands, turning her back to her brother, afraid to face him. However, the cake that had been nibbled on was too obvious on the desk. Mo Jingchun only needed a glance to see the unwrapped cake and the desk full of cream. Oh, and a silly orange cat in a daze over there. Seemed like the silly orange cat was an accomplice, or maybe the mastermind. As if, seeing Candy's guilty look, Mo Jingchun didn't need to guess, knowing it was certainly Candy's mischief. Chapter 145, Brother, Guogwo was wrong. Chapter 145, Brother, Guogwo was wrong. It's definitely Candy's doing, no doubt about Bun. For one thing, the cake box is obviously opened by a person. If it were Bun, there'd be a bite hole instead of a neatly opened box. Besides, the cake has been on the table all morning, and Bun hasn't even glanced at it. It's been there all day, and Bun hasn't looked at it once. Box or no box, Bun wouldn't spare to glance. For Bun, who is a lazy eater, there's no point in looking at something it won't eat. Mo Jingchun walked up behind Candy and turned her around with a mock-serious face. Looking at the little cat-like Candy, Mo Jingchun nearly burst into laughter but needed to maintain his serious composure, almost getting an internal injury from holding it in. The urge to laugh without being able to is a real struggle. With cream still on her face and no time to wipe it off, chubby-faced Candy looked innocently at the stern-faced Mo Jingchun. Her pursed lips were Candy's last stand. Her eyes darted around, avoiding Mo Jingchun's gaze, seeming to say, "It wasn't me. Don't accuse me," about to cry. Thinking herself clever, Candy blinked innocently, believing she covered her tracks perfectly. Bun's amazing. It ate so much. Candy gestured with her cream-smeared hands to show the size. Candy nodded, smiling, just as Guagua imagined it would be. But Candy's joy didn't last 3 seconds before Mo Jingchun exposed her. Candy opened her mouth to claim Bun ate it, but seeing her brother's expectant eyes, she swallowed her words. Admitting her mistake, Candy lowered her head, fiddling with her hands, tears welling up. Seeing Candy cry, Mo Jingchun felt a bit sorry. At his words, Candy's tears fell faster, and she sobbed more intensely. Wah! Candy rushed into Mo Jingchun's arms, crying her heart out. TT. Degree. Guava. Mo Jingchun picked Candy up, patted her back to calm her down. After more than 10 minutes, the spacious office fell quiet, with Candy asleep slumped on Mo Jingchun's shoulder. Mo Jingchun didn't mind the stains on his clothes left by Candy. After adjusting the air conditioning up a degree, he glared at Bun, who was still licking its foreleg fur on the table. Bun, now glared at, looked bewildered. Bun, what did I do wrong this time, human servant? Why are you glaring at me? Can't you see my fur isn't even cleaned up? After glaring at Bun, Mo Jing-chun didn't linger, but carried Candy to the bedroom at the back of the office, laying her on the unused bed and covering her with a blanket. Stepping out of the bedroom, Mo Jing-chun started tidying up the mess. Seeing Bun still getting in the way licking its fur, Mo Jing-chun's temper flared, making him glare at Bun again. Bun, glared at once more, grew even more confused. It even wondered if the human servant was ill, and not just a little ill. Otherwise, why the random glaring for no reason? Mo Jing-chun was just venting. After living under one roof for a year, to say there were no feelings would be a lie. Mo Jing-chun is flesh and blood, full of emotions. Observing Mo Jing-chun wipe the table, Bun silently jumped down and curled up in a corner, disregarding Mo Jing-chun's mutterings. Finally, after getting the table clean, Mo Jing-chun's lips twitched at the sight of the now hideous cake, especially with Candy's little handprint still on it. Mo Jing-chun picked up the landline and dialed reception. After hanging up, the receptionist immediately used the walkie-talkie to call. Mrs. Kai. Mrs. After some static interference, an older lady's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Mrs. On the 6th floor. Mrs. Didn't clean it thoroughly? Since it's the boss's office, everyone naturally pays more attention. Shaking her head, Mrs. Kai pushed her cleaning cart and swiped her card for the elevator to the top floor. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Mo Jing-chun looked up at the office door. Mrs. Kai placed the unwanted cake on her card and wiped Mo Jing-chun's desk one more time. Only then did she leave Mo Jing-chun's office. Soon after the cleaning lady left, there was another knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Thinking the auntie had returned, Mo Jing-chun looked up to find it wasn't her, but Su Pengfei, dressed in a suit, standing at the door. His slick back hair actually gave off a bit of style. The office and bedroom had soundproofing, so voices couldn't be heard from the bedroom. Su Pengfei joked as he handed over the documents. P.S. Thanks to Ghostly Day Yin and Country Bumpkin returning to town for their support. Pissa, Yuan, congratulations and best wishes. Chapter 146, Planning. Chapter 146. Chapter 146. Planning. Mo Jing-chun looked at the document Su Pengfei handed over and raised his head in surprise to look at Su Pengfei, saying with a hint of astonishment, Li Wanning is quite impressive, huh? As soon as Mo Jing-chun said this, it immediately resonated with Su Pengfei. Over the past year, Li Wanning has grown from a clerk to a manager, and her progress has been practically visible to the naked eye. As Li Wanning's direct contact and immediate superior, Su Pengfei saw it all the more clearly. Over the past year, apart from the 7-day holiday during Chinese New Year and Spring Festival, Li Wanning has been working overtime every day. Not to mention that when she left Jing City, Li Wanning was still a shy young girl who didn't know much. Now, Li Wanning's face shows more maturity and even a few wrinkles. Su Pengfei said with a smile to Mo Jing-chun, Boss, you might not know this, but while overseeing the construction schedule, Li Wanning also took the Level 2 constructor exam. Oh, no way. Besides, Candy Technology is in a rapid growth phase. As long as Li Wanning isn't foolish, she wouldn't leave. When Candy Technology expands in the future and becomes a group, establishing subsidiaries, as long as Li Wanning is excellent, she has a chance to become an executive. Mo Jing-chun nodded in agreement, saying, That's indeed the logic, but her education is a hard limitation. Okay. At this point, Su Pengfei shook his head, a bit puzzled, and said, Over this past year, Li Wanning has earned quite a bit, but I can't understand why she's still so frugal. But Li Wanning is different. Other than her outfit, she hasn't really changed her lifestyle much. Mo Jing-chun put the document back into the drawer, patted the bun lying on the office table, and advised Su Pengfei. Su Pengfei, being a big man, was suddenly made to blush by Mo Jing-chun's words. Seeing Su Pengfei blushing like a monkey's behind, Mo Jingchun was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Oh wow, old Su, you couldn't really be falling for Li Wanning after a year, have you?" The more he spoke, the more animated Mo Jingchun became, and his gossiping heart started to stir intensely. Mo Jingchun stood up, placed both hands on the desk, and curiously asked, "Right single quotation mark, is that all? Just that? Really just that?" Mo Jingchun looked completely disappointed. Su Pengfei couldn't stay any longer, fearing that Mo Jingchun might start playing matchmaker and arrange a wedding for him. Mo Jingchun sat back in his chair, disdainfully mocking Su Pengfei. The overwhelmingly embarrassed Su Pengfei, upon receiving Mo Jingchun's permission, fled from Mo Jingchun's office as if his life depended on it. Watching Su Pengfei's retreating figure, Mo Jingchun shook his head. The lab was ready, but Mo Jingchun didn't immediately go to check it out. Instead, he waited in the office for Candy to wake up. A little after 2 in the afternoon, nearing 2:30, Mo Jingchun was in his office reading a book. That wall full of books, it's unclear how long it will take to finish them all. In the office, apart from the occasional sound of Mo Jingchun turning pages, it was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Just then, hearing some movement, Mo Jingchun turned to look at the door leading to the bedroom. He saw Candy come out barefoot, drowsily leaning against the door, her big eyes looking at Mo Jingchun, seemingly ready to fall asleep in the next second. Mo Jingchun waved Candy over, who was leaning against the door. The still sleepy Candy walked weakly towards Mo Jingchun. Seeing Candy with her messy hair, Mo Jingchun bent over, picked her up, and placed her on his lap. He took a small comb from his pocket and, while helping Candy tidy her hair, asked her the blanket. After combing her hair, Mo Jingchun went to the bedroom to help Candy put on her shoes. Pinching Guogui's cheeks, Mo Jingchun said with a smile. The once groggy Candy was instantly full of energy. With a smile on his face, Mo Jingchun held Candy's chubby little hand and headed toward the lab building. A few minutes later, Candy looked dumbfounded, gazing up at the lab building, then looked at Mo Jingchun. Chapter 147, Laboratory Building. Chapter 147. Chapter 147, Laboratory Building. You said we'd go out to play, but it turned into running from one building to another, and none of them has anyone inside. Oh, not entirely true, since there are 2 handsome men standing at the door. For a moment, Candy didn't know how to argue with Mo Jingchun. After all, what brother said seemed to be quite reasonable. Candy looked conflicted, not sure how to express herself. The entire research building, with 2 basement floors, has a total of 12 floors, and apart from professional security personnel, there's no one else inside. Not much else to say, mainly because the whole company, aside from Mo Jingchun being the only researcher, other people are either technical developers or office staff. Poor Big Candy Technology is almost entirely supported by Mo Jingchun alone. This is also the reason why Mo Jingchun is eager to recruit talent. After entering the first floor of the building, it's very spacious. Mo Jingchun pulled Candy without stopping on the first floor and went directly to the elevator hall to take the only elevator that goes straight to the 10th floor. On the 10th floor, unlike the first floor, the spacious laboratory is filled with various experimental equipment, and a small amount of raw materials needed by Mo Jingchun are stored in the corner. The equipment is all new, and just the equipment in front of them cost the company nearly $100 million. This really made Mo Jingchun distressed for a while. Mo Jingchun looked at Candy, who showed no interest at all, frowning tightly. Candy tugged on Mo Jingchun's thick hands and said sweetly, originally planning to prepare materials for nearsighted glasses. Seeing that Candy didn't want to stay, Mo Jingchun had to give up the idea and plan to do it later when there's time. After getting downstairs, Mo Jingchun didn't return to the office, but took Candy to browse several real estate listings in Hua County. Without any major accidents, Mo Jingchun will basically be living in this historic small county in the future. Continuously renting is no longer suitable for Mo Jingchun. One mansion sales office, As Mo Jingchun approached the glass door, the security guard inside opened it. The sales consultant on the platform also approached right away. Huh? Sir, have we met somewhere? Wang Shanshan wasn't just making polite conversation. She genuinely felt like she'd seen him somewhere before, very familiar. At this moment, the server bringing tea recognized Mo Jingchun. He was just on the news not long ago, and the server still had some impression. Once the server mentioned this, Wang Shanshan instantly remembered. No wonder he looked so familiar. Realizing it's the boss of Candy Technology, Wang Shanshan became even more enthusiastic. Montak Yingchun nodded. Mo Jingchun looked at the model, pondered for a while, then asked, 2 million is quite a lot. If not, this villa wouldn't have remained unsold until now. Instantly, Wang Shanshan beamed with joy. Her mouth couldn't close with her broad smile. In less than a minute, Wang Shanshan came running back with a prepared contract, almost out of breath. After signing the contract and paying, Wang Shanshan promptly invited Mo Jingchun to crack a golden egg. Looking at the array of golden eggs, Candy, holding a small wooden hammer, found herself facing a dilemma, wondering which golden egg to crack. They all looked the same. Candy looked to Mo Jingchun for help. Just hit whichever. With Mo Jingchun's words, Candy closed her eyes and smashed it without a second thought. Bang with a bang, a golden egg shattered at impact. Wang Shanshan picked up a red slip from the shattered golden egg, and just glancing at it, her jaw dropped in surprise. Such luck. The only first prize, and the little one hit it. Mo Jingchun was taken aback for a moment, but it was just a moment of surprise. After all, an Apple laptop isn't much use to Mo Jingchun, but maybe later it will be nice to take home and give it to his cousin. Brother, isn't Guo amazing? Candy looked up, blinking her eyes, waiting for her brother's praise. Chapter 148. Off to Grandpa's house. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. Off to Grandpa's house. The salesperson took out the first prize, an Apple laptop. Upon seeing it, Candy jumped up and down, wanting to hold it. It hadn't even warmed in his hand yet, but seeing how Candy insisted, Mo Jingchun had no choice but to hand the laptop to her. After Candy took the laptop, Mo Jingchun didn't immediately let go with his right hand. Isn't it heavy? On the way out to the car, Candy held the laptop, unable to see the road. Seeing her brother walking further and further away, Candy anxiously shouted to Mo Jingchun. Glancing back at Candy walking sideways, he smiled slightly. As soon as Mo Jingchun offered to help, Candy's stubborn little temper flared up. In the parking lot, Mo Jingchun, wearing sunglasses, hands in pockets, leaned against the car door, smiling at the panting Candy with sweat on her forehead. The little one is quite a show-off, but you won't do it again after this. Walking up to Mo Jingchun with a laptop, Candy gritted her teeth and placed it at his feet. The little one looked up at her smiling brother, vexed. Not caring about dirtying her clothes, Candy wiped the sweat off her forehead with her sleeve. For a moment, Candy's face was full of indecision. Upon hearing this, the corners of Mo Jingchun's mouth lifted slightly. The little one was getting more worldly. He casually tossed the laptop onto the front passenger seat and opened the rear car door for Candy. Guwa, get in and sit down. Candy didn't like the child safety seat, but under Mo Jingchun's strict rules, she had no choice but to sit in it every time. Over the next few days, Candy completely let loose. Mo Jingchun had specifically instructed the security not to let Candy slip out the main gate without his permission, even if others tried to take her out. Though she couldn't leave the building, the whole building was enough for Candy to run around as much as she liked. Day in and day out, as long as there was nothing to do, Candy would mimic Mo Jingchun, hands behind her back, seriously strolling around the building. Occasionally, she would be bribed by employees with snacks, living a very comfortable little life. For the most part, Mo Jingchun was holed up in the laboratory building these days. At first, Candy wasn't used to it, but after a day, she fell in love with patrolling the building. Even Mo Jingchun was quite impressed with Candy. The children's smartwatch Mo Jingchun had given her showed nearly 20,000 steps a day, sometimes even breaking 30,000. 30,000 steps. With Candy's little legs, that meant she hardly stopped all day. The little one wasn't afraid to get tired. Mo Jingshun thought if he suddenly walked 30,000 steps, oh, no, 20,000 steps. Even Mo Jingshun thought his feet couldn't take it, and his thighs might cramp at night. On Saturday, in the heart of the Hoa County Mountains, the weather was cool and the sun was taking a day off. In the already quiet Candy Technology Building, which had some employees on leave, it was even quieter. With its own server cluster, the R&D department was in crazy overtime mode. But as the boss of Candy Technology, Mo Jingshun didn't go to the office today. Upon waking up and opening the curtains, Mo Jingshun patted the still sleeping Candy. Candy wriggled like a caterpillar and burrowed back under the covers. Immediately, Candy crawled out from under the covers, surprised, and asked Mo Jingshun, "Yay." While looking for clothes for Candy, Mo Jingshun glanced back at her and refused her request. For today's visit to Grandpa's house, Mo Jingshun had already talked with his cousin Zhou Yaling a few days earlier. She had summer vacation and was at home, so he wasn't worried about arriving to an empty house. The road from the county to the hometown was full of twists and turns, with sheer cliffs just outside. Any careless driving could lead to a car crash with little chance of survival, unless one is very, very lucky and gets caught in a tree. Montak Yingchun, who had never driven on this highway before and was still a new driver in his probationary period, strictly adhered to the speed limit all the way. As a result, he was often honked at by drivers behind him. However, each time the drivers saw the large learner sticker on the back of the Audi, they stopped honking and quietly waited for an opportunity to overtake. The normally 2-hour bus journey took Mo Jingshun 3 hours to drive. Less than a kilometer from his uncle's house, cousin Zhou Yaling called. "Call me brother, won't you? I brought you a gift." Instantly, there was silence from Zhou Yaling on the other end. In the next second, Mo Jingshun got goosebumps, and Candy burst out laughing. Gay, why are you scared? Gay, stop calling, I'm getting goosebumps." 5 minutes later, Mo Jingshun drove the car directly into his uncle's yard. Zhou Yaling's eyes sparkled upon seeing Mo Jingshun's Audi. Though she knew he had bought a car, she didn't expect it to be an Audi. After getting out of the car, Candy immediately ran to her grandpa, while Mo Jingshun took Zhou Yaling to the trunk to grab the brought gifts. Cigarettes, alcohol, cosmetics, everything was there. Of course, there was also the Apple laptop that Mo Jingshun didn't want. Chapter 149, Being a Good Person. Chapter 149. Chapter 149. Being a good person here. This is a gift for you. Mo Jingshun handed the laptop to his cousin Zhou Yaling and winked. Zhou Yaling was completely dumbfounded. Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. The laptop she's currently using was only bought less than a year ago, and she thought it was good enough. Take it. Originally feeling quite touched, Zhou Yaling lost all her feelings of gratitude when Mo Jingshun spoke. It turns out that their gifts were all carefully prepared, but when it came to her, it was a raffle prize. It's true what they say, a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. One moment, Zhou Yaling was giggling, and the next, she had a stern face towards Mo Jingshun. She stopped helping him take gifts from the trunk and headed towards Candy cutely. Candy's little eyes turned, and she nodded with a smile. Really? Mo Jingshun, carrying a pile of gifts into the house, just placed them on a large table when he heard Zhou Yaling planning to take Candy to the supermarket. "Why are you taking Candy to the supermarket?" Zhou Yaling gave Mo Jingshun a disdainful look. Mo Jingshun watched his cousin Zhou Yaling say nothing. She would realize he wasn't kidding once they returned from the supermarket. Since Candy was a little over 1 year old, every time they went to the supermarket, Mo Jingshun would almost always satisfy whatever Candy wanted. As expected, after Zhou Yaling took Candy to the supermarket, if Candy picked too many items and couldn't pay, how embarrassing would that be? Probably so embarrassing that she could dig out a 150 square meter house with her toes. Before they left, Mo Jingshun pointed at the smart watch on Candy's wrist. The smartwatch was linked to Mo Jingchuan's Alipay, enabling QR code payments. The two, one big and one small, joyfully headed to the supermarket. But once there, it wasn't long before Zhou Yaling couldn't keep smiling. Holding a pile of things Candy picked out, Zhou Yaling followed behind Candy, her eyes somewhat vacant. Despite looking short, Candy's small legs ran so fast that Zhou Yaling couldn't keep up. When it came time to pay, Zhou Yaling was completely dumbfounded. Why were all the items Candy chose so expensive? In the countryside, when amounts are large and have change, the fractional part often gets rounded off. Zhou Yaling felt distressed. Luckily, the total didn't exceed her small savings. Otherwise, Mo Jingchuan's words might have come true. Just as Zhou Yaling was about to pay with her phone, Candy skillfully opened the QR code and lifted her chubby little hand. Before Zhou Yaling could react, the cashier had already scanned the code and received the payment. For a moment, Zhou Yaling felt all out of sorts. Her once fair and soft face instantly turned red. Don't ask why Zhou Yaling knew she was blushing. Anyone who feels their face suddenly become hot knows it's from embarrassment. On the way back, it was completely different from when they went. When they went, both the big and the small ones were happy and in good spirits. However, on the way back, only Candy walking ahead was very happy, while Zhou Yaling, carrying things, felt uncomfortable all over. Zhou Yaling had no idea how to face Mo Jingchuan later. Given Mo Jingchuan's personality, he would definitely tease her about it all day. Holding a teacup, Mo Jingchuan, who was drinking tea in the yard, just asked when he saw the two return, not delivering the sarcastic remarks Zhou Yaling anticipated. In the countryside, having a craft and doing renovations can make for a decent living. Many older folks basically don't have any source of income. Only now, with better policies, they can receive a few hundred yuan in pensions every month. Before, they would have to rely entirely on their children. At noon, Zhou Yaling cooked the meal. One must say, a cook is a cook. The same dish just tastes better when Zhou Yaling makes it. You can see Candy hugging the bowl, devouring the food. MMPH. MMPH. If Candy wants to eat, let her. Why bother her? The grandpa nearby seemed displeased to see Mo Jingchuan bugging Candy. Mo Jingchuan shrugged his shoulders, not daring to retort. In the evening, it was dark by the time Uncle and Aunt rode back on the motorcycle. Covered in cement slurry, you could tell how tiring their work had been during the day. Hearing the voices, Candy ran out from the room, sweetly calling Uncle Aunt. After teasing Candy a bit, Uncle went for a bath. The mix of sweat and cement had left his body feeling terribly uncomfortable. During dinner, perhaps because Uncle had a bit of alcohol, he began to give both Mo Jingchuan and Zhou Yaling a lesson in life. Xiaochun, treat it like home when you come. You child, Zhou Xing shook his head. Hearing Mo Jingchuan mention 30 million, Zhou Xing's hand, which was picking up peanuts, trembled, dropping them to the ground. The concept of 30 million, Zhou Xing didn't quite grasp. He just knew it was a lot. P.S. Thanks to Flying on a Pig 66 and Ghostly Sunflower for their tip support. Chapter 150. Candy, Guowin knows. Guowin knows. Chapter 150. Chapter 150. Candy, Guowin knows. Guowin knows. Zhou Xing, Mo Jingchuan's uncle, downed the glass of erguo without even a furrow in his brow. After drinking the erguo, Zhou Xing, fueled by the alcohol, meaningfully said to Mo Jingchuan, "Don't speak too full of yourself." Thinking about how young people don't like being lectured by elders, Zhou Xing added to Mo Jingchuan, "Don't dislike your uncle for talking too much and having a foul mouth. I only say these things in front of you guys." Mo Jingchuan and Zhou Yaling, sitting on the same side of the table, exchanged smiles. Praise and flattery. That's probably what's called killing with kindness. Ha! Of course, Mo Jingchuan and Zhou Yaling didn't dare to laugh out loud. If they did, they wouldn't just get scolded. They'd definitely get a good talking to. Xiaochun is already in his 20s, handling things with more prudence than you do. The grandpa, smoking a dry pipe at the side, finally couldn't stand it anymore. As is often said, the older generation is always closer to the grandchildren. With a comment from Grandpa, Zhou Xing gave him a side glance and filled his glass again on his own. Working all day is exhausting, and, oddly, he can't sleep at night without a bit of booze. This body is deteriorating day by day. At the dinner table, everyone talked about things Candy didn't understand, but Candy didn't mind at all. For Candy, eating is the most important. Candy thought to herself, "You can all chat away while I'll finish eating all the delicious food first." Humph. The aunt, who hadn't spoken much, gave Candy a piece of fresh pork belly and asked Mo Jingchun. Hearing her mom say this, Zhou Yaling rolled her eyes. "Mom, why do you care how long my brother stays?" Mo Jingchun was used to his aunt's personality. It's not that she dislikes him and Candy. She's just worried about wasting time making money. Candy and I are heading to Hoa County tomorrow, and the day after is Monday again. Thinking about making money, Mo Jingchun looked up at his uncle and said, "I say, let's just all go together. What about me?" Zhou Yaling looked at Mo Jingchun expectantly, hoping he could take her for a summer job to earn some pocket money. Zhou Xing, who was eating, and Mo Jingchun's aunt both fell silent. Evidently, they had thoughts about Mo Jingchun's suggestion. If it could be easier, they wouldn't want to go. Plus, their bodies aren't what they used to be. They all wanted a lighter job. In the past, they had no expectations, but now that the nephew was doing well, some ideas were becoming lively again. Mo Jingchun looked at his uncle and aunt, who were clearly tempted, and continued to coax. "Uncle, aren't you afraid I'll stray if you don't watch over me? In my company, you can keep an eye on me every day." Zhou Xing hesitantly said, "Wouldn't that be a hassle for you? Who else to hire but family, right?" Under the table, Mo Jingchun's aunt nudged Zhou Xing with her foot, but on her face, she warmly smiled at Mo Jingchun, her big nephew. The more she looked at the nephew, the more pleasing he became. After saying that, Zhou Xing didn't say anything more, burying his head in drinking. It was the aunt, who was eating, who couldn't eat anymore, and kept questioning Mo Jingchun. "For uncle, about 6,500 a month. Aunt, your work is a bit tougher, so I'll give you 7,000 a month." Happy beyond measure with the high salary, and especially getting 500 more per month than her own man, Mo Jingchun's aunt was ecstatic. Why 500 more? Mo Jingchun did it on purpose. As long as the aunt was happy and took good care of Grandpa, the 500 was totally worth it. Mo Jingchun patted Candy's head. Yay, Mo Jingchun chuckled and said nothing. With Candy's daily step count of 20 or 30,000, Grandpa might have trouble keeping up with Candy's little legs. Mo Jingchun looked at Zhou Yaling, teasing her. Zhou Yaling frowned, thinking hard for a long while, and truly couldn't figure it out. Neither Mo Jingchun nor Zhou Yaling herself could think of any skills Zhou Yaling had. The expectant look on Zhou Yaling's face instantly vanished. After all that, it's just cooking. At home, there's no choice. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to cook. After cooking each time, not only does she smell like oil and smoke, but her hair also gets greasy. The moment Zhou Yaling said this, she got a glare from Mo Jingchun's aunt. Mo Jingchun laughed heartily, then said to Zhou Yaling, "Sitting and getting paid, that job's enjoyable." Zhou Yaling was all for it. P.S. Thanks to Gue Mirian for the reward and support.